Just tee it up for. ADP employment report sending futures back to the downside here this morning after they were trying at least to hang on to positive territory, coming off a pretty nice rally into the close yesterday post Fed minutes. If you remember yesterday, we get the minutes from the latest Fed meeting that still had the same hawkish tone, still had all the same comments from the prior meeting going into what will come in February. Remember, the next Fed meeting not until February. We get non-farm payrolls coming up on Friday. We get CPI coming out next week. So a couple of key data points to come for the overall market. Just getting the November trade deficit as well, coming across $61.5 billion for the U.S. Versus $63.1 billion. Overall, though, market back in the red at this point. A number of individual movers this morning, including Silvergate, huge move to the downside. They had to cover as much as $8.1 billion in withdrawal requests coming off the FTX collapse. So they had to sell assets at a huge discount. Following that, that's according to a Wall Street Journal report. We get Chinese delivery numbers for Tesla this morning that missed estimates as well. So possibly more negativity to come for Tesla today. It's Thursday, January 5th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at some red numbers to kick things off once again this morning. We were positive. There was a brief moment of positivity this morning. 0.4 now, right across the board for the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ to the downside following that ADP report that came out stronger than expected. Again, this is the private side. We'll get the non-farm payrolls coming out on Friday morning, which could be even bigger or an even bigger catalyst for a market move. As well. I wanted to point out this, 1.8% back to the upside this morning for crude oil, still holding on to a gain. Remember, crude was down 5% at the end of the day. It's tough to see with the graphic there, but Bitcoin and Ethereum also back in the red. Good morning, guys. Going to be an interesting one here coming off that report that sent the overall market back lower. Silvergate on watch, obviously, as I mentioned. We have Tesla back on the mind as well. And this report on Bed Bath & Beyond, going concerns for BBBY today.
Is that a surprise? I don't know if it is. I mean, Silvergate's going to be, it's not a good day for Silvergate. That being said, we can't hold things overnight. So, you know, my last trade in Silvergate was a short and it lost yesterday.
Was it? Oh,
it's crazy because I was short off the top and a lot of things broke the highs yesterday that I believe were really good shorts. And that's the life of a day trader. So SI is now $8 lower than where I lost on it yesterday. I got some meta right now, but we're going to be talking about some of the big caps. We just turned red again, but this is the last couple of days we've been positive going into the open, and then you kind of turn red later. Now we're already running into the downside. I like that 126 on meta, so I'm already in it. You know the Chinese ADRs are going to be in play to be sure, so I want to have a look at some of those. And yeah, there's no escaping it. Yep, we're going to be talking some Bed Bath & Beyond. Getting schmacked. You saw it just break $2 again. It's already broken there once and breaking it down a second time. So welcome. It's going to be a fun show. I do believe it's Thursday. I almost forgot that it was Thursday today because it's a holiday shortened week. Maybe we'll trade some Walgreens, Boots Alliance, but I feel like there's going to be more exciting things that didn't report earnings today.
Yeah, no, it should be a good one, man. I mean, that ADP number is sending the markets down here, now down 0.5%. I mean, when I was coming in here today, we were up, 0.6 up there. And it was just like, man, every day, I'm fine. We made lots of money short Microsoft yesterday. There's nothing wrong with the market going down as far as we're concerned, but it's just like, when is this going to stop? I mean, it sucks to be a bull these days. It looks like the bears are definitely coming in. You mentioned Silvergate. I mean, Coinbase has been absolutely destroyed over the last 6 months, or let's even call it a month. It's been absolutely, even just chart here, 60 down to 35 and going lower, Coinbase down 6%. So, like last night I was sitting here, I put out this tweet yesterday and I was debating this one chip challenge because you're doing it. We got to have some kind of a ride or die thing here, right? I mean, I can't let you go down. And yeah, you know, I want to have some fun too. People said, think of your family. Yeah, you're right, Lava Girl. But
Dude.
we have over, so this has 11,000 views, my tweet yesterday about if we want to do this. It has, I think it's like 58 or something comments or something like that on it. Lots of people, and it's all mixed. Oh my God, here we go. There's even more people here saying it. Some people like what? Like this was gonna happen? You know, like, you know, like, I don't know. Someone tweeted a nice little video here, and it's absolutely bad.
Did you watch the video?
That was the cartoon one.
So that's the cartoon one.
Yeah. And then some people, all these, like, it's the Carolina Reaper.
Yeah, but don't watch any videos of people actually doing it, or not too many of them.
That was a cartoon, yeah.
Because it'll psych you out. Now, I love the solidarity aspect of it. For the record, I just want to get things straight. Like, I opened my mouth and put myself in this position. I actually said something like, I appreciate it, but you know you don't have to do it. I got to do it.
I mean, I'm trying
you
to.
You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. I got to do it. You don't have to. But I really do appreciate it.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna have to go together. I feel like it's gonna have to be, you know, we'll have to have a wingman situation right here. But the only problem was, all right. So let's just do it.
Okay, so it's on. Okay.
All right. This is.
I see. But the other thing I found out this, by the way,
I have 3 kids.
Exactly. That's kind of the.
Oh, but the other thing is that when Fahad found out about this, he was a little bit disappointed because he wants to be.
Well,
now Daryl's saying, look, I respect Daryl a lot in the chat, and he's like, yo, don't do it.
I told you don't do it, man.
I know a lot of people are saying. Right. So that's the thing, Renata. So I'm going to break a piece off. Fahad wants to do it. They're $40 a chip.
Because you can't buy it in Canada.
You know, we ordered 2 on
States,
Amazon yesterday, and the thing is, it's like, you know, I want my guy to do it as well. So.
But the challenge, I didn't realize this was the case.
But the thing
it's not just eating it. You have to then not do anything for a minute. Like
that's not happening.
No milk, no whatever for a solid minute after. So like that's what I'm going to try to do. I haven't seen anybody actually pull that off, but that's what I want to try to do because I ain't going out like that.
I mean, I went home yesterday and I just YouTubed it, Googled it, threw it up on the TV. And my kids are sitting there watching. You know, it's like it's these news anchors and all that kind of stuff, and they're literally throwing up, and and I'm just like, I'm doing this, but you know what? We for the people, baby.
What up? Well, no one's throwing up.
People.
Man.
We want. I told our social media.
Nobody's throwing up.
Well, I got to talk to social media again because the thing is like if we're gonna do this, man, let's get this video out there and see if we can get like a record number of likes or something for it. I mean, we have to have some sort of.
Maybe throwing up would make it better.
We got to have some sort of upside. No, throwing up would make it worse.
Daryl says you need milk, gloves, and possibly close to a bathroom. So here's the other thing. I'm not a big milk guy, so like maybe I'll take.
How the hell am I driving home after this?
The gloves actually is a good idea because there's no chance I want any of that crap getting on my trading keyboard or the mouse here because that would be a problem. Yeah, you got to drive.
At least Brendan's joining us as well.
Right, Brendan?
I have no kid, Shawn, and I'm not doing it. So good luck with that. Sharif, here as always, we were just discussing a few things as far as the overall. Join us Friday, guys. This is going to be absolutely crazy Friday afternoon. Will you partake?
I won't. I have more good sense than that. No disrespect to Neil, obviously, but I can't handle that kind of food.
Yeah,
Can you?
No chance. No chance.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Not happening. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader. As always, traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use TTV at checkout. Get yourself 10% off because, hey, why not? So here's the note that we got this morning. The ADP number out comes in stronger than expected, 235,000 in December versus much lower than expected. So signaling more strength in the overall employment sector. That is not what the Fed wants to see. Remember, again, coming up tomorrow at this time, we're going to get December non-farm payrolls. We get December non-farm payrolls, then CPI next week, and then the Fed coming up in February. So a couple of key days, key data points for the overall market to come. We're going to jump into a few things to get started here this morning. Obviously, crypto on the mind, though, Sharif, with this move with SI. There's also some sympathy plays back to the downside with coin Yeah, I mean, the entire group lower, but Coin with its own downgrade
Yeah,
today.
they can't catch a break. I mean, you saw how much they were up yesterday, and today, you know, here comes that negative headline again and shows what kind of value they have. I mean, investors clearly are looking at this with a great lot of skepticism, and, you know, until that regulation comes in, Brendo, you've talked about this ad nauseum, we're going to see institutional money stay away from this.
Yeah, so going concern issues with BBBY. We'll get into that coming up here. But here's a note on Silvergate, if my screen will load. There we go. So they had to basically cover $8.1 billion in withdrawal requests post the FTX collapse, and as a result had to sell assets at a steep discount. So Silvergate getting absolutely cracked to the downside today. They also updated their current quarter deposits that came in a lot lower than expected as well. So Coin, guys, with a downgrade. We have SI as well on watch. Going to be an interesting day here for crypto markets.
Ay, ay, ay.
So Silvergate is like, so look, Coinbase has had a bad day, or no, it's had a bad year, month, year, whatever you want to call it. But Silvergate has been demonstrably worse. I was having this conversation with Brennan because I think back in like late 2020, I'm trying to go back a little bit further now, because when I picked this one up, it was just a great sort of risk to reward type play. And I distinctly remember selling it at like 110 or 120 and being like, this thing has no business being here. And when I was holding on to the bag holding piece, and that eventually went to 200, like, that's utter nonsense. And I remember just sort of thinking to myself, like, this is one of those, it came too far, but on the way up in 2020, everything looked absolutely roses. Yesterday was frustrating because I felt it was getting too much of that rally that like all the crypto names were getting, and I just felt it had too much risk in it. Given its unique position, having direct exposure to FTX, it didn't make sense to me that it would rally the same way Coinbase did. It's got a 50% short interest. This is where it gets a little bit dicey, because as much as I'm thinking it's a short, and I just always look back to, okay, you get your retracement levels 15 to 15 and a half, and that's the area that I'd look to be short this if it does a bit of a pop. Well, it's already made a flush out bottom at $12. It's testing it at the open. If it tries, I'll go back to a 3 minute so you can see. If it tries to slam that bid again and actually holds up, you can really get a squeeze on this. So if it taps 12 and shoots up, the way I want to approach this, my goal here is when it enters the zone I want to short 15 to 15.50, I'm not just sitting there in front of it. I'm not just going to put an order out, oh, look at me, I'm offering in front of a key level. I'm not doing that on Silvergate. It's going to get there, and if it shows me the signs of any kind of a turnaround or starting to slow down a little bit, finding that resistance zone, I'll try to get in on the back end. And if it gets to 18, I'll do the same. And if it gets to 20, I'll do the same. It's one thing to sit on the bid of Meta when you like the support. It's one thing to sit in the offer of Apple when you like the resistance level. This thing, 50% short interest, it's gotten this badly beaten up. A lot of shorts won, and a lot of shorts might be considering covering on this piece of news because they've been winning, but they got a bank as well. So you might see that squeeze if it can't get through that low of the day. So patience looking for any kind of secondary shorts on Silvergate today. Just because it's down 37% doesn't mean this is over. But at that open, how many times have we seen that initial squeeze at 9:30?
That I was looking at that Bed Bath & Beyond. That should be exciting today as well, as that just broke through $2. But yeah, I just put on the sticky note here today. Join me at TraderTV. Shawn, you can find out the sticky note. I just said SI. Wow, ouch. 15 long on a retrace. So I'm the same way there. I just wonder if you can find the sticky note again on Twitter and on Instagram actually. But I don't know. I'm just looking at 15 as just one of those, I mean, every dollar is a key level. We're already at 14 right now. We've kind of bounced off 12, 13. You're down 35%, but look at this move right now. It's starting to go back up to the upside. So, you know, a little bounce around action happening here at 15. I think it's worth a small little test here for a long if we do go ahead and take out that 15 level. So again, without going over, you know, the story, you can find it. It's on our watchlist.tradertv.live. You can sign up for that as well right now. But yeah, let's just go. Let's see. I mean, crypto's been an absolute disaster. I've told everybody that absolutely all year. I got out of Coinbase last January at $360. Coinbase is now $30. SI just weeks and months ago was $90. It's now $14. So, I mean, I've been sort of doubting these exchanges for a very, very long time. And then you had that FTX debacle, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, this is just going to continue until there's really more firm regulation on all of this. That's what I'm saying. I'm not buying any more crypto. I'm not doing anything. I just feel like the money that I have in there is in there now. And I mean, I'm like most people. There was something like 30-something% of Bitcoin or something hasn't moved in a couple of years. So, I mean, I would be included in that. It hasn't been years, but maybe the stat is 1 year. But anyways, there's not much movement here. I'm going to wait to see what the next shoe to drop is. If there is some sort of a bounce in Silvergate, I don't want to take these bottoms because we don't know where the bottom is, but I will try a bid here through $15 on Silvergate. So it's a long 15 Silvergate.
All right, let's get into a few things to discuss on this side of the border. Raheem Alani back with us again. Happy New Year. Good to see you.
Likewise. Happy New Year to you.
Back at it for a brand new year. We're going to talk a little bit about gold because for the first time in a long time, guys, gold's actually looking okay as far as the technical side of things on a daily chart, breaking out even, if you want to call it that, to the upside. I was reading an interesting article over the past couple of days that was basically pointing out the fact that if you were long gold all last year, you actually did okay. It was relatively flat on the year versus everybody knows what happened to equity markets.
Yeah, just gold as a whole. While when you talk about what's happening with the Fed and with interest rates, typically when the rates go the way they go, gold typically falls back down. There is sort of an artificial barrier at 1750, 1800, but gold has a nice 30% pop over the last little while. And so you're seeing gold at 1858, you're seeing it at 7-month high, and that's on the back of the Fed possibly going quarter point versus a half point.
Right.
Because that's sort of what gets priced in. So gold is, if you just held gold, you actually would have done well.
So typically we see, dollar down means gold's higher or vice versa, right?
Yeah.
And last year we got the complete opposite, both
yeah.
a dollar higher and gold higher.
Yeah.
I mean, not a lot higher on the year, but continuing to look pretty good. If we do get maybe one, maybe two additional hikes, as everyone is expecting from the Fed, where can this go?
I think, to be honest, I think if we get a quarter coming up here next, if we get a quarter point, gold will continue to start to creep up. The other thing that we're not necessarily pricing in is China's a big demander of just wholesale gold, jewelry gold, things like that. Chinese New Year's coming up, so you price that in as well. You've got India, which is a net buyer of jewelry gold, so those things start to push up. But the Chinese market opening does also come into play. If there is another quarter point, I think we'll still be okay. If it's a half point, we're trepidatious, but I think quarter point, we're good.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people expecting maybe a quarter and a quarter
Right.
going February into March. We'll see, obviously, what happens. It's worth noting there is a ton of Fed official speakers again today and then tomorrow as well, kind of indicating we got the hawkish tone from the Fed yesterday with the minutes from last month's meeting. But I want to talk, you mentioned China. I want to talk a little bit about some of the other minerals here as well, because if we mention copper, if we mention gold, we got to talk about some of the battery aspects as well.
Sure, yeah. Copper obviously is a predicator for what's happening in the market. As you start to build out infrastructure, you obviously need copper. So there is thought that if China does reopen, infrastructure starts to grow, copper is going to start to move as well.
Yeah.
There is going to be strong demand for copper, and if it's going to be offset by potentially shortages in supply, we'll see how that goes. But to your point, yeah, battery metals.
Yeah, there's a Canadian aspect to this as well.
Yeah, I was actually looking more from the uranium aspect for some of these small modular reactors. Like, how do you see uranium going out? Because I've been watching CCJ, some of these other names, URA. They're tight within a range, not really breaking out. What's going on with that?
Great question, and nice to meet you.
Sharif. Raheem Sharif.
Yeah, so sorry, uranium, I think it will have a breakout. You're starting to see increased demand in Canada as well as obviously in the US. There's massive demand on the nuclear reaction side. It's not as prevalent as it was, call it 10 years ago, let's call it now. It wasn't as prevalent as that is, but it's starting to grow, and you see some of these names starting to pick up, and we'll talk about one of the names coming up, and you'll see sort of similar charts on the smaller cap where they've just got some really good torque that have happened in the last 60 to 90 days.
All right, as always, let's give you a few interesting ideas here. This is mostly going to be on this side of the border, but as we head into a new year, everybody looking for ways that we can put our money to work that might be positive for a change.
Right.
Let's talk about First Quantum Minerals.
So yeah, First Quantum, one of the bigger copper producers in the world, sitting around $28. Now their biggest mine is in Panama. And the interesting thing that they have going on there is they are in negotiations with the government of Panama on re-upping their license there. Now, the government of Panama has requested certain things, and the First Quantum has obliged in certain areas, necessarily around taxes and dollars going into the country. I mean, there has been 10 billion spent in the last 25 years in Panama. It is one of the biggest. One of the biggest employers in Panama. Now, there's things around workers' rights. There's things around terminations, and if the mine was to go into somebody else's hands, how does that look? So they had a deadline of December 14th. That came and went. There was no agreement in place. They had restarted talks again on December 27th. I think the market has priced in that talks will go well, and that's why the stock has moved up from $20 in October to about 28. Hasn't hit the $45 high that it was at. So, depending on which way you want to flip that coin, or if you have some resources in Panama, then you want to ask around what's happening there, which way the Panamanian government's going to go, because in theory they could do what Venezuela does and nationalize the property, and then that's gone, and then who knows?
It seems like a lot of these charts, I mean, we saw FM there, a lot of these, though, with a very nice basing pattern, if you want to call it that, making the move off the low, where the overall market obviously is not. Back to the downside. Here's another one. Kinross, this is the wrong chart. I'll grab Kinross here. There we go. Yep. Back to the upside. This one looks a lot like gold. The only difference being here, we're talking $6 instead of obviously 1,800.
Yeah, no, exactly. But it follows a similar chart. You look at where it was, 3-4 months ago. It was at $4. It's up 50% to about just over $6 right now. They announced their quarterly dividend of about 3 cents. They are doing, a normal course issuer bid. We've talked about that in the past with other companies. So they have authorization until August next year to buy up to 114 million shares. So they obviously believe in themselves. So there will be a sort of baseline that they will implement themselves by the fact they have their normal course issuer bid. They've bought about 14 million shares to date. They are a large producer, so they will follow. You will see them following gold, but not to the extent again of the BRX of the world. So you might get a little bit more torque. You won't get a 50% lift in, say, a BRX in the last couple of months, but you might get that in a smaller name like that.
And these are pure plays. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and from a technical perspective too, Brendo, just reclaimed the 200 period moving average, so definitely showing a possible uptrend just on K alone without even having to do anything fundamentally, so good to know. Yeah,
if we want to, be involved in gold but not necessarily purchase the metal itself, these are simply ideas that we're throwing at you for that aspect. So here comes another one, Argonaut Gold Incorporated.
Yeah, Argonaut, they raised about $17 million recently. And again, if you look at that chart, they were down at 35 cents. They're sitting up around 60 cents. Their 52-week low was 32 cents. So, and they had a high just shy of $3. I think it was about 250, 275 was their 52-week high. So again, if you want to follow something a little bit similar, a smaller cap gold name that could follow that pattern up into where gold has been going.
When it comes to these smaller players, how much does the price of the metal depend on their success?
So again, with the smaller players we've talked about in the past, I mean, the price of the metal goes directly to the large players that are producing, and it's a very direct correlation. Yeah. But as you start coming down market into the smaller guys and into the ones that are early stage producers or not yet producing, they're the ones that sort of peters down to them after 2, 3, 4 FX. And then you start to price in whether it's going to be one that's going to be raising capital. Argonaut just recently hired a new CEO who formerly was with Teranga. Teranga recently sold and he was available, so they got him. So does someone say, hey, he recently sold Teranga, maybe he comes in to sell Argonaut? Who knows? I'm just conjecture. Yeah. But is that where that sort of petering down comes and the price starts to move up? So waters raise all boats.
Yeah, I want to, we'll wrap things up here with Fission, another little one, this one on the Venture Exchange here in Toronto, but look at this move this thing's had recently. Yeah. Tell us about this on the uranium side.
Yeah, to Sharif's point, just talking about what's happening with the world of uranium and again, how that peters down into the smaller companies, right? The larger guys will already have that price sort of torque in. Right. And then you look at a Fission and that chart's beautiful.
That's an excellent breakout chart. If you can go to my chart, guys.
Yeah, if you got it 3 months ago, you'd be sitting pretty nice, right?
Excellent.
And so these uranium names, I mean, if you take a look at Fission and you go back years and years, right? Every time there's been a lift in uranium, Fission is one of those smaller cap names that eventually catches that torque. And yeah, that's a name that was down at 3 cents, within the last 52 weeks.
Definitely
and sitting up at 33 cents right now, right? Excellent. So it's had a nice little, at 40 cents, right? And it's had a nice little
Where
run.
did they do the majority of their production?
Sorry, they're all in the Athabasca Basin, so here in Canada.
Excellent, okay.
So we've been talking, obviously, that we have to kind of reset our minds and reset our approach here, going away from maybe some growth aspects and putting money to work in other things that are working. And right now, metal's definitely that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to sit here and talk about CIBC and buying dividend bank stocks, but no one's watching me for that.
Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Group here in Toronto. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Always good to see Rahim. And so certainly, when you talk about the commodities, they've been certainly a place that a lot of people have gone to. I see in the chat people bigging up Enbridge, nice little, blue chipper in Canada, right? I mean, I don't know what you guys would call it that in the States, but just a couple of things quickly here because, the NASDAQ did make a recent low on that number, and I kind of briefly or quickly sort of said I picked up Meta in front of 126. I just wanted to show you guys. If you watched the show yesterday, you probably know that was that support level on Meta here, and we're going long off that pretty much the entire day. And then we sort of stepped up to, we got to 126s and a half, 75s, and then some 127s in the afternoon. But really, it was about that 126 dip buy. It's already challenged. I did scalp some out here during the register, but we are trending back into the downside. And if it can't hold that support from yesterday at the open, then I'll just get out of Dodge. I do still like Meta in terms of some relative strength, but you made a pretty convincing top yesterday, and if you start breaking down that 125.75 area, you do run into some. That's not really a gap fill, but you had a wide range where you essentially had floated up the previous session. I mean, I guess to start the week, obviously, but so I think if you could float down through there, too much of a gap fill is going to be in play for me on Meta. So I did pick that one up. Just having a quick look at it, some of the guys in the back were talking about the crypto, and we're talking some Silvergate, so I wanted to go over Coinbase because I don't think we went over Coin. It's only down 7%. I'd like to think on that headline, Coin could have a worse day than that, so I am looking for Coinbase to short some pops. I want some volume to come in at the open. Silvergate's kind of stealing the thunder in terms of volume, but we get a pop into that 36.5 area, and I'll probably look to start shorting in Coinbase. Really, I almost feel like it's too quiet on Coinbase right now, and things will pick up on this at the open, but right now, it's just I haven't seen a print on this thing since I called it up just now.
Really?
A coin,
I'm surprised.
It's 33 shares. There's one now for 9 shares. It's not really doing that much, but it's gonna move, but not now.
I thought there would have been more volume in that name. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Raheem. People saying Raheem the Dream in the chat. You've heard that before. I bet you
all
have,
the time.
Young fella. All right, so I'm already short. Thanks, Raheem. It's always great to have Raheem. And Neil and I, we were sitting here, and I was like, do we have a guest today? And he's like, Raheem. I was like, what? Feels like he was just here, but that's a good thing. We like having Raheem back over there. Lots of great ideas and some new names that we often don't talk about, and they're not like on the top of everybody's mind. So that's great. And I like Sharif busting out the questions in there.
Science,
maybe they should have been introduced before then, but that was an absolutely great thing. I think Sharif is doing absolutely fire over there as well. So we're already short Bed Bath & Beyond right now. I took the $2 short. I tweeted that out as well. Crazy that Bed Bath & Beyond is $2 now.
I know.
Just absolutely. I mean, the writing was on the wall. We had, unfortunately, that suicide or whatever from the CFO or whatever. That was really sad. And I think that was $7 or $8 at that time. Now you're down to $2, and there's a going concern here that they've even mentioned themselves that there is some doubt as to the longevity of the company. So I'm going to go short up to 225 on Bed Bath & Beyond. So another name we sort of just added here to the sticky note. But yeah, man, it's going to be a good day. I don't know. People asking, are we bullish or bearish? I mean, this guy's a bull from yesterday. We didn't turn it around. The market's down 0.6 right here on the NASDAQ and very similar on the ES down 0.5. So to be bullish in these kind of environments.
It's hard. It's a challenge, man.
I can't be. The only name
I almost changed it yesterday, but then I was like, nah, let's not do it and jinx it. So
it's more just a statement of like just how sad everything is right now. Every single market move up seems to get faded. We tried to get saved a little bit there yesterday by the Fed minutes, but you know what? I don't feel like
they didn't say the things that you wanted to hear if you wanted to go bullish early on this year.
Yeah,
you didn't get what you wanted. Hopefully,
the thing about it too is that what's going to actually trigger rate cuts, I mean, it's going to, or a Fed pivot to begin with. I don't.
They're basically just talking how they don't want to
be unemployment, I guess. But then millions of people have to lose their jobs for that to happen.
Forget about cutting rates is what they're telling us until you see something extreme happen on the economic data front, whether it's inflation or something happens to the job markets. It's too strong right now.
Gold just fell, GLD here just fell so gold down 1% here. What did Raheem say about gold?
What did you do to gold?
He just tanked the whole freaking market right here. So, all right, let's go, man. It's been a big morning, a good morning. It's 9 o'clock. We're getting ready to rock and roll. Let's go over to the desk.
All right, quickly here, let's get some upgrades and downgrades for you as we head through to 9 o'clock here. There's a look at what's on watch here this morning. DocuSign, Oracle, Delta, Comcast on this side. Some of the streamers actually were a little bit stronger than the rest anyways yesterday. So we'll have a look at Warner Brothers, Comcast maybe. There's that Coinbase we were discussing early on, CrowdStrike's here, Nordstrom, and KMX, I think, I'll double check, but I think they have earnings next week as well for CarMax. So we'll have a look at that. Here's a very positive so far social sentiment board for you, including, HKD, remember that one? That was fun. It's back in action so far today. Tesla's here. BBBY green, surprisingly, even with this negative news this morning. Tough to see, but that's AMC at the bottom there. But a lot more positivity than I was expecting after that ADP report that came out stronger than expected. Speaking of the overall market, let's get Arun in here, get a check of the futures. So we get the ADP number this morning, Arun. The big one, though, coming tomorrow at this time with the non-farm payrolls.
Yeah, and this market's tightening up in a range, and I don't see much to do here. ADP number came in. Well, we got the non-farm payrolls on Friday, so ADP number came in, and it quite moved it from about 70 to 50, and we're still here at 50. I don't know how much we can go further down because we are in a tight range. So let's see if we can actually maybe go a little bit further. I do have a level down there. I have 38.30 down through the bottom. If we can maybe stabilize below 50, we can probably open something up on the long side. We are going to have to play tight inside the range, though. I hate to do it, but it's going to have to be a range trade type of situation. It is tightening up even further than yesterday. So we'll see if this one can get some action to the downside so we can open up long. 38.30 down through the bottom, 39.10. That's the range inside of the range. The big one really is going to be 39.50 through 3800. So keep in mind, that's the big one that really matters. We need to break out of that one to really make a move in the market. Until then, we're going to have to play ranges within ranges and levels within levels and be smart about it. But for now, we are looking at 50, and we saw some buying here between 40 and I guess low to high 30s yesterday. So we'll see if we get that as well. But for now, it does look like ranges within ranges are going to be the way to go until we get this breakout.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Make sure you grab that every single day, guys. That is the link to the watch list. We do all of your homework for you, and then we just send it to you. It comes right to your inbox for free, if I didn't mention that. All you do is hit that link, enter your email, and you can have that every single day. A number to get through here, so let's get right going. SI, huge move down. As soon as I sat down this morning, it was one of the first things that popped up. It was down more than 30% at one point, still struggling here to find any kind of a bottom. So basically, 8.1 billion in withdrawals had to be covered post the FTX debacle, collapse, whatever you want to call it, and they had to sell assets at a steep loss to cover that. They also came out then and updated their current quarter numbers that were also a mess, talking about deposits, missing estimates, guys. Is this move too big already, or what do we do here with SI, Shawn?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't, other than going short, I mean, I talked about 15, and the thing about this was, and again, Brendan just went over all the numbers there. Obviously not a great report, nothing to be proud of there. The 8 billion just evaporated. I mean, that's never going to be a good sign, especially when your market cap right now is $400 million, and you got liquidated 8 billion. Like, I don't. These numbers, to me, honestly, man, like I don't even understand how these companies really did exist in the first place, but that's because I wasn't able to wrap my head around it. I talked about getting out of, I was in Coinbase at the IPO. I mean, it was a lot of hype up there. I actually wound up making a little bit of money on Coinbase, buying near the top and selling even more near the top. And that was just a complete fluke. But I've never been into SI. Neil was into SI earlier on. This name was like $200, something like that. I mean, it was all the rage, and it's like a crypto bank. And you know what? Whether or not it serves a purpose or not, it probably does. I mean, I think a lot of these companies serve a purpose, and I mean, the crypto market just needs to figure itself out. I mean, there's not too many positive sort of tailwinds here to come with crypto, and it just seems to be more and more negative. Bitcoin holding around 16,000, I think, is great, but that's the kind of stuff that we talked about. I've been saying it for 6 to 8 months. Why would you ever be in an exchange if you're playing crypto? Because I wasn't sure about the regulations, and I think this is all coming to head now. You know, where's the risk? Where's the risk management? What is the contagion of a Silvergate maybe filing for bankruptcy? What does that do to Coinbase? We saw it happen with FTX, and then now you're seeing a pull down in some of these other names. And how do you trust it? At least Bitcoin is a 24-hour market. That's kind of the saving grace, because, and I said this, I've been saying this, like, that's why I'm not frustrated about it. I'm more frustrated myself. I should be short. It's like, you can get out. So you wake up today, you're down 40%. Bitcoin's down 40% maybe last year. I mean, if we look at it, I'll have to go double check how much it was down. But this is one day, you know? The point about holding coins on exchange, I don't know if that's going to be something moving forward or not. We've seen people lose a hell of a lot of money holding coins on these exchanges. Are people pulling it out, putting into cold storage, which I personally asked Sam Bankman-Fried live on this show. I asked him about cold storage, and he told us to hold, you know, if you're holding coins on reputable exchanges, it should be okay. How about your exchange? So there's lots of uncertainty here with all of these names. For me, as a day trader, I think the best play is to wait for the long. I mean, I could talk about how crappy this business is and everything, but at the end of the day, Neil highlighted it earlier, it's a 50, I mean, we have thanks to Trade Ideas for this as well, 54 on Trade Ideas. Neil highlighted some other places, 58s, 55s, things like that. So there, you know, we got to play the technicals in the market, and part of that is going to be a possible for a squeeze back up to the upside here. So I'm going to wait to see what does happen, but Silvergate for me is a non-starter, and I don't know, it's not investable, but there is a good long opportunity, so I'm going to take it if it breaks 15.
Yeah, look, the reason why people invest in a stock like this, and quite frankly why it was so great, was early on when crypto was already making some bigger moves to the upside, and you weren't really going to get like your 5Xs and your 6Xs. When Bitcoin broke like 20,000 and those types of moves, you end up getting like 2, 3X, or if you took Ether in the right spots, maybe you got that. But you had a chance early on in Silvergate with the hype to be able to catch it in 2020 when there was free money going everywhere. But as it's unwound, there hasn't been a bottom. And I think the worry is, in this space, you know, the bottom can technically always be zero. If I was, look, I could have shorted in front of 15, and I just told you guys that I wouldn't stand in front of the level. It just pulled back $1.50. So I'm going to go back to the old rule. It's not really an old rule because it's only about like maybe a year old or less. I've been trading longer than that. But if it can't break the low, there's only one place to go when it's down 40% and when it's got a high short float. And that just means it's more likely to squeeze. So if I see a challenge of that bottom that holds up, or even right now, you've got a double bottom higher low at 13 even. Like if that just holds at the open and we just cannot seem to get through it, and you can get a risk to reward long, either like a 13.50 off 13 or like a 12.50 off 12 or something like this, which gives you all kinds of room to the first resistance. I love those notions. I won't short anything till I see it get there and how it reacts at that price, whether that's 15 or whether that's 18. Those are the levels I'm looking at. $20, who knows where it can go, but you got to be very careful shorting this name. Coinbase, I'm not saying it's safer to short Coinbase, but I will be there on Coinbase. If we break out on Silvergate and that starts squeezing, I think there's going to be a turn on Coinbase as well, and that might be the better sympathy play, but I'll be on both.
All right, let's go to tech here. We got Amazon back on watch after, I mean, yesterday was an interesting move. We were positive, I should say, to start things off, go negative, and then come back to basically flat with the overall market. So relative weakness coming into play yesterday for Amazon. Here we are already back to basically that middle of the range from yesterday after this comes out. The CEO saying job cuts going to exceed 18,000, which was the prior number.
Well, you just knew this was going to happen. We saw it last year with Shopify. They overshot about how they expected consumer preferences to be after the pandemic. They overhired. And this is also a company with an appetite for investing outside its area of competence.
Yeah.
So when you know what hits the fan, there's going to have to be some cost-cutting measures. And that's what we see here, guys.
Yeah, it seems like they maybe underestimated the first time around when this came out. So Amazon, guys, back under pressure, but holding that range from yesterday.
Yeah, so look, Amazon, usually the market has been responding to cost cutting pretty favorably. You'll see it up 0.7%, and I don't know, I'm kind of missing some of yesterday's data. Let me go to my 3-minute, and that'll probably look a little bit. No, I'm missing yesterday on the 3-minute as well. So that's a little bit frustrating. Best way to look at this is when I go back to the 15. 87 is the big level. 87 is the only thing I wrote down today because I wasn't sure we'd see the bottom at 82. But if you're beneath 87, that was previous resistance. As far as I'm concerned, if you got there at the end of the day on, it's not that it was light volume at the end of the day or in the pre-market when you're gapping above, you have to react to some trading at that key price level. I know we haven't really seen anything but rejection of that on the open. Like rejection of that on the open to start the year, rejection of that price area at the open yesterday. So if we do get a pop into 87, do we see a rejection again? I'm going to try to bet on the yes. If it clears through, finds a bit above 87, it sets up for a breakout. But that's not the first trade that will be there on Amazon. I feel like it's going to be a fade off that 87 first. If we see the bottom, I do like this 82 channel down there. I think ultimately you've seen the market respond pretty positively to this, so I will be looking for bottoms on Amazon if we have a market flush. I favor 82. If it decides it wants yesterday's lows, I'll take a shot at that as well.
Yeah, so Amazon is the #1 name here on the sticky note, but the thing is that we're getting close. Oh no, 80, getting close. I wrote down here 84.50 as a possible long spot here, just down to where we were yesterday. But the reason why I said here on what we were doing was that Daryl on the chat was liking the short, and I like the short too up here, and I wish I had it up here around 87. I like those cost-cutting numbers coming through there on the jobs. I mean, it was 10,000 up to 18,000. I think we talked about what's going to be rally point for some of these markets. Maybe, this is the rally for Amazon. I even said it. I was like, what's going to rally the market? More job cuts is the only way that we're going, or people losing their jobs was going to create a possible down sort of flow into the rates. But again, maybe Amazon's doing it themselves. And I think that's what a lot of these corporations need to do, is need to cut some of the, I don't know, workforce, but some of the expenditures or that they haven't really been needing recently, and just get back to a little bit more, I don't know, I don't want to say like trimmed down, but they got to control costs. I mean, we're spending a little bit out of control. Now money's more expensive. You got to watch out what you're doing. I'm going to try to wait for this 84.50. We're going to try to go long here at 84.50 and then respect 84. If we break down below that, then we're gone. The market's down 0.75 right now. So, I mean, as we continue to make these moves to the downside, I really have to focus on being patient, waiting for key levels. So Amazon's a name I'm working with. It's not my favorite tech name today, but it is one that's on the watch list.
Let's continue here. More China negativity coming through for Tesla this time. We'll get to some of the Chinese ADRs coming up, but let's talk Tesla, because 55,796 was the number that was delivered from Tesla last month. Again, these are China-made Model 3s or Model Ys coming out of Hong Kong. So that number, missing estimates, more negativity coming through, guys, for Tesla today.
Yeah, it's not a good look. Tesla, it was about to catch it. Oh, my bad, Tesla. First things first, 125.75 got taken out of Meta, so I got out. I had to stop. I'm going to adhere to that stop. If it tries to hold that back in 15 minutes at the open, then I can jump back into it. But in the pre-market, I'm going to have my stop and try not to get too crazy about things. Tesla was looking like it wanted to challenge 115. So, I mean, look, the level's pretty obvious. Pre-market highs. Yesterday, couldn't get through 115. You probably heard us talk about that as resistance in the afternoon. It's still there. It's still to be respected. I think it's setting up that it wants to break out at some point. But you have another rollover on relatively bad news. It's not like their year-end delivery numbers in general were good, but the market was kind of bouncing off of that big sell-off. If it gets back up at 115, I'll probably look for a bit of a short there. I don't want to touch no man's land in this stock. So it's either going to be down, sort of testing yesterday's lows, that 105 to 107 area we saw the last couple of days. I think that sounds a little bit better for support, or it's a fade to that 115. I came in really thinking, hey man, if we show some strength on that 830 number, there's some breakouts that are set up, and then every single one of them is now turning into another resistance level. Like Amazon above 87 has turned into 87 resistance. Tesla above 115 has turned into 115 resistance for me, and there'll be a few others as well.
All right. So, you just talked about Tesla. I mean, we're not going to have this on our list, but I'm in this position right now, so I'm going to talk about it quickly here. We just got along into Google right now. Let me see if these are working today. Yeah, we haven't tested them, I don't think, but there it is. Yeah, so Google, we're going to go into this long here. It doesn't look that great off of these levels. I mean, these were the bottoms the last couple of days. I still can't wrap my head, around why Google just keeps getting hit pretty much every single day. We're now 10 cents in the money on it. But I'm just trying to play off some of these levels more on a longer time frame here, like the 20 period. These bottoms of 86, that's it. So I got long now. I've written down on here 87. So unfortunately, we got 87, 25, 24s right now, and I'm just going to be long until 86 comes through. I don't know if the market, sure, we're heading to the downside here, but I just almost wonder if it's going to be one of those days where we kind of float around back and forth. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here, is we could get some bottom, a little bit of a push to the bottom here for Google, whether or not 87 holds. If it does, great. I mean, yesterday it held, right? And we're at the bottoms from where we were. So let's just see if that can, hold out there. But for right now, I'm going to go long into Google. And again, I was asked yesterday, why, how do I look for the levels? Honestly, look, I don't have one technical thing on here other than candles, right? I mean, they're just facts. So when you're coming down into here, 86 bucks, let's see if it holds. And I mean, what you got to do when you're trying to pick levels and things like that is understand and try to figure out which way you actually think the market's going. And for right now, the market's going to the downside, so I'm going to wait and be patient at downside levels to pick up value down there, right? And so that's how I'm going to play that name. Silvergate's down to 13 right now, and still looking to make new lows right here, right now. I am. If I can get a piece out here on Google, I think I should do that near this 87.50. Take 25 cents, because if the market was open, I'd take 25 cents. So let's try to do that right now. Again, target for Google up here like 88s, basically. If we can get to that, I'd be happy to take 75 cents real quick. But so far, so good here to start the day. I do like Tesla, but again, I just feel like you want to watch the market, and there's just better setups for me today than TSLA.
Continue along. Did you trade Tesla yesterday?
Not Tesla, but XPEV.
XPeng. Yeah, we're going to talk about China a little bit here coming up as far as the ADRs are concerned, but more obviously negativity when it comes to Tesla today, back to the downside.
Yeah, well, oh geez, I mean, what can you say about this? Yeah. Are we talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about. We'll move on. Right? I know you love Tesla so much, so I wanted to give you
so much, and I've been saying it right more often, Shawn. I've been saying Tesla a lot more lately, guys. Let's have a look at XPeng here, because it made a big boy move yesterday, up almost 20% at its day's highs, but it rejected off that 12 level most notably. Today, yeah, gapping down a bit, down almost 3%, but I see this $11 level as an interesting area of support. That goes back to the third. Looks like we topped out there. I'm looking for a possible bounce off 11 and maybe a retracement back to the days to yesterday's close at around 11.50. That gives you a room for a 57 penny move if you're able to take the entire thing. So that's how I see it. But they rode the coattails of Chinese EV makers coming out with good production numbers, and I guess today it's giving back a little bit of gains.
All right. Speaking of automakers, Ford just popping up here on volume, guys. Yes, 179,279 vehicles sold in December, up 3.2% year over year for F. Just going red to green there on a bit of a spike back to the upside. Okay, let's go Chinese ADRs back downside today. Monster moves right across the board, well discussed on the show yesterday, obviously, for all of these. Alibaba specifically, with its own catalyst when it comes to Ant and the financing aspect, ends up lagging the rest. I mean, still had a great day, but ends up lagging the rest when it comes to the size of the overall move.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, there's been a lot of probably profit taking at these levels. We've seen depressed levels for these Chinese ADRs for a while, so who knows who's taking any profit, but we'll see. I mean, they're always on my radar. They should be on yours, and they provide a lot of volatility. So.
Yeah, I mean, almost 20% right across the board for some of these yesterday. I was just going to grab this headline here so we can have a look at Ford as well, guys. So delivery numbers just coming through. That's December total U.S. EV specifically, 7,823. Look at that, 223% uptick. I have seen more and more Ford F-150 Lightnings cruising around downtown Toronto of late as well. So we can go to China, guys, or have a look at Ford, whatever you like.
I actually do want to look at Ford in a second, but I got to look at the Chinese names because, like, Alibaba was insane, and the volume on Baba's it's kind of like Neo. Like the volume's really good, so even if XPeng sometimes moves more, day traders like to trade that. But BABA, there was 97 on the daily chart, there was 100, which was psychological, and then there was another level which sort of came into play after the facts. This was 97 at the open, held, lower high, and this is what happened at 100. Absolute explosion through the $100 level. So if we get down there, sort of obvious what I think about it. There was 102, which is where the first time it really looked like things would pull back and it broke out a second time, was off that 102 price area. So that's what I'm looking. 102, 100, 97. Just going right back to the three key levels from yesterday. At this point, you are setting up for dip buys at those. So we're going to test 100. I think if we get a flush at the open, we'll test that first. You got this 97. There's always a nice little chance for a breakout here at 102 as well. But we'll look for that at about 9:30. Ford gets interesting because every dollar on the stock has been a pretty good one. But I want to digest those. I wasn't really looking at Ford, but that $12 level is where we're breaking out. You just took out yesterday's high at 12.10. So this does get pretty spicy to maybe give it back to 12 or like 11.90 on a long play. So I might add this to the list just to try to get long in front of the pre-market low. If it breaks that, then fair enough. But if it tries to rally, heck, man, Ford, it's been making a bounce since 11, and each time it's bounced off that price, it generally speaking has made it to like 13, 14 with a few pullbacks inside there. So good news today. I think it's worth a shot in front of the pre-market low.
Yeah, look, I mean, I like to day trade Ford, when it does get to key levels, but I mean, realistically, sometimes it doesn't move as much as some of these other names, so I think you just got to be really, really patient, but it's a really great move to the upside. I think you want to wait for 12s or this 11. I mean, you want to be really patient. I think you wait for 11.90. This is another name when, I think that it is worth getting some money to work here in some of these names. So, I've been buying Ford. I mean, the last Ford I bought 11.50 there or so. I mean, I was 11.38, I think it was. So it's a great move back up to the upside here off these 11 bottoms. Just try to find a name that you believe in that has a 5% dividend. Its PE is 5. It's just a great name to own, I think, anyways. And like Brendan said, man, the more cars, the merrier. I mean, they've made the switch over to EV to a lot of their big names. The F-150 is the largest selling truck in North America, and now it's electrified. So, hey, I think it's going to be a good move for them. More on the road, more people will see them. More people probably flock to Ford. I like it. I don't know if that Mach-E, the Mustang, is worth anything, but we'll trade that for what it is here today. We just got out some more Bed Bath & Beyond. I got out at 30% so far. The first out was actually at 95, not good. Then I have back-to-back 93s. So I'm waiting for lower on Bed Bath & Beyond. And we got a 44 fill. So we'll go like this. Wake up, everybody. We only have 10 minutes now, or 8 minutes until the market opens. But there it is. We'll take a quick 20-cent win for us here on Google. Very early to celebrate anything. I mean, this market is going to be a spicy one. We'll take a quick look at these imbalances right now. Not too many big names on here. Neil just talked about Alibaba. That's right here for 112,000 shares to sell off the open Ford. That probably ramps up a little bit. Only 81,000 right now. Probably gets a little bit bigger. Other than that, I don't really see anything that will be trading too much today. CCL is small at 90,000. Shout out to Nicole Harris from yesterday. Thank you for the super chat on CCL, as that's down 2% now again as well. Possibly looking at an $8, but again, that's so far away. But yeah, not much on the imbalance locator as of yet. I mean, this market's going to be another fun one to trade. I think the key is going to be patience one more time as we let this market settle down. Yesterday, we started up 0.6, and then very quickly we turned red. So with Microsoft falling $8 or whatever it was off the open there yesterday, let's just keep being responsible with our trades and make sure we get our money in at the right spots.
Little one just popping up here, EVGO. This is a charging name on the electric vehicle side of things. 3.5% right now. I was just checking to see if this actually printed up here. I don't think it actually did, but 540 was the high there. Huge move to the upside. So a new deal with Amazon just coming through there for EVGO. Again, this is on the charging side of things, so I'll read more about that, but EVGO on watch there, guys, a little one popping up. A couple things to note for Apple today, which was, it was kind of quiet yesterday, let's be honest, as far as the price action for Apple. Foxconn recovering, they came out and said, remember earlier in the week we were talking about 90% capacity. They said that could be even further than that as far as the end of this week or into next week as far as production is concerned. In the meantime, Apple's going to look for Luxshare Precision to jump into the production game as well and I guess maybe just a hedge as far as these problems that they continue to have.
Yeah, and it's not a new producer for them. They've been using them for Apple's MacBook chargers, iPhone chargers, etc. And I think it's just part of a bigger thing, Brendo, where Apple is really trying to diversify its sourcing, and I think that's going to become more relevant towards countries as it is companies. So I think Vietnam they're looking at as well. So we'll see how Apple does.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense considering the problems they've had in this department, guys. What do we do with Apple here?
I think it's good. I think it's a range bound for a day for Apple. Like, I actually don't see us. 129.50 is famously, not really famously, but earlier this week, that's where we're long in front, and when we didn't reverse, it dropped like $4 on us. It was a good out. It's where I like resistance at 129 into 129.5. You can see there was heavy trading off the open. If we get there, I think it's a fade. You saw that yesterday as it tried to get to that price. And I don't really like it. I don't really like testing bottoms till you get down testing 125. But we only have 5 minutes to go. I did want to make sure I covered the chip names because I always feel like we'll get through and there's so much to talk about, and then if it's not on the rundown, we don't really talk the chip names despite wanting to trade them. Micron was the strongest of the chip names that I saw yesterday. Broke out clean off that 51 area that we've been talking about the last little bit. It had a rally into the highs. It tried to get to the 50 period on the daily, got very close. We shorted it off the top. In front of that, it was a good pullback. It's now traded at 55, only in pre-market. That's a nice little barrier for Micron here, rejecting the 50-period moving average. Look, don't get me wrong. If the market wanted to rally and we clear above that, I think there's longs to be had in this stock. But when you're rejecting the 50-period and I have this kind of selling, that's going to set it up for a short off the open in front of that level. I just like Micron here because of how far it went in yesterday's trade and then setting up that level off the 50-period moving average.
So yesterday we were pretty patient with Apple yesterday, including all these shorts here. But look what happened once it took off, right? We talked about that move to the downside here off the open. That was a good move, and then eventually we got caught shorting the 125 area, 125.25 there off the bottom from the day before, thinking that 125 was going to break. We were able to short it all the way up to 126 and then got it all the way back out when it came all the way back down, then messed with the short again at 126 before it broke up to 129. So, we were in this name yesterday. It was pretty successful. No, we have all these wicks there. It was pretty successful. So I'm going to have to watch out for that 125 bottom. But our charts are messing up here for Apple with all these wicks. So unfortunately, right now, until I clean them up, it's going to look ridiculous. So Bed Bath & Beyond now breaking through 90 right here. So, this is a name that's working out for me so far. Short $2 down to 90. We're 10 cents in the money on this one. We can get rid of the rundown now. I think we're pretty much done with that one. Thank you, boys, for that. Here goes Bed Bath & Beyond right now, down right now to 188. Brendan, I see Fed Bostic here getting a little lippy here. What do you got?
Yeah, the second, I guess it was. George was talking earlier. Yeah, the second Fed official coming through as far as comments today. So we'll keep an eye on that. I mean, the market is pushing back towards the lows at this point. I want to mention this one just to wrap things up here, guys. 250% little one, BLPH on a licensing deal for, speaking of, China. Sharif, you're looking at this one.
Yeah, China and a biotech company, Brendo. So the best of both worlds. We know biotechs have been running a lot lately. Let's go to my screen, guys, because this is breaking out as we speak. Day's high, well, I shouldn't say day's high, right? Now, morning's high is 323. This is a former runner, so it's been up. Let's have a look at the daily chart before we send it back to the boys. We're looking at resistance level at every possible level. So this is going to be look at the tape and look for the chart patterns kind of trade.
Yeah, 9 million free float on that, guys. Just noteworthy.
I realize I don't have some buttons on my sleeves, but look, this stock, it's a small float.
What do you mean you don't have buttons on?
No, they weren't done up.
Oh, down there.
I'm like, I'm not properly.
Someone, just before you guys want to answer a question, because that Rage said, how am I in Google? I'm in Google L. That's all he was wondering.
Does better volume.
Well, no, and they're different prices. He's like, how could you have that price when it hasn't hit yet?
Yeah.
But it's Google. So sorry about that. Just wanted to clarify that. Go ahead.
Traders usually just stick with whichever one has more volume, and it always has more. But this BLPH, it's actually not a terrible, at least recently hasn't been a terrible looking chart, but it's got so much room to the upside. This is going to be a halt candidate. So just watch out off the open if you don't like getting caught in halt moves, just given how much room this has on a pullback. I don't think you're getting to some significant dip levels without a halt back into the downside, which brings me to HKD. So it's doing things again. If it gets to $20, I think that's sort of an obvious fade on HKD. It's got 3 million in volume, so it is a bit of a mover. I have to zoom in way too far to be able to show you the last time it tried to spike and it failed at 20 even, but this is that one that went to $2,500, came all the way back, tried a second salvo in there. It's not happening again. So get that out of your head usually. If it makes a move to 30, that would be crazy. If it makes a move to 40, I think that would be pretty impressive as well. But that 20 level, I think, runs into some trouble. I want to talk Netflix. We have 1 minute to go here. Netflix, super strong yesterday, one of the stronger names. Only down 1%, but I like that 302. Remember that 300 to 302 need to clear 302. So on the way back in, I'll look for 302 to hold in front of that 300 level. If it takes out the top, this one also has some room to run. Want to look for some things that were relatively strong to pick up some bids here. Netflix is one of those for me. We already talked Amazon, we talked Meta. Microsoft, we did not go over. So just lastly, Microsoft, no change, 230. 230 in the afternoon is what it was. At 230 is the only level I like to the short side. That was the weakest name of big tech. And if it can't break 230, I think it's a short once again. Less than 20 seconds. Shoot, we didn't look at the imbalances, did we?
We didn't look at the imbalances, but that's okay. It was only 20 seconds to go right now. Yeah, we're getting ready to rock and roll. Google's nicely in the money right now for us. Again, we only have 15 seconds now on the bell as Fahad makes his way over to the bell. Now it's only 10 seconds. Here we go.
Someone had leg day.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to do this, man. Google, watch out for 87 bottoms here. 3, 2, and 1. All right, let's go. Let's do this. The market is now unceremoniously open. Thanks for that one, Fahad. As we go, that's some weak sauce, man. Look, I don't want his kids, to see that move. I mean, that was pretty weak there, Fahad. But shout out to that. You got to change it up. You got to change it up. We just missed Google. We were at 87.60 there to get a piece out. Went up to 87.58 right there. So let's see what happens now. Up to the upside. Let's go, Google. Right here, Bed Bath & Beyond is making that move down. We just got an 85 fill right there. So that was a good one for us, and that's what we're looking for. Now some more downside pressure here for Bed Bath & Beyond. Look at the market starting to give up a little bit here. So we have some lower targets that we have in mind here. Google, that sucks that we didn't get that first initial bump out because they're looking, look, I was at 87.60. It went to 58. You can see it right there. Here's the pullback. We're waiting for 86. We don't have many shares. We're waiting for 86 to come in, play on that one, and a few other names as well.
Yeah, so Micron's starting to come into me. It's about 54.30. I want to wait till it gets closer to 54.5 to try the short. But Silvergate, it did test the low here. It got to 12.50, and right at the open, it starts making its bounce play. So it wasn't 13 necessarily where it made that bottom, but it was 13 the first long I said I was going to try. It's going to give me that opportunity here. This is just about not breaking the low at the open, finding a support level, and then playing in front of it. We're going to get close on Micron, and I will take a look back in on Alibaba. That's another one that we are tracking. Just want to get my orders out there. BABA heading down toward that 100 level, so it looks like it's going to test 100 relatively early here, and we'll take a shot on BABA in front of that.
All right, so we're going to get loaded up very, very soon, hopefully here on, did we get that fill? No, we did not. Damn it, what's going on here, Amazon? I was waiting for, I'm just going to leave Bed Bath & Beyond. That's just going to the downside here. We should be able to be good on that one here for Bed Bath & Beyond. But, it's, there we go. I'm at 66. Okay, there it is. So now we're long. We're long AMD down here, hopefully at the bottom. I don't know.
Already?
We're also long right now on, I don't know if it's going to be the bottom or not. We'll take a 72 print if we can get it here on AMD. The market is tank city right now a little bit. And what I mean by that, there's been no reprieve, just straight to the downside, all red candles here. So we are long at 60 on AMD. We talked about that. It's a level written right here for you on the sticky note. And there it is right now. We're already taking some profit on this one. Let's see if AMD wants to float a little higher here.
Yeah, just got 1-to-1 on SI there. So when it gets 1-to-1, I'm going to take that. If it breaks out the next level, that'll be 13.75. I'll look up to 14.20 or so to try and get that next leg. As a matter of fact, just in case it does it while I'm looking over here. Oh, goodness. Okay, well, yeah, it just spiked to 14 even. I went to 14.20. But let's see. If it breaks 14, I want to take some out on the north end of it. There it goes. Oh, wow, this is starting to really accelerate. So now at this point, it's like not tape teleportation, but kind of that notion. So if we break out, it's 15s that I'm going to want here on Silvergate. We'll let the rest ride. It held the low at the open, that 13 support, so we move on to the next. Tesla just broke 110, by the way, so it's absolutely flushing. And the short I have is in Micron because it finally made that pop. I guess it got to 60s. I caught it on the way back at 54.40, but I got the short here in Micron as Tesla once again just get punked.
Yeah, everything. I mean, honestly, man,
Everything,
everything right now is getting hit to the downside, which is
Ford.
fine. We have Bed Bath & Beyond short, that's 15 cents. We don't have anything else. The name that we were looking short it's gone already, man. I was hoping that we would be able to get something on Microsoft today, and that's why I went over here to see if it was potentially bumping. Obviously, it's not doing anything like that. No. Just getting to the downside. Where were we yesterday on Microsoft? Oh, I think, are we already below where we were yesterday on Softy? Softy right here. 226.13. Yeah, we are well below. That would have been a nice hit there, downside on yesterday's bottom there for Microsoft, as right now we're down to 225 and change here on MSFT. All my longs, they're okay. AMD is just kind of sitting here around the money, but making a move down. I mean, as the market goes, this is what's going to happen, and it sucks because I am net short right now, or sorry, net long, looking for some more shorts, but I'm not at any spots yet that I have to panic about, any of these levels. I'm waiting for Amazon to get a little bit lower. We talked about an 84 there on Amazon, and be as patient as we possibly can. So here it is right now, back into 84.50. So we're long on Amazon, and just as a target, like 83.50 here. Like if we break lower than that, then obviously we've got a few more problems right now. So we're gonna go long again, Amazon on 84. If it breaks through 84 though, we're gone. So again, I thought it would be a good story here. Even Ford, guys, Neil, pulling back.
I got Ford here. Yeah,
did you just get into it?
I just got into it on that dip. So it was late news on Ford, and I did grab that 95 in front of that 90 bottom. I immediately just said if it breaks back above 12, this is a violent move to the downside. Let's just see if we can snap some of this out here on the way back up. I apologize to whoever in the chat. I said something that triggered their Siri, which I might have done again. I have no idea how I would have done that, but if I did, that's my bad. I'm not trying to do that or anything like that. Micron, I was able to get some out just now in front of 54, so we'll power that one up, but I want something, I just wanted a bit more to the short side, and nothing really came up to pick me up. I mean, I liked 87 on Amazon, forget about that, but if there's a regret that I'm going to have, this happens when you go for a dip buy, and you guys know this. You don't know exactly where it's going to dip. I figured a 100 on Alibaba. It went to 165. So it just did not really come close enough. You're right back above that 102. So now I want to, if we can start holding above 102, that'd be the next leg up. Not necessarily what I wanted, but this is where it's at. So 102 was the next level. I might just have to work along off 102 instead, which would be a relatively tight stop from here. Brendo?
From the watch list, guys, WBA just collapsed through that pre-market low. 35.50, 35.60 was holding, now down 6.5%, 7% make it for Walgreens after a miss on earnings.
I feel like if Walgreens gets destroyed in the next week, there might be a decent value buy on that stock, because that earnings. Look, man, people are going to go to Walgreens, man. I understand we're going to. Look, they took a big hit because of the opioid thing, but that's come and gone, at least in terms of their balance sheet. So we didn't really talk about them because they're not much of a day trade, but I just feel like if they get too beaten up. I was looking at the chart. I could like that one in a little bit. I'm going to get my stop out here on Alibaba because I can't give it too far back past this 102 area, just given how I already had to chase it. So I hate early on having tight stops, but the way this one's set up, I got to respect the fact that if it comes all the way back in, I'm not giving it all the way to 100 when I'm long 102. Just to come back over to Ford, it's starting to get back to the upside, break 12, and I'll start getting some out. And then Silvergate, right back in. So it does not break 14.50. We're able to get 13 quarters right up into 14 quarters. So we got the buck. Now it's pulling back. If it doesn't hold 13, forget about it. I'm not holding this past 13 bucks, man. Like that's just, if it does this, it's probably heading back into the low. I was about to say it's a piece of something, but it's a troubled stock. And if it doesn't want to pop any further than this, it gave you one decent squeeze. I'll take that if I can get it.
Yeah, we just averaged back in to our friend AMD down here on the downside, but it just popped to 60 again and stopped again. So, yeah, the market's a little bouncy right now. We're long AMD, Amazon. We've already got out of half of our Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, when it was down here, we were telling you, we took some 85s out there, so we are now out of half of Bed Bath & Beyond to the downside. I mean, that's named, I don't know. They've already talked about it themselves, throwing themselves under the bus a little bit here. So we'll wait to see what happens with Bed Bath & Beyond. We also did take another profit spot. Look, I mean, we've only won today so far. We've been holding things a little bit against us, but there's another out for Google at 87.50. So it did dip down as far as 87. We're going to take 25 cents. It's been a hard go today, right, to try to get some of these longs going. But let's see what the market does. I still think we go back to 10,900 here. We're trying to bounce off some of these bottoms, right? So the NASDAQ, I mean, boom, 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 boom. We're still making lower highs as we continue to go down, or new lows anyways, as we go upside. So, yeah, now we're starting to break a little bit lower. So watch out here. We do have some targets targets to the low side as well. Looking to average into Amazon as well against that 84, as we talked about that. So yeah, man, so far not really that great, but the market's doing okay. I know you've had some good winners as well.
I'm not complaining. It's just I want to see the market do more, but with the market crashing, it's hard not to take something out here. Once I got 1-to-1 on BABA, I did just grab some at 102.5. Because if I'm going to have a tight stop, I want to at least get the first leg out there. I'm offering above 103. Let me zoom so you can see the pre-market tops. There you go. So we break the pre-market tops. I want those stops to get me out some more shares and then maybe rally towards yesterday's high. I forgot to talk about Macy's. Oops. You're not going to like this one, Shawn. Because when Brennan brought us Macy's, how strong it was, I think we both said that kind of looks like a short on the daily chart if it breaks 21. Macy's done broke 21. And Macy's just absolutely crapped all over itself when it broke 21. So I'm going to look to see if there's a pop in this stock. I don't know if we see it, but that 21 level we need to hang on to. Goodness, it was just too much happening. Come on, Baba, let's go. Silvergate, I'm not adjusting my stop. It's about to break. I just got stopped out on the last third of Silvergate. So there was a pop to be had, and then it came right back in, taking out 13. Bit of a squeeze, not a huge one, but you got a buck out of it. At this point, it's probably looking for shorts again.
All right, let's go, man. We are... Wrong button. Let's go. Let's hit some bangs right now. We'll spin a little bit of this too, because right now we got a good trade on here for Amazon off that 84 bottom, right? And so we tried to be patient, and I think we did a good job of doing that exactly. So here we go, man. We're getting some out into the mid 40s. We got a 49 there. We got a 47 here on it on Amazon. I'm now offering. There we go. I was just gonna say I'm now offering 44. We just got that as well to the upside. But again, not much movement. It's just we're doing good. We've waited for some of these bottoms. Now, could they break and we get stopped out? Yes. That's why we're taking out a little bit of profit, because this market has no love, man. It's like boom to the downside again. Every single time it tries to go up, it just gets hit to the downside. So we have to flip up the game and start to go short, which is why I'm saying we're starting to get out of some of these positions, right? For small winners or small losers. But either way, this is not worth hanging on, because you're already down 1.5% right now. Oil kind of just hovering, not doing much. I don't know, man. We're going to have to look at the dollar again. I always say that and never do it. So we got to go over there and have a quick look. Bed Bath & Beyond still down that 10 cents. Google's been okay during all of this, but I need to find some shorts. What else is going on? Win. Okay, we can watch out for Win, but I really like Win. I don't know if I want to go over and short that. That was basically my pick for 2022, and it kind of was flat, so I'm pretty happy with that, to be honest with you. But
Flat's great last year.
Flat is great. I mean, yeah, and that was just, I think I was just lucky. I mean, with all that stuff happening in China, I don't know. We'll see what Win does. But here we go. Some of these names now starting to go lower, man. Here goes the NASDAQ. Looks like it wants to test 10,800. Wow. So we are on a slippery slope here with all these trades, man. Amazon's about to come out, to be honest with you. And we had a big winner on this. Well, not big, but we had a decent winner on it.
Yeah, I just got out of Ford. It took out that low. I don't want this breaking the bottoms and doing a full reversal on me, because the lows in yesterday's trade were like 25 pennies from here, and it's an $11 stock. So I'm going to respect that. Get out of Ford. Hang on to the one short we have. Look for some Macy's if it tries to pop up. I do like that one to the south side. I like a Firm if I can even sniff. If I can even sniff 950s. It was 10 that I liked yesterday, but 9.5, 10, down into 9 even. I think I'm going to try this anywhere close to a pop into 950. That was a great short yesterday at 10 bucks. So I can see 950 turning to a bit of the same thing. Alibaba is retesting that 102, but I did get the 103.20, so I didn't want to interrupt there, but we're able to swing and get, this is kind of what Silvergate did, where it gave you that break, kind of gave you a couple of levels, tried to break out the top, didn't break out the top, now you're retesting the low. This is different because Baba's not Silvergate. You guys don't need to be told that. So if we do dip back down into 102, I will reload this at 102, whereas I wanted no part of taking the long the second time on Silvergate. That was like a one and done long off the open.
All right, I'm still just chilling out right now, waiting for the next shoe to drop here. I am looking, obviously, for some kind of shorts, right? We've talked about that a little bit. So we can, try to wait for that. What did we just get out of? We just got, Bed Bath & Beyond. So I just took a 90 or an 89 there. It came to 89. So there we go. We got some fills there. It just came back in right there. So we'll watch out for Bed Bath & Beyond. We're now out of 60% of this trade as it just kind of cruises around here. The name that's in the most trouble right now is AMD. AMD is down 2.5% and nasty. it's down much more than the market. This is where now we got to sort of start to think about, hey, what names do we want to fade? What names do we want to go with on the long side of things? It looks like these chip names, I know you have Micron, on these chip names, are getting hit today like they were yesterday. So again, you got to try to remember some of those things. I got to do a better job of that because I remember they were pretty weak. We did have a good AMD long, I think, at the end of the day, but wow, Tesla is the one, man. Tesla is the one right now, down 8%, down 4% here, 4.5% to 108. But yeah, that name's starting to get hit as well.
Softy just broke 225.
Yeah, broke 225, but looking to move to the upside right now, possibly in the market, bouncing off 10,800. But Softy's another one of those names, man. Wow, just continues to get killed.
So look, forget about 230. It's kind of what I'm doing in a firm. I'll just do the same thing in Microsoft. If I'm not going to get 230, the next sort of obvious level is 225. So I'm going to take a shot at this. We pop back up into 225. I'll take a shot at this. Looking at yesterday's low, that's like a 290 or 226. Maybe give it that buck. See if I can catch something on the upswing if we continue a downtrend. We're 1.5 to the downside. So let's be patient with it. If I get my price, great. I did just grab a reload in Alibaba. So I'll probably go similar to this, where you look at that 1-to-1. I'll get some out if it goes 1-to-1. I'll throw an offer if it gets back up to this 103 area. And then if it takes out the top, I want to hold on to something in case this is testing or taking out that top. I just got Microsoft, so I grabbed that short, just got 224.88. But here comes the low of the day on Silvergate. It's down 44%, obviously SSR. But if this breaks the bottom, yuck. Brendo?
One moving, guys. A few people mentioning ABVC Biopharma up on this note. FDA nod to start a cancer drug trial, lung cancer specifically. So 124%. This thing barely trades. Notice volume very, very low. Broke through $1, held $1. Trying to get back to the upside here for ABVC.
That's a lot of
ABB. We got dropped out there on AMD. I got back in because the market kind of rallied upside a little bit there, but that AMD just got hit down to 63 and out, right? So we'll wait a little bit longer there in case that was the wick bottom, but it just did go back into the money for me a little bit there as the market's trying to dance around a little bit here. Yeah, number come out, U.S. Services PMI. 44 versus 44.7 versus 44.4. So that came into play right there. Thanks, Brendo. But here we go, man. Amazon was just nicely to the upside, and we got some more out there. So again, take advantage of these moves up, right? Like you're seeing the market be quite volatile again. It's 9:45, and honestly, it's besides that first drop, we're kind of just hovering around right now. So, but there it is. Now's the take in the NASDAQ lower. So there it is, man. I mean, these lows are going to be good, man. I like that short, obviously, there in Softy. But yeah, Amazon, I still want to try to support this 84, but it's been harder and harder to do that because every time it comes up, just gets hit right back down. So we're trying on Amazon here, but yeah, it looks like it is going to dip back down below this $84, and then we'll get out of it and regroup. But here comes Amazon again, as we keep talking about it, 85 back there for Bed Bath & Beyond, and it looks like here you go again, AMD just no love, man. This market goes down, so do the chips, and there goes AMD one last time. We'll wait on this one now until it pops back up, man. Maybe 63.50 or something to get short, but this name is gone. AMD to the downside, and Amazon might break as well, this 84. So, hey, man, we tried to catch some longs, but remember I turned this thing into a bear, and here I am, going long. It's like it doesn't make any sense what I'm doing here.
We're 1.5 to the downside. We continue to go further. What? But that didn't work. Did you guys see that? Oh no! I hit that one. Oh, damn.
Oh no!
No. So, anyways, look, I'll go to Microsoft. We lost them again. Kind of try to have some fun with it, but low of the day just bounced on Microsoft, so I did scalp inside of the range. Just wanted to catch something that was weak, so pop back up to 225, got 0488s there, and now we're back to low. Now I'm just holding on for dear life. The only long I have is Alibaba, which I'm hoping can continue to buck that trend, but it bounced off 102, just gave that 1-to-1, and now we're going to test higher. Where's my offer? I thought I offered here on the north side of 103, but I must not have hit enter, so I'll go right back to what we were doing, like in front of 103.25, and then if it runs to the high of the day, I don't want to do anything but try to rinse and repeat. If we trend up, I think this can be a good one. I'm looking for somewhere to get more shares of Micron, but this is weird what Micron's doing. The market continuously lower and lower, Nvidia lower and lower, everything in the chip space is lower, and Micron's holding in the green. So I'm going to cancel my offer to get more shares and maybe move to something else because it's in the money, it's not falling further. Intel, not falling further. Nvidia, breaking lows and going lower. So yes, I'm short in front of resistance on Micron, but it's not falling like these other two, so I have to respect that and maybe not reload it. Right now, everything is looking all good, so I don't want to I don't want to throw everything away by just averaging into something like a Micron, which is not doing what I'm expecting at this open. Looks like it's going to be an ugly day for the market. I did want to go back over to Apple because we said Apple 125. It got to 125.30 and then bounced. So if it goes down there again, I will take a shot in front of the 125 even. I just missed it by about 10 cents.
Oh man, so we averaged, I mean, all I'm really doing now is like literally licking some of these wounds because Amazon, we got long, our average price 84.13, went right back up there and we took another out because we averaged it back in. But this is slippery slope, man. I hate playing this game, to be honest with you. But again, like I'm here to try to see if the long is going to work. It just doesn't look like it does want to. But there goes AMD. We just got an 18 fill there off of an 04 bottom. So, we are making a little bit of money on some of these scalps, but definitely net negative so far, trying to catch some of these longs. Doesn't look like the long is going to be the right play, needless to say. There goes Amazon. We'll hold on to a small piece of it, but not much. It just broke through 84. So we will take an L on this one, but it's not as big as it could have been because we were able to get out a whole bunch of times here. So let's see if it now continues to go back up to the upside. We didn't like take more shares down here. We got out of some when it broke 84. I can't get out of everything when it breaks the ultimate bottoms every time. So we'll wait to see if Amazon does have a little bit of love back up to the upside. And talk about love, here goes AMD now giving us some of that love back up to the upside. And of course, as I get stopped out, there goes Amazon back up to the upside a little bit right now. Now 20 cents in the money, which would have put my trade back in the money, but doesn't matter, we don't have it. So right now we'll have to wait. Well, we have it. We don't have our big piece. Maybe we'll get Amazon again at some point, but not right now. The market is definitely to the downside. We got to look for some shorts. We got to sort of like rethink about what we're doing here and get into some short names for sure.
I just got one that we mentioned it, but it was a little bit late that we finally got to Macy's. I almost said Micron again. Macy's, it popped to 2080. I wanted it in front of that 21. You can see 2080 was a decent level itself on the 15-minute, but I just got it in this pop. It bounced hard off 2050, so that's to be respected a little bit. But if it breaks 21, I know I want to be out of this to be sure. Micron, like I said, I don't want to reload it where I got in the first time because it's showing a lot of signs of strength. So if it's going to be a reload, it has to be up at 55 even. And if anything, if it takes out that previous high, I'll just lose the 25 cents. And we've already gotten a little bit better than that on the first little bit of a salvo. Silvergate still has not taken out the bottom, so not really much to see there. And BABA is starting to challenge back in that higher low, I should say, because that 100 is kind of gone. It's challenging that higher low that it put it on the opening range. Hasn't really broken down yet. I don't want to get in more shares when it's showing me a wick top. Cannot seem to hold the 102. I'll just stop out underneath here and then see what happens at 100. If it holds above, I can always add a little bit later.
All right. All right. We don't really have to do too much here, other than just watch our positions.
Apple's bouncing. Oh, come on.
What is Apple bouncing back?
So Apple just bounced and broke VWAP there, so 126 is holding. That kind of makes me think, okay, well, maybe I'm going to get a shot at more Microsoft on a pop, so I might get Microsoft in front of 225 again, but I really like that Apple 125 for the long, and the only long I've got is bloody Alibaba. Like, I want something else to the long side. I know Boeing's been strong. I've heard a lot of people in the chat talking about Boeing. I want something relatively strong. If it's not, the market is making fresh lows and down 1.5%. If something is holding the bottom, like a Boeing is, I'm seeing that here, or Netflix is kind of doing the same thing, then it's got a better chance to rally, in my opinion. So you got 200 here on Boeing. You've got a strong stock, which has been going up. I mean, forget about the market recent bounce. This has been bouncing for a long time. And you've got like a super strong move yesterday, and it's holding the top end of the range. So all that says to me, if the market holds these lows, Boeing's a pretty solid place to be. Maybe I'd missed that party already. We'll see.
No, I mean, some people were talking a little bit about Boeing there.
That's what it was. It was the chat that was talking.
I did see it. Yeah. I did see it. Okay, so hey, some of these longs are starting to pay off for us as well as we lose 30 cents on AMD, and then make it right back. We just got a nice piece out there at 45. So I mean, again, long, and out. So that sucked. But then we took the long back again off that 63. Like I said, I'm not trying to like get out of everything when these things break, but that time I did, so I had to get it back in there. As the market tries to get a little bit of a rally. I don't really want to switch too heavy long until we do break that level there. So,
oh, goodness.
A little bit of action happening right now in the marketplace.
Sure, I just got triggered into
Tesla 108 is still there. So, I mean, right here, TSLA for that 108 price, looking like it wants to bounce off that possibly. There's 108. Look, bounce. It's starting to do its barcode thing again here for Tesla. Oh man, I don't know. Like I'm net long here. There it is. Okay, maybe if the market goes, this could be the biggest winner because it's just been hit so far to the downside here. But at the same time, it's the opposite way. I mean, if you're looking short, this name probably doesn't work. You know. If the market tanks, this is going to be the name to get. You are below the 50 period. It's right here at 109.60. There's lots of opportunity here to get this back to 109. If it gets to 109, you go short, and then maybe you play it off that 109.60 right here. But again, the market, I don't know. Like I'm net long, and I'm not trying to let this influence my position. So like that's why I need some of these stocks to rally a little bit so my longs can work, and then we get out and then look to reverse short. But that Netflix is at 309.
310
and flat.
That was big yesterday.
Day.
Look, we're going to slap this one on. We'll go congratulations here. But, it's not working. So that's my bad. I keep hitting the key like we're going to get the animations. We're at high of the day on Alibaba. We did take that leg out. Like, I wasn't even, like, the way that this got to 102, like, forget about it. The way it got to 102.60 again, it just smoked it to the upside. So I'm not even getting anything until it went another buck. I'm holding through the high of the day. Obviously, the Chinese names are bucking the market trend. I did get triggered. Silvergate broke the low of the day. So I'm now short at 11.65 after being long in front of 13 and winning. The stock could go to $10 if this doesn't hold here, Brendo.
Weakness in solar names today, guys. Looks like SEDG leading. Not a lot of volume, though. The company CFO saying that growth is expected to slow and decelerate into 2023, specifically in Asian markets. Here's FSLR. Just made a day low there, trying to bounce, but some of the solar is under pressure.
FMSR, yeah. I don't mind looking at some solar names here right now. I mean, I'm in 4 positions right now, so it's not like we're sitting here, on our hands or anything like that. We are trying to wait to see if the market does bump up. The strong name for me right here that is kind of surprising, to be completely honest with you, of course, is AMD. I mean, I think Intel maybe is going to be pretty strong as well, as I had a quick look at that name earlier. But I don't. There it goes.
Here comes a move.
Here we go. Here's a nice little move to the upside here as AMD continuing to go. Nice. Up through 50 again. We just talked about this name, so I like it here. Breaking a little bit higher in this market. So far, so good. Google's trying to battle back a little bit. It's AMD that I'm really concerned with. Google has that bottom that, again, I was looking at 86. We did take an 86.50 there, 86.70, sorry, waiting for an 86.50 bottom to possibly get some more. But let's just take advantage of everything. And like I said, on any kind of bump ups, looks like we didn't get enough out there on AMD because it's turning around a little bit. But we'll put in some more offers here in the 40s to get it out. I mean, AMD's a 30-cent winner. We got to, respect that, and it's going to be good for us. So hopefully that can get us out. And then if the market rallies, at least we have this Google trade, which has been pretty weak so far here today. But I do like it. You know what just turned red? Green Apple. Apple right now. I don't mind Granny Smiths, but I do like my Apple green, especially if it's a stock. So here we go. Nice little move to the upside for Apple. Just trying to take out some levels. Maybe this is what sparks this rally.
So I just got the reload in Microsoft. It's an ugly wick up here to 227, but it did just go 225 quarter. So that's where I want to rest my stop order. Reload. It's a strong move, so I do not want to get crazy, like average in, just go crazy about this. Because if you have a wick bottom on this volume and you break back up, you could see 27s or 28s, but that is a reload for me. Silvergate's right at that 12 mark. I do want to give it a little room past 12, but not too much. That stock could definitely squeeze again. I've missed Apple at this point. And Netflix is gone as well. Intel. So maybe there's a dip in here that we can take. I mean, you just said Intel. I said Micron was strong. I'm not reloading that. Intel, probably I liked off 27 a little bit better. I might think about flipping the script on Micron. It just turned off that pre-market high. So this is telling me that's usually a reload spot into that high. So I'm going to do it. I said I'd wait till I got a better price. It is now giving me that. I'm waiting for that curl. If it does pull back in, we can respect it back into 54.30. BABA just continues to churn, so I want to hold on to that for dear life. That's been an easy long.
I mean, finally, a little bit of longs. I don't know. I know we were both looking for some more there, and I was already dug into them way too early again. But look at the time, man. Like now it's 9:50, 10 o'clock, 9:45. Like I feel like I have to let some of these moves just happen instead of getting like kind of trigger happy. I feel like that's an appropriate word. Like you sit in there and you wait for these moves to happen, and then when they do, I'm sitting here and I'm taking the long. But the problem is I'm averaged in already, right? And so it's like the winners are there, and there it is. Like look at that. I mean, this is a This is great. We're in the money. I mean, this Google's working out for us, but I had to hold it 50 cents against me. Like, that's insane, right? And so now when it pops back up, my risk to reward's all messed up again. So, you know, you got to watch out for that. At least AMD here starting to go back up to the upside as well. This has been a great name as the risk to reward on this name continues to be pretty accurate as it's moving right up to its 50 period again. I need to take another piece out. That's a good move up, man. 55s, I'll take a 55 if I can get it. Oh, we offered 55s instead of punching out at 54. So right there, I look to save like 30 cents on an execution fee, and it looks like it's going to cost me 10 cents, like 10 real cents here per share, which is pretty stupid. So there it is. Let's see if it comes back up. It was just resting there at that 50 period for AMD. You can see it's touched it a couple times. Should have noticed that and got out. Actually, you know what? What the heck? Let's get out at rate. Okay, there it is. We just got out right there again. I'll cancel now the 55. We took a 49 there out on AMD, so that's good enough for me. Next move up, higher. I don't even want to look at it anymore. If it's going to work, it's going to work. We'll move off of that. Amazon long, Bed Bath & Beyond. Ooh, we didn't. I thought, oh no, no, that's an 89. Oh no, I didn't. Oh man, I thought I was waiting here at 85. I'm going to put another bid here on Bed Bath & Beyond at 85 in case that happens. I thought I was, but I was not. 85, another bid for Bed Bath & Beyond.
So this is also happening. I'm not trying to ignore HKD, but look, you're trading things that are moving at the open that are big caps. Sometimes you don't want to mess around with an HKD until it's settled down a bit. I think that's happened. It broke 20. It got to 23. It's sort of failing back in here. So you got a wick top. I think this 20 is the area of resistance that I want to play. So on the way back up, I'll look for that 20 level to maybe not reload, but I guess get it for the first time. I don't want to get caught in a halt, so every time it moves up there, I want to make sure it's not at the halt band and then get sort of trapped in any kind of a halt move. Boeing, man, Boeing's starting to go. Well, it's continuing to go. So I like 201 in front of 200. That's gone. So I'm going to look at 202 in front of VWAP here. It's just trending up. It's almost green. It's not green yet. I think it's got a really good shot to get green. And Netflix is obviously the other one that's gotten away from us a little bit. That's not gotten away from us a little bit. Netflix has gotten away from us a lot off of those lows because it double bottomed here at 304. You had to be really quick. I'll look to this back at about 306, 307. As I said, Micron, I had to wait for a better price. I did not want to reload at the same price. Let's try to take it a little bit higher. And I got to take VWAP out here. Like this and Intel, this was really strong yesterday. It was up like 6 or 7%. Intel was showing signs of strength. And it was really NVIDIA's of the world that were getting beat down. So if it gets to VWAP, I should just take it. This is higher lows off the open. And this is what it did yesterday. Very, very strong move here. So if it's going to respect these short levels for the curls, I got to make sure that I'm ringing the register and taking profit because you don't want a good trade to get flushed down the toilet and the graphics aren't working. That's my bad. I keep forgetting. Flush down a toilet. Come on, dog. Don't turn a winning trade into a losing trade. You know what
it's habit. I mean, I hit it about 14 times yesterday.
It's muscle memory. It's muscle memory. That's what it is. By the way, Macy's starting to roll over from that 28 area. Once it gets 10 cents in the money, which it's not quite there yet, I suppose I should get something out once it does that, and we'll start working out of some Macy's on that curl as well.
All right, so new position alert. So, see, I almost was going to hit the bell again.
I know, man. I know.
We're going to be in Nike right now. So we've got on the Air Force Ones, and we're going to see if it makes the move to the upside here. We're long at 121 here. Nice take. Where am I, man? That's me at 14. So let's go. I just hit the sirens again. Nice little upside move here for Nike. Let's go. We like this thing. I mean, maybe we just get out some more right now on Nike to the upside. It's a nice move here. 120. Okay, Nike. I see you, man. I'm glad we went over here to talk about this real quick because there goes Nike. I feel like this is a good spot for me, man. If we can get a 37, we'll take it right now. Let's ring that register. Yes, there it is. Breaks through. Do we have an ETA on these, Lucas? They're almost done. I like it a lot. That's the problem. Like, my mind is on that instead of trading, which is ridiculous. All right, huge move. I know we got to go to Brendan, but there's some huge moves happening right now in this market. So Google, 21 cents in the money right now as it's starting to go to the upside. Nike, 50 cents in the money. Just almost hit it again as that's blasting. AMD's blasting. Amazon, we've got it. And Bed Bath & Beyond also fading back down. We're going to be 5 for 5 right now in these positions. Let's see if they can hold. What's up with Brendan at the big desk?
Let's get you up to date at 10 o'clock on what is happening for the overall markets. Red to start things off so far across the overall board here, 0.88 for the S&P, top of the list here, 1% for the Dow. Russell across the board, 1+% in negative territory, 0.94 for the NASDAQ Composite and the NASDAQ 100 as well. If you joined us pre-market, number of things to consider this morning. What a move this has been for BBBY, Tesla and Amazon on watch as well. If you missed it, Amazon set to expand layoffs, according to Andy Jassy, CEO. Tesla here, 3.6, trying to bounce with the overall market, but back in negative territory. I noticed this one, guys, red to green before the rest of them. Apple up 1% now, showing strength.
Yeah, well, look, man, we like showing strength. Showing strength is good. Like, you don't, let's be real for a second. Everybody enjoys longs more than they do, well, I shouldn't say everybody. Most people enjoy longs more than they do shorts. And the shorts were fantastic, the ones that were good. Silvergate's actually back at the low of the day because that's crap. But look, I would have loved to buy the dip on Netflix, but I didn't, and now it's breaking yesterday's high. So it's through the top. I'm now long this. I did scalp some out because I am breaking the highs, and I want to make sure I can get something if it does a bit of a dip. So the first move, I'm going to scalp that, and if it pulls back in, I want room to like a 310, maybe 310 and a half. Boeing is a similar story. I mean, it's basically the same story, not as strong. I said I'd wait for a dip into 202. I did get it. I'm going to take some out in front of the highs of the day, try and rinse and repeat this if I can over and over. If it's going to be trend up, fantastic. SI, that's one short that's still working. It's right at the lows, and we got that break. Look, it broke the low. That was my rule. First, it was 13. It doesn't seem to want to hold that low of the day at least yet, so we're going to hang on to that short. I want to give it to at least 12 and a quarter. It's Macy's, a short that I think is going to be in trouble because, you know, like this is still going sideways from here. So it hasn't broken out and stopped me out. It hasn't broken down to take any profit, but we're just going sideways. Eventually, this has a short interest as well. You could see this one break up. So I don't want this getting past the high, and I'm not covering it. You have stops for a reason. You make sure you get out of dodge, hold the winners, and make sure you trim or get out of your losers when they go against you. Macy's is the only one concerning me right now. Brendo.
This made a move pre-market, guys, just popping back up on some volume. A few more people circulating this. Stitch Fix, the CEO stepping down today, according to Barron's. So, again, this popped up to 360 early on today, but starting to trade a little more volume again.
Every time I hear that, I just always think of Barings Bank. Nick Leeson, who we had on the show. We need a 4/8 account every now and then. It's just like I can throw out my Silvergate short from yesterday into the 4/8 account and pretend it didn't happen, watching the stock literally $10 lower, and I lost going short on that thing yesterday. I did want to go over to this name, sorry, just quickly, if I can, to win, because it's about to win. That's a bad pun. It's about to make another move strong to the upside. This had support in the afternoon at $90. All afternoon long, it held 90. It looked like it was breaking down, so it's a very similar chart to Boeing. If it can hold this 90, it looks pretty good. I don't want to chase this at 91. If it does pop down here, but the volume's so bad. You know what? I just looked at the volume. Oh, the volume's 500,000 on win. Maybe I want to pass on that. Maybe I'll just reload.
I don't think it has much volume.
It's not a lot of volume. Because I might be able to get more Boeing here, which is it's a similar chart, but it's not the same thing. Okay, so I'm gonna maybe stay away. I just reloaded some Boeing at 202 here. Maybe I don't want to take win, and that has more to do with the liquidity that I'm seeing. Netflix is starting to pull back as well, so I want to keep the bigger time frame in mind. I did scalp some of this out, but looking at that higher time frame, if it can hold anywhere in this 9 to 10 range, that's still valid for that breakout and then go higher. Silvergate is now at 1150. This stock could get to $10 today. I know it's SSR and it's down 50% or 48%. But I mean, this stock could legitimately go to $10 today. So let's almost hit a key again. This one, I'm just going to hang on to it and keep scalping every even dollar. It's going to continue to flush. It tried to go at the open. There was one squeeze to be had. Now it's just short on Silvergate.
You said it was a long, or what did you say there?
Well, I mean, you know, no, it's probably a short.
Oh, it's a short. Oh, it's a short.
I mean, it's only down 50%.
Oh, it's not bad.
No, that's all right. Everything's
pretty average for crypto markets.
It's okay. Everything's just fine with them.
Silvergate's
roses.
Just don't even bother looking at Silvergate. It's fine. Nothing to see here. Right now, let's go. The market right now is starting to rally again. Fahad's already giving me shit here on the chat. Like, Fahad just told me chill out on the animations, dude, and I just tried to hit it again.
You know what? I'm going to do this. I'm just going to move it away from me.
Nah. It's too tempting. if I look for it, it's not there. I'm going to freak out again. Okay, here we go. Nike. I mean, this is a big win for us here on Nike, man. We talked about this. And if you guys remember, I started 2023 a couple days ago, and I gave you a recommendation. What stock was it? Back over to Brendo, and we'll talk about that when we get back.
I just saw this one, guys, popping up, Mattel, on decent volume. This was earlier in the week, but Mattel moving its entire portfolio of products over to Shopify for the online side of things. But nice volume spike there, 3.2% now. Mattel on the move.
Mattel.
All right, good. We need some names that are moving around here. So M-A-T, Mattel. Ooh, yes, Brendan. Nice move. Brendan is indeed the man. I'd hit the dada button, but
you can.
Okay, 19 going here. Come on, let's go. Charts. Okay, the market just rallied. The market's rallying. I don't know if there's something just happened. It's a nice little move
what
back
just
up.
Happened to...
They're trying to go to 10,900 right now. We got to take advantage. Is it Google News or something? Google just ripped like crazy right now. Nice little upside move. Let's go. What's up, Brandon?
Give me 2 seconds. I'll come right back.
All right, so let's go. Come back over here.
Go
ahead. If you took a winner, I'm waiting to get out of this Google trade on a nice little pop back to the upside.
Well, Boeing, I just reloaded Boeing, and then something happened. I don't know what, but who cares? I was going long in front of 202. Next thing I know, I'm getting filled at 203. So we're just going to we'll take the win on that. Now, obviously, that's going to mean Macy's. It got taken out at 201. So I'm out of Macy's. We're out of Dodge there. As now we can go to Brendan.
All right. So one day Christmas truce looks like coming from the Kremlin this morning. So Russia announcing a one-day Christmas truce on January 6th from 12 a.m. on. Wanted to make sure I had that timing right, but that's just coming through, guys.
It's good.
Christmas
Finally,
truce.
man. I mean, forget about these markets, man. Let's get that shit out of the way. I mean, that's honestly, those guys over there, I mean, I just hope it's true. We've seen things like that before where kind of got squashed on that, but let's hope that is true on that. I don't think we've seen anything for this particular thing, but there's been, let's hopefully it's good news.
Let's just hope that that's
it's good news.
That's great news.
Yeah.
There it is. I don't care what you're rooting for.
And right there, yeah, exactly. It's good news. Whatever. I'm hoping that we want peace in this world everywhere. So 87.20 right there comes into play. So hopefully that was a good out, and we'll just keep on doing that, man. And like I said, we've been pretty patient here today. The day is actually going to be fine. The real loss today was on this first initial Amazon trade, which wasn't really that bad. It's just it didn't work out for us because it wound up breaking. And right now it's just kind of hovering around. So that's all good. What else can I say about this Nike trade? We all good on that one. We're positive on Google today. Bed Bath & Beyond, I mean, boom. There. I mean, remember before we had like a sign, we held it up and it was like bang and all that kind of stuff. So I'll just hold up this.
Actually, that is what we did.
Good trade. Blue Jays right there. So that's going to be what we're going to do right now as Rafael Devers signs the largest contract in Boston Red Sox history, an amazing 11-year deal worth $332, I think it was.
The Toronto Blue Jays are going to regret sitting on their hands with regards to our studs, because it's just going to get pricier and pricier to lock up Vlad.
But there's no way Vlad signs anything anyways. I don't think the Blue Jays are making a mistake. I don't think Vlad's going to do it.
At this point, maybe he just doesn't want to do it. But
why
you gotta
would
make
he?
Him an offer. You know what?
Every year.
It just gets higher.
Like Devers just got $330.
$500 million is what Vlad's going to get.
Yeah.
Mark my words. You're going to get $500 million deal.
What is the largest deal right now?
Well, Trout got a big one. Soto got a big one.
Is Judge
Tatis got a big, but Judge got. I think Judge set the record.
Right.
It's just a matter of time. I wanted to check Lockheed Martin. It's not really moving on this news, so it's basically flat. My first gut instinct was, okay, it's not to say what do you short or how do you benefit from that, but let's be real. So this is broken the 50 period on the daily. If this gets beneath like a 473, you look at this channel on the downside, it's beneath that 50 period. Not a ton of volume, maybe not always the best day trade, but if you are watching this, I know a lot of people are in these names. Northup as well can be a good one, but you start going channel down on positive news for everybody else, and these could start to see some profit taking. To go back over to Alibaba, I don't want to ignore you, Alibaba. You're still hanging out at this 103, and I want to keep looking at that. If I keep on the higher time frame chart, then I will remind myself yesterday that when I had a 100 long, I scalped almost all of it out in the first dollar. And it's already given me that dollar move. So if I don't get any more shares back at 102, it's got to be, if this takes out the high, where can I get more shares long? How far can I hold on to it? I want to have the bigger picture in mind now that it's already working. And I want to do the same thing with Boeing. If Boeing takes out the top, I don't want to just do the old thing where I scalp in front, it gets to 204, I get out 204, ring the register for a couple of dollars. No. If we take 05s on Boeing, I want to be there for that ride because this has been an absolute tear. Now, there is that positive news maybe could slow some things in Boeing where it wouldn't necessarily care over in Alibaba. So I do have to have that little bit of that concern. Oh, Micron. So all that early strength in Micron that was good for that was sort of good to give shorts, it's actually holding VWAP. So this looks like it's going to be a decent short. We're not really breaking out just yet. And of course, Silvergate's still in the money. But I'd say it's been a pretty clean morning. Patience with some of these longs. Netflix is still working in the money. I think we got the good ones to the long side we can hold on to.
It's all good, baby, baby. It wasn't all a dream because it's real life.
It's always real life.
But I'm still reading Word Up magazine, you know what I mean? Salt and Pepper, Heavy D.
I loved Salt and Pepper,
you know,
underrated.
I don't got the red and black lumberjack. You know?
So why don't you drop something on
I
Friday?
got the hat to match.
Oh, there's not going to be any rhymes by anybody on Friday tomorrow. Physically impossible.
Somebody said on the chat, by the way, I
impossible.
actually have to address something.
Not going to happen.
Somebody on the chat said that they're a paramedic and like someone had a heart attack or something after having one of these. So and then my guy Fahad, I think
you have a condition, right?
was trying to scare me. He's like, yo, you got a heart condition, bro? I'm like, I ain't got no heart condition. Like, what is going on? But like, I also ain't having no heart attack because of this. No. So.
Oh, watch it. We're going to Brendan.
Man,
first.
what the heck have we saw? Neil, man, like I know I'm your ride or die and everything, but like, what have you done?
I told you
what have you done?
I told you I had no clue what I was getting into when I agreed to it. And then after I agreed to it, I looked it up.
That seems more obvious now than ever.
Well, it's true. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I had any clue what the damn chip was when I said yes. And then I said yes, and here we are. You don't have to do it, man. I still don't think you have to do it.
Man, us being men of the people is really going to hurt us.
Well, there's always a downside to actions like this, and we're about to find out. We're supposed to go to Brendan, I think.
I can't wait. It's Friday afternoon, guys. Make sure you're with us. I hate doing this, guys, without graphics available, but I have to mention some Chinese names just popping up. Here's JD, first of all. JD's still down 1.8%, trying to get back to day highs, but this one just popped up at day highs, 8.5%. The reason I mentioned both of them in the same sentence is because Dada is the delivery service for JD.com. So 8.5% here, guys, for Dada.
Oh, that's why. I'm like, why does he want the graphic data on the move? So big move there on Silvergate. I just tried to get some. So Silvergate just popped back up, and I tried to get the shorts in front of 12.25, but it's SSR. So when it got to 12.25, and I tried to get more shares on the way back down, I was reminded that you can't hit the bid without an uptick. So I'll just sit here at about 12, looking for a reload. But if it breaks 12.25, I'm going to have to get out of this thing. I got Baba to the long side, but Dada.
Shout out to Ian, baby.
Ian in the house.
Ian in the building.
Somewhere. But
is he in the building? I don't even
think
know.
so.
Let me see. Where is
but
he?
Dada, look, this is way stronger. This is about to go 10% to the upside. Look at that chart. Good look on Brendan there. I don't know if I want to chase too far, but this looks pretty, even if it pulls back to like a 1080, that's not so bad to try to grab yesterday's high for consolidation. So got to put it on the radar. Boeing is continuing to churn, so we're just kind of holding on. We've already scalped out of some of these. We want to make sure that we give them some room to run. I want to go back to Apple, however, because big tech, like I'm still bidding 125. Maybe I don't need to be doing that. So Apple's starting to go. Remember I said it couldn't get through or test that 129 yesterday, running out of steam? If this gets to 129, I know the market's looking strong. I still do want to short it off some of yesterday's highs on Apple. So that is one name that I would short off the top. We're just not there yet on Apple. Time to just hold on to some winners. I do like that data. I'm going to get on the bid now in front of 1080.
All right. Yeah, we're just joking there. I mean, we talked about that with Ian. Ian's been absolutely fantastic. He crushed it with you the other day there. So congratulations to everybody that are and is trading some of these Chinese ADRs. And oh yeah, I wanted to clarify something. This is with, where's Sharif at? Because I'm not like mocking his Tesla. I just think that's funny, man, when he calls it that. And I don't know what the right way is. I thought we went through something there where we tried
Tesla.
Right, we tried to determine what
it's Tesla, like it's Nikola Tesla.
Right.
That was the inventor.
That's what I was thinking.
That's why, I mean, when Nikola wasn't very creative when they came up with their name, sort of stealing that, but it's, yeah, Nikola Tesla.
Right, but it's about, is it the Z, like Tesla?
I just think it sounds cool when he says it. But
right now, me too. That's why I'm doing it. I think it's cool. It's almost like an homage to him. You know, it's like how you created that flat bottom breakout. You know?
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
like
the flat bottom
kind of
breakdown, that's the greatest setup of all time. And I think, you know, I don't.
I mean, and he's stealing that from you.
I don't like patting myself on the back because I'm not that kind of person. But when you come up with a trade setup like the flat bottom breakdown,
right,
and it's just absolute gold in a bear market, you've got to be able to go ahead and do that. And speaking of them,
I prefer the apple bottom breakdown.
Well, everybody prefers the apple bottom breakdown.
Do they?
Can we come to my chart for a second, just quickly? Because I just got on the bid of this thing. So this is not a flat bottom breakdown. If whatever. If that had broken here, maybe you could call that. But it's broken this top. It's actually getting away from that 1080. So I just want to adjust here. You're 50 pennies and 5% away from those highs. Like if it pulls back 50 cents, this was when it was at 11.10. I like that dip into 1080. I'll probably look into $11 at this point. I did get a reload on Silvergate, so we do have to talk some trading here for a second.
What?
I know, every now and then we're supposed to. So on the way back up, I was able to get some at 12 or just in front of 12 on SI. This is now looking a little bit strong. It got to 11.35. That was my best out. If this takes out 12.25, you could see a second squeeze on the stock, which means I want to make sure I'm scalping some out as it heads back down toward those lows. When you're down 46% and you've got a 58% short interest, you take some W's when it starts to go in your favor on the short side. Otherwise, you run the risk of getting run over. Just to check back in on Netflix, which is last I checked, the NASDAQ stock. That's me reminding myself not to hit enter too fast. I tried to get 310s down there. What the heck, man? You know what? I wasn't bidding 310. I was bidding a different. It was Boeing. I threw an order on Boeing. I was like, I'm on the bid of Netflix 310. I was talking about it, but I wasn't on the bid down there. That's kind of sloppy. Meta, I want to go back to Meta because I like that 126. This is what happens when you have a stop area. Just going to zoom out. Long in front of 126, scalp it out. 126 breaks, no. At the open, it can't hold. I'm not in it anymore. It broke my level. I'm gone. Now, I probably should have considered reversing at 126 because look what happened here when it tried to retest. But hey, sometimes you just got to get out of Dodge. Understand that a level that was valid is no longer valid, and all you got to do is walk away from it, and then you can be okay. Market is starting to pull back in. So I am going to look at NVIDIA, one of the weaker chip names, because this is getting very close to that low from yesterday. Yesterday's low was 142.5. The week low was 141. Getting dicier here on NVIDIA. I think it can catch a bit of a bid at some point, but down 3%. Yuck for NVIDIA, and probably, I guess, most of the chip names.
All right, I mean, we are well in the money now. We're 75 cents. We were just 80 cents. Actually, we were just $1 in the money. This went up to 122 Nike on that rally. But right now, we're just kind of dealing with stock. So, I mean, I don't really, we don't really have a great other play right here. The only thing that I'm thinking about right now is, look what's hanging out at the bottom a little bit too much here, in my opinion, anyways. How about our friend Amazon right now? Hanging out at the bottom, had some nice moves, but dip buying again, looking at that bottom here of 80. So, I mean, the market looks like it wants to take it out right now. I like that, Brad. The market's going to get taken out here. It looks like a little bit to the upside. If we can float a little bit, I'm going to punch. I just punched into some 97s, I believe, or did I get 96s? Oh, I got 96.5 there. So, okay. So we just got some more Amazon. It's a new position for me. It's Amazon right here. Let's go to Brendan.
Just seeing a note on Netflix, guys. Actually moving to the downside on this, but it's positive. Yipit Data mentioning average video on demand gross ads. So traffic, essentially, on gross ads continuing to grow and gain momentum. So downward move here for Netflix on that note, but seemingly positive.
Felt like I'm in Netflix, and it just feels like that was a technical pullback because it got to the high of the day, right? Like, oh, I just tried to bid again on this thing and didn't get it. Oh, that's annoying. So it goes double top, pulls back. I'm using my black chart because I want to talk PDD in a second. So I think it was just like a technical pullback, and you're kind of reversing off this 310. But I'm sitting here in Baba, whatever, thinking that's a good long, and then I'm watching Pinduoduo up at 95. Pinduoduo's at 95, and it's broken this out on the daily chart. That's insane, A. B, this has got room to 100. If it gets to 100, we'll talk about something else, which would likely be a short. And then I was reminded about JD.com, which is also breaking out on the daily. That was that 62 break in the daily we talked about yesterday. Well, this one is at resistance, or close to it, 68.5, 69. That's where I like you, JD.com. I'm not touching anything unless I get a dip or we get a rip into that 68, 69 area on JD. There's other names out there. Yes, I've scalped out Baba and I'm holding on to the rest, but there's other big names that are making moves. I just got some out in Silvergate in front of the low. As we're headed to Brendan, and a certain small cap that I know some of you want us to talk about, but Brendan's here to talk about it.
Hey guys, yeah, small cap recap brought to you by Moomoo, one-stop trading app helping remove traditional barriers to investing. Powerful tools such as level 2 data, earnings calendar, stock screener, and more. Now until the 31st, open an account and get up to 20 free stocks. U.S. users, $110 cash back. Australian users as well. Sign up today. Use that link at the bottom there. Shout out to Moomoo. Everyone was looking at HKD in the pre-market. Tons of comments coming through anyways. Gave you a really nice opportunity to the long side of things. I just took that break of the pre-market, or the last pre-market high, through 18. That was a huge move up to 23. It failed miserably at 23. So a nice long on HKD. This was the other one, BLPH. Sharif was all over this one as well. $3 was a big level on the daily chart. It got above that briefly, but as soon as the market opened, anytime you see that kind of a candle back below a key level, that's what I'm looking for anyways. So short versus 3, that gives you a move down to 220 on BLPH, guys.
All right, so look, it's now time. I mean, you have to do something at some point here. This market, it's 10:23. That sounded kind of like it's time, you know. I don't know. It's not. This is not. It's always time. It's always go time here. But you know, AMD is right here at 63 again. And you know, these bottoms. We already took the long a little bit there in Amazon. You know, we know Amazon's weak. We know AMD is weak. But if you want to put a long on right here, I feel like we're getting pretty close to some of these levels that has already hit earlier when there was all this chaos. But I'm almost thinking about just dumping everything now and just resting on what we sort of have. Nike's, you know, again 121.50. 121.60, possibly a dump spot there. But this move is coming to the downside, but Nike's holding up. So this is not the one that concerns me the most. You know, it's these names here. AMD right at that 63 level. Let's take a shot here. What is that eventual, or what is, sorry, not eventual. What is that bottom here? 85. Do we have anything on this that's even more important? 80 is, I mean, yeah, you can go all the way down here, can't it? Down to 62.50, 62.60, okay. You know, the big thing for me, the big worry too, is that this NASDAQ is now below, right? We were holding on to the longs when we were right here and trying to cruise, and we got out. We did really good getting out of some of the plays that we had, including Google's and the AMD play as well. I mean, look at these AMD outs, right? I mean, we had some great outs up here, 60s, 50s, so can't complain about what we're doing on this. Look at Nike, man. That is now back to the upside here as I worry about some of these plays. And look at me talking about the play and giving it to you. Hopefully you took it. Look where AMD is now. We just talked about that at O's literally a couple seconds ago. Just ripped to 15s or something. We'll take another long here and try to test some of those off the bottom. It does look like there is rally potential here. Like when I look back and I see these names bouncing as hard as they are there, what if the market actually does tick up a little bit? So
look at Apple.
Apple must be ripping, right?
Apple's holding on this pullback.
Right, exactly.
Apple's holding VWAP on this pullback. It's holding 0.3% to the upside. So Apple staying green is really giving this market some juice, I think. If Apple turns red, I think some of those shorts start to come back in, but that's giving me reasons why I want to get more shares here. But Netflix, on that good news, so I got more shares when Brendan just gave that positive news on Netflix, and it just broke down. So I'm out of Netflix. I reloaded it when Brendan gave the news. It just broke to the downside. So I'm going to step away from Netflix and maybe move over to an Apple, see if we can get some there. I did want to go back over. I don't want to ignore these Chinese names, but Dada, it's Dada.
Yep.
I'm assuming that just continues to run. It's now at 1150. It's gotten to the point where I would have liked some dips at 1080. I probably would have liked it at 11. It's gotten a little bit far, so I'm no longer sitting on the bid here. I'm thinking about some reverses in that particular name. I did get another leg out on Silvergate as the market came down. It has yet to reclaim the lows or break 11. The next out, I'm going to cancel this. Either it's breaking 1225 or it breaks 11 even, and I just hold on for dear life. So at this point, I'm going to risk about 20 cents on the last of this to see if we can get $1.50 to $2. Because if it breaks 11, I do think we could see $10 on this stock. One last one before I send it back to you. NVIDIA just got all the way down to that 142 and made a pretty hefty bounce. So now that I see that, that's some strength. I'm going to go long in front of 142 on NVIDIA. I know I'm still short Micron, but this has been a bit of a different beast.
Oh man, yeah, the beast of the East right now. The Raptors really shit the bed yesterday. Actually,
that was a heck.
unbelievable. You know that we took something like 116 shots, but only had 101 points.
That was a deflating loss.
That makes no sense at all.
They came back with a minute 10 to go. They were down 16 points.
Yeah.
Forced overtime and then couldn't find a bucket in overtime.
Yeah. Grayson Allen narded out thing again. Okay, let's go. Try it. Animation try time. Yes, sir.
That was the first
the home run one? I haven't seen that one in a while.
That's the first one that came to mind.
I was going to say, I haven't seen that one in a long time, man. Good home run one there. We are hitting some home runs, so we'll go like that because the animations are back, baby. Thanks, Fahad, for that, and Lucas and Pratt and all that for working there. But here it is, man. Look at Nike, man. Boom, 121, 122. Lego to the upside. Here goes Nike right now. That's a good trade. Hopefully, AMD. Like, I just talked about AMD down here at Flax. And yeah, by the way, it's now 30 or 40 cents in the money if you took that. But that's a hard trade to take. I completely understand that one. So let's be careful here with AMD. But I like that back at O's. I just should have took it, didn't. My mistake on that AMD trade. We talked about it, sat there. I said it's time. And didn't do it. So this could have made my day right there on that AMD, but it doesn't because I don't have it. So let's wait to see what happens now. AMD hopefully falls back down and we're able to get longer, but right now it's not looking like that as we've missed the long for now in AMD. We have it, but I should have had a hell of a lot more shares on that one. Google's bounced back a little bit as well. I can't believe I said something like that and didn't do anything about it. So, again, missed opportunity. Meta's been weak today too. Meta has been strong recently.
It bounced off 125. I like 126.
That's what I was going to look at here. Yeah,
I actually might short off
125. Maybe Meta does blast.
But I'll slap the. Oh, there we go. That was quick work. Wow, that was good. I just slapped the fail on Micron. You just saw Nvidia bounce off that 142 we were mentioning. So Micron, it was good initially, but look, it's stair stepping to the upside. And it was one of the strongest chip names in yesterday's trade. So this is turning into a long trade. If it breaks 55, that's the last line in the sand, and that's because on the daily chart, you've got the 50 period is resistance. It's like 55.15, so it's just a couple of shekels above 55 even. If we do pull back, I'm going to look for a long off these lows, or maybe even 54 even. Boeing and BABA still working, and SI still going, but I am looking to get into some Apple if I can. We're going to go to Brendo first.
We talk about very often, but nice look here, 3.5% to the upside on decent volume. They launched a share repurchase program for Canada Goose today.
Goose, yeah, shout out. We'll hit this one because we got Canada in the building at least now. Okay. There it is. Canada took down the USA in the World Juniors yesterday, 6-2. Pretty easy match. I thought it would be a little harder than that. The US had our number, man. In
6 unanswered.
Yeah. It was 2-0. Yeah, I took Baxter back to Waterloo yesterday, so that was fun. We traveled in pouring rain, so that was a lot of fun as well.
The best university.
Yeah. He's staying near Laurier because, of course,
the best party university.
Yeah. Maybe
you know what's cool? This is actually, anyone that doesn't know this about Canadian universities, so like Waterloo and Laurier are literally on the same street. One is like, I'd say the top academic school, and the other one is like the best party school. It is the best place to go to school, of course. I went to Waterloo, but I'll tell you right now, Laurier was the place to be. You know that's what's up. Like, you met all the best people there, and made all the best relationships at Laurier, despite the fact that Waterloo, it's a good school. I'm getting into Apple, but this is going to be a tight stop. If this can hold here, the previous pre-market lows at 126.50, I think it's going to be a great risk to reward. But I'm going to jump into it. I don't want to give it too much room. I think that could be at least a little bit reckless, because if it falls over, we could see 125, which is where I originally wanted this to the long side.
All right, man, yeah. So this Nike's just bouncing around this 122. I am going to take this out, end the trade right here on Nike. I mean, it's been a big one. Do I think there's more upside? I don't know. I mean, on the 20-minute, we've been here before, yesterday exactly, and this was the name that I did give everybody a couple days ago when we talked about this as we opened up on the new year. It was down here, 116, 117, so a nice little bump up for Nike as it continues to go, but I've seen enough now. So we just bounced off there a couple times in the last little while here. Yeah, now it wants to go down. Shoot, I should just, instead of me off, okay, there it is. We got, oops, did we get out there? Oh yeah, okay, we just got out. So there it is, and it's gonna show purple because I missed my first offer, but there it is. We got 87s there out on Nike right now with that move upside. So there it is, a nice dollar in the money for that one right now. Did I hear crypto? I did, I think. Let's go over to the big desk with Brendan now. It's crypto time.
day so far for cryptocurrencies. We did see an initial move back to the upside, but kind of pairing some of those gains. I'll show you Bitcoin here in a second. This was the main headline this morning as far as Silvergate is concerned. Again, if you missed it, 8.1 billion in withdrawals requested following the FTX meltdown. So they had to sell a significant amount of assets in crypto markets at severe losses. They also came out and said that deposits in the current quarter much lower than expected. So current quarter numbers getting hit as well. Here's BTC back to the upside right now, but we did get a dip down initially this morning once equities started trading. I mean, overall, if you zoom out on this, we're still stuck in this range. Back and forth we go. For Bitcoin, basically flat, as I mentioned, 16,841, 1250 there for Ethereum. A lot of zeros on this board right now. 1% for Matic, and Litecoin popping up on this board today. 1.8% downside, guys.
So look, there's a couple of things happening, and the market is not strong enough. I said I wanted to hold on for Dodge. On Boeing here, it's not giving me those reloads in front of 202. If we cannot break through this high, it's getting out of hand. You know, I'll try to find my way back into this, but there's only so stubborn I can be here. And I felt like I've been holding on to this for a while. If it breaks channel down with this market retesting the lows, I think it's going a heck of a lot lower. So I'm not going to get my trail in. You know, I definitely gave it a lot longer than before, but I don't want to let this one go away. And there's always going to be the chance that we get a breakout at like 204 and we can get back into the trade at that particular point. I see Apple starting to threaten, and once that can't hold, I think this market is going to be in some trouble. And as you'll see, it was going to be a tight stop on Apple. It did give me a 1-to-1 scalp trade for the first third. I reloaded it. Now it's starting to break down. These shorts are just coming right back into play. And all I got is SI at this point. So they were great early. I just wish I had more at this point to the south side. There's Boeing. It's going to trail out. And sometimes you just have to do that. I don't want this coming all the way to VWAP, and I didn't take this. If 202 holds, I'll jump right back into it. BABA's a different story because I don't think it necessarily has to respect the market move. But I've been waiting for 102, and it's been channeling to the upside. This is exactly what Alibaba did yesterday, where it looked like, okay, you had the initial long if you had it, and that's great. And then it looked like it was just kind of going nowhere into 11 o'clock and then noon, and then broke out that 100 level late. So if it's going to do the same pattern when all the other ones are still going, like PDD's going, they're all just jamming to the upside, what I think you can see here is a nice consolidation, grind higher, take out the top, maybe a 105, or maybe it just has to be a 104. Do that at lunchtime, and then you can see acceleration. So I do want to hold on to something when it comes to Alibaba long.
Hold on a second.
What do you got? Oh, by the way, Tesla.
No, I'm just waiting. I'm getting longer in
Tesla low of the day in, I'd say, about a minute or two.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah, and that's showing. It's giving me some, areas pause, I should say, for some concern as well, because right here I'm trying to get longer in. That's what I was just looking at. Trying to get longer in Amazon right here down to the 60s, and I just want to give it to 83.50. I just feel like we could bounce again here. The futures are at some levels. This has been a really weak name. I mean, I don't. To say like, oh, we're going to load up on Amazon down here. I mean, we did do it, but we waited for this price. So it's low enough now that I think, down that 2% on what I thought was good news. Like, I thought I'd come in today, honestly, and I got to give a big shout out to Daryl, because he's like, man, I'm short Amazon. And I was like, yeah, I want to be long, but I want to be long lower. And right now, how low is lower? I mean, right now it's going to take me out here at 83.50. So we stepped up and made a little bit of a mistake here. It looks like taking that bid, even taking this 13-cent hit or whatever it's going to be here on Amazon sucks, because we should just be net short this name. What's up, Brendo?
HKD, guys, wow. Day highs now for HKD, heads up there. Rumble just popping up. Not a lot of volume on this, but a spike downside. There's a bear cave note just out on Rum.
It's going to be something different about
I thought he was like, okay,
there.
HKD is now like worth
It's
0
almost at 25. Okay.
25?
Okay.
Okay, market, you're making a lot of sense, but as we keep saying,
oh shoot, did I pay?
Maybe we'll have to look at HKD. You got to pay for shorts, I assume, Sharif. Did you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Sharif's doing that right now. So you do have to pay for shorts. So we'll get in there. Neil's going to go check what exactly that looks like from our end here on the pay for shorts.
1 cent.
1 cent? Isn't it $25 stock?
Yeah.
Okay,
so that's basically
free.
That's
I would agree with that. I just heard Brad
So what
say
that does mean when locates for like a prop firm like ourselves at Day Trade the World, when locates are that cheap, it means there's a lot of people that have the ability to try to scalp this thing short, which means every trade is a little bit overcrowded. And that means I'm not going to just jump in front of 25 even, which I was about to do. So what I would adjust here is, of course it's going to end up working, but what I would try to do there is if it fails a break of 25, traps some people, and then flushes, that seems like a better setup because it would relieve some pressure. As I say all of that, it goes to 25.00 and pulls right back to 24. So like maybe that's a bad read on my part, but when I see shorts are free, I usually want to be cautious about that trade. And it's not literally free, but 1 cent a share on a stock moving this much, that's just not a heck of a lot.
No. All right, we are getting close here to getting out again of our AMD. I mean, we just want to take a little bit of shares here because we can't, like I was just saying, man, we're not going to sit here and be stuck long everything as this market continues to break lower, right? What I'm thinking about here is just trying to pick up some decent longs at decent prices. And I mean, what is a decent price? That's changed a lot over the last little while. I thought this Amazon trade here at 60s, bouncing off 50s would be decent. So we took it. And here we go. We're now in this. I wish I would have, made that statement before. Here we go. Nice little move back up. We'll take it in piece. Like I said, let's start taking some pieces out when it starts to work out for us a little bit there. So nice take again. AMD continues to be the boss stock for me, man. I mean, AMD, we've really hit this well over the last couple days for sure. I love AMD. I really like the way it trades, but it does give you those like whoopsie moments there where it makes you look stupid because you get out, then it rips, and sometimes you hold. Like it's a very violent name for a $63 stock is more like what I'm trying to get at right here. All right, Amazon does make a move back up. We're long at 65. I'm going to correct some of my mistakes right now and get some pieces out here on the high side because we are going to get out if it does snap down lower. The market just bounced. Whether or not this gets above the 50 period, that's what's going to create these winners. But if you're going to go up, bounce, and stop, then, I mean, we got to take advantage of some of these weaker names. So we did that here on AMD. Just bounced up. We got some good outs, man. Look at, we got out near the top again. Like, these are my longs. Long outs above the longs, way above. That was a 93. We just got a 25 or something out there on AMD. 20, sorry, on AMD. So, yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that to the bank a little bit. As right now, too bad. We should have got out of everything. So you didn't, Shawn, so that's on you, man. There goes Amazon. It just ripped right back up. I told you we were flat on the trade. See you later. Amazon's, there it goes. I was going to say, it's going to, well, we didn't get out. We're waiting for a little bit lower, but Amazon's going to break this, and it just did. So here we go. Amazon's done now. A couple more pennies lower. We'll get out of this one. We never get out at the flat 50, but I mean, okay, well, maybe take advantage of this maybe, but there it is, a nice little move back up to the upside here for Amazon, but I need more. If this doesn't get into the 60s, then I'm not taking this out. So hopefully Amazon does retrace a little bit and the market will go, but if the market there it goes. If the market keeps making these bottoms, man, there's no way in hell any of these longs are gonna win. So it's a nice upside move here for Amazon off 50, but it's 5 cents. So we need a lot more than that if we're gonna make money on this trade.
So what just happened on HKD there, I didn't take it in front of 25, but it broke 25. It gets to 25.50, tries to bat a little bit, rejects the 25 level. So on the way back in, shorted, I end up paying 24.73. So you don't get 25 even like if you stood in front of it. I scalped some out 1-to-1 because at 75. If the high is 50s, then 1-to-1 is just sitting in front of 24. I'm able to get some out there at 1-to-1. Now I want to let it ride down into 22. Like if it breaks this channel down, can't hold 23, I think it goes right into the last little bit of a dip at 22 even. So we're going to get some shares out there, but I always like to pay myself off. If I can add to this at 25 even, I might go ahead and do that. I do not want to get trapped in a halt to the upside. I'm not moving my stop. That stop is going to stay in place. I do want to go back over to NVIDIA there because I made a keystroke error on NVIDIA, and it would have worked out, but I actually got long at 142.5 when I didn't want 142.5, and it went down to 142. So I missed the 142. That's on me. I actually had the wrong price entered, so I wanted to show you guys because it happened, and I missed the 142 long. I'm going to get back on that bid because that's what I was trying to do over there on NVIDIA. I just got the reload, so the second that happens, it's like adjust your stop, Neil. Actually, no, my stop is still good. On HKD, want to get another leg out if it does test that 24. If it can't break 24, then I want to respect inside the range. You keep scalping 1-to-1, keep having my bid down at 22s. Evens on HKD, you pick your spots, and then when it goes, then you make your move. Otherwise, you're just sort of always reacting. You want to, what's the term Ian always says? You want to be, participate, don't anticipate. So instead of saying, I anticipate that 25 is going to fail, I participate when 25 starts failing. That's the way I should be saying it. It's so
right.
much easier that way.
Yeah, that's a good one there for sure. It looks like Nike, we got out of that one, 121.87 or something. Now it's up to 122.20, so we picked the wrong name to get out of there, so that's not a great one. But nice little move upside for Nike, so we're pretty proud of that one. Hopefully you guys, either you're still in this down there or you're not, but good trade. And we stepped out of the not out of the comfort zone, but we've been trading tech. We go over to Nike, take advantage of that. So this did break, man. Amazon did break, but again, we tried to hold. I got back in a little bit. We tried to hold a little bit. It did break that 47, but we're back into this name here. As it goes back up to the upside, we were able to bleed a little bit out there, but see, we got some out, got back in, and now, of course, as I get out of, this is a couple times this has happened to me, where we got out of a significant portion, bought back a little less than we had, and then the stock started to rip upside. So pretty happy with this move to the upside right now on Amazon. Really nothing to complain about here, as we have this. We actually have this move. So I can't complain. I wish we didn't dump it off down there, but hey, it broke by a couple pennies. We got out. Notice that there was that wick bottom there, right? So again, these are some of the things I look for. But if you're looking too much, it wasn't. Let me put this up a little bit.
Baba.
There wasn't a huge volume there, so that was why it was a little tricky. But for now, we just got some nice pieces out there in the 70s for Amazon, guys. What'd you say about Baba there?
It just broke the high of the day. But remember, so if you're watching Alibaba, or Baba, as our man Ian likes to say, and it's breaking this 104. Just remember, 104.5 was yesterday's top. So there's a bit of overhead resistance. So I think you don't have to chase this too far. Like that top was 103.80. I feel like you get to that 50, put a test on at that price, and maybe pull back in, and I'll be able to buy the dip here. I did get that second leg on HKD, but I want to make a quick adjustment because to what I want to do with HKD before we go to sector watch. The way that it just reacted to that break of 24, I'm tightening my stop to break even. That is a very strong reaction. Sorry, 23, not 24. Previous high 23, just bounced off that like it was absolutely nothing. I'm break even stop on this when I see a move like that. Just entirely too strong to not just get out of dodge. I'm not waiting till the high of the day. If it goes break even, it's probably going to lose the other 50 cents anyway. So I'm just going to give it to break even, Brendo.
Guys, yeah, mostly red board to show you as far as the S&P is concerned. 0.87 currently downside for the S&P 500. There are, however, a few areas of note here to the upside. Consumer staples, LW, 9% higher on the day. CAG, 3.3%. Some of the food names popping up. Constellation Brands, however, 6% on the other end of the story to the downside, along with there's Tesla, 4.5% to the downside as well. Some of the transportation names coming through as well on the positive side of things. That's Delta, tough to see there, but 2% for Delta, about 2% there for UAL and AAL. So airlines showing some strength. I saw Western Digital had a positive note this morning from analysts talking about higher demand going into the new year for some of the hardware makers, but the rest of this group definitely not following through. Negative right across the board. Salesforce here, 2.5%. EPAM and Now, though, the two leaders as far as decliners in the software group today. NVIDIA leads the group for semiconductors, downside 2.8% in the red as well for NVIDIA. We've got natural gas numbers came through there at 10:30. With a holiday, we'll get oil coming up here at 11 as well. But I was watching energy stocks. They weren't really moving in relation to that. But interesting day here, guys. Mostly red for the S&P, 0.89 right now.
Sometimes the single best trade you make is it's not getting in and taking a huge winner, but it can be something like avoiding a loss. It can be not making a trade at all. But just now, saying, why give it to the high of the day? That was too strong of a move, pulling back into 23. I'm tightening my stop to break even. This is, if you're going against the grain, have a hard set of rules. Make sure you have an actual stop. Do not average in when it's going against you. Only add to positions that are going in the money. And this damn thing is ridiculously strong right now. This thing, I mean, by HKD, it might have just made a top at 28 even. But even that, I almost want to look for a consolidation long. It has yet to halt in this move. And I kind of feel like it needs to halt to the upside before it has significant pullback. I was talking about Baba there for a second, so I want to go back over to this one. It's been good. I think it can get better. It did touch that high from yesterday and then started pulling back. Hopefully far enough for me to be able to add to this at 104. I'm still holding some from 102, but it's the break of the high that was the next decision point for me, and I do want to get involved in this break.
All right. Yeah, look, I'm kind of just in the same names. If there's anything you guys want us to look at, I mean, obviously that HKD, we just talked about that as well. Micron, people asking what's wrong with it. I don't know. Neil's been in that one. I'm just still watching this AMD and my Amazon. We've been taking some out. I'm out now of half of Amazon. Off that move, so I mean, I'm pretty happy with that. It's kind of like been a little bit of a day saver there that we were able to get back in there. Otherwise, we would have just ate that loss, but this has been a good one now as we just take some out at 70s. Waiting to see if we can get like into the mid 80s here, so I'll put another offer there, maybe 79er, and then we'll get a little higher than that into 90 or so. Here we go. Nice little bounce up. I'm at 79. I just told you that, Amazon, so let's get going there. Back up to the upside. Maybe we will catch a little bit of a flow here, because now look, finally what's happened, you know, like this is what I want to do. I want to be able to hold the long here, right?
Wow.
We talked about that. So hopefully I'm able to hold this long once we get above this 50 period. So that's what I'm looking at right now. A 50 period take here on Amazon, on the market, not on Amazon, but on the market. Maybe we get back to the 50 period on Amazon. So that's sort of my thought right here.
Unreal. So Alibaba just got to 104.85, and this pullback that I'm kind of looking for, it's just not really happening. Like I was on the bid trying to catch 104s, it went to 104.13. It just tried to dip back down to 104.5 and continues to churn. If it doesn't give me a dip, it might just have to be a 105, but I'm not taking a clean break on a parabolic move. Yesterday, it kind of went back and forth, 10 to 15 cents off the 100 break before eventually going. I'll treat it the same way. Either I get my dip buy, or it's let it channel that 105, maybe trap some people to short, make it look like it's working on that short trade, bouncing back and forth, and then break the channel to the upside. That's what worked at 100 before. Silvergate, it's bouncing, but this 12.25, this is turned into short in front of this number to go long if it breaks. I know I only had one long, and that was at the open when it held a low, but it cannot get back to the 11.30 bottom. So it's really only giving you 50 to 60 cents worth of a winner. And at some point with a short interest like this, if 12.25 goes, I'm going to go for the jailbreak again. It hasn't happened yet, by the way. It's just when it does, I'll be there. Brendo.
This NVCR trying to get going again today. This is a huge move for this stock. This thing was $70 yesterday. We topped out at 170 in the pre-market. We're back to 115. It was that lung cancer story, or lung cancer treatment story up here. FDA not after a lung cancer treatment meets end goals in a late stage study. So NVCR trying to go again.
Oh, that was that mover. Thank you, Brendan, for that, because I remember seeing that stock, and I'm like, that's not some crazy small cap or anything, but definitely a good run. But this market's coming back into these lows. I got my eyes on Alibaba, and then I go over to Microsoft here because that was the weakest stock yesterday. Oh, it just never got up here after breaking higher. So I got out of my Microsoft short. I'd probably look to re-engage if I can see 225. Now I'm wondering if we get it. I got to go back to Micron. Someone asked what's wrong with Micron. No, Micron just stair-stepped to the upside. So it was a good short work, reload, stop out, and then wait for 55. Well, it's at 55 now. That's the 50-period moving average on the daily, 55 and a quarter or 55 and change. It also works out to the pre-market high. There's no need to just keep shorting it all the way. When it shows strength, get out and wait for the better price. It's here now. So Micron here now. I'm going to short it here, and I'll give it to that high of the day. There's no need to fight it. And if it gets above 55 and a quarter and the market's holding up, heck, maybe it even turns into a long. I still want to short it off that next level, so I'm jumping on the offer. I just got it now. But you got to be patient. That's what patience means. Not just going short the entire way, but when it makes a new range, short the new range. Not the old one, short the new one. As a day trader that can make multiple executions, you take advantage of that. If you can only take one short, maybe you don't even short it till it gets to the absolute high. There's nothing wrong with that either, but I'm now back into Micron. I was just waiting for it to get there and make a curl, like I said earlier. As we go to Brendan for Money Talks.
Mostly negative right across the board. Dollar strength coming through once again today. We're breaking out, in fact, for the DXY on the daily chart. Back to the upside. Following that ADP number this morning that we got, again, much stronger than expected on that ADP private payrolls number coming through ahead of December non-farm payrolls, which will be out tomorrow morning, remember, at 8:30. So big move up here for the dollar, 0.88 right now to the upside, 105 and change. Everything else under pressure as a result, 0.75 to the downside for the euro. About the same there for the Canadian dollar, back to 73.5. 1.5, meanwhile, for the British pound, back to 118. Remember, we were above 120 yesterday on the pound. Full percent for both the Australian dollar and New Zealand. Kiwi as well. 0.25% now for Bitcoin, guys. Back to the green side.
Green side.
But it's still a bear, man. It's still a bear.
Oh, that's right. We haven't changed it. Right?
No, I mean the market's holding these lows. You're down 1%. What are you going to do?
I've been long all day. Like we turned that around in the pre-market.
It's like this.
It's crazy.
This is the thing that happens in day trading, right? Like you just, at the end of the day, like you set up for levels and key levels you want to play off of them. I'm just staring at, I have to cancel my bid on Alibaba. I'm not getting 104s. This is now all about the 105 level and the 105 level only. The only new trade I put on there was Micron. And I got to show you, I'll show you HKD because I was just telling Shawn, it's like everything I said not to do would have just worked. It's like, well, don't sit there averaging into HKD because like if you average into this after it breaks 25, it's a nonsensical trade. Like you're just blah, 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 blah. Maybe it gets to $30 and I'll have that kind of a stop. Well, that's how you ruin a day or ruin a month. So I say tighten up the stop when it's not working and get out of Dodge and look for the next trade. Well, if it just because it would have worked doesn't make it a good idea. So this is going to have made a top after failing it, but it goes 10% against you. If that's how you want to trade, fair enough. I don't think it's a good idea. I still think it could be a consolidation long if it can hold 24, and I'd maybe look for 30 for the next level, but it has to set up. If it doesn't set up for you and you can't find it out, then you shouldn't get in. So that's the way I want to look at it. I understand that worked out for everybody if you just average into that short, but that's kind of crazy.
I like that. I like that. Yeah, we talked about that. Sometimes, you know, the most common sense trade isn't actually common sense to us.
Yeah, I mean,
could be to someone else. You know, I mean, someone else's trade ideas are what they are.
We went to 2,500 before.
I'm gonna flush myself. Exactly. 2,500. I'm going to flush myself down the toilet here with Amazon because, again, we just kept trying the long. It's not as brutal. Like, we were able to get out of it. This could be a hell of a lot worse. I'm actually a little Barry Horowitz action, man. Pat myself on the back a little bit here because I feel like we did do a decent job here of that play, and that was, you know, getting out when we took the long. We were stubborn to take the long in the first place, and I think part of, you know, becoming a better trader is realizing that, you know, when you're wrong and just to make the mistake and get out. And I think that's what we did there. And now look, like now it's just dripping to the downside and we don't have anything to worry about because we're not in it anymore, right? And so there it goes. We should be short. That's what I'm most disappointed in, that fact that I should be short right now, Amazon, and I'm not. So that's the difference on that one, right? So that kind of sucks. But all right, Google's right back down. We just took a long, and again, we didn't take enough advantage of that one. That just popped up 20 cents for us as well. And now we're down to the downside for Google. So let's watch out. What's Nike doing? Don't tell me it's okay. It's back in, so that's good. Let's do a little bit more work on Google. We have 5 minutes left here. Let's zoom out. Okay, we're way low, so forget about the minute chart. On the 20 period here, hold on a second. Let me just move this upside a little bit so you can see that. I don't want to. Again, we're running out of screen size here. I mean, I don't know if we could. I was thinking, is there a way, and I'm going to talk about this today, because is there a way that we could put the position board on the side? You know, because then we wouldn't have to worry about always missing the bottom takes here. The side, I feel like, would be better because I could move all this over a little bit, squeeze it, and then you could have it on the side somehow. I just don't know, like, visually how that would look.
I don't know I'm not sure what the best solution is. We'll have to think about it because obviously we're trying to make it the best experience.
I want to give everybody, because we keep adjusting our charts and I kind of feel like we're doing it too much, and we want to give everybody the best show and visual, you know, blah blah blah. But maybe there's something there, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. We'll figure it out because I know it blocks all the time, and all I keep doing is moving my chart up so that I have less to look at myself, and that seems to work. We do have these back.
Yeah.
So this is hilarious because it's a short that's working on a stock that's trending to the upside, and it's Micron. Like I just said, let it get to 55, let it fail at 55, and then when it does, then the next, this is an obvious channel. Like this is 55 breaking down, you get a 95 short, I got 94. It gets the first 15 cents in the money, that's where it consolidated before, that's where I get out. The previous high to that was right at 54.65, that area here, so that's where I'm gonna get the next out. And then it goes down into VWAP, and those are decision points for me. So I get out at decision points, and if it breaks the high of the day, this hopefully won't turn into a loser because I'm disciplined about it and I won't give it through that high. Alibaba is finally starting to pull back, and Nvidia, whoops, I was gonna go to Alibaba, but Nvidia's at 142. So, you know, it's like this is an unscripted show. Like I was about to talk about Alibaba because it was at a key level, but now Nvidia is at 142. It broke it once and got to 96, so I do want to give it at least 10 to 15 cents beneath this price, but Nvidia has been weak. At least I'm short something. It's like I'm long Nvidia at the low and short Micron at the high. You love these markets.
You mean, wait a minute. You don't get the script for this show? You know, I'll forward it to you after this.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. There is one.
Now I know what's
apparently there is one. No, there's no script. All right, just looking at this before we wrap this up here, we do have Bed Bath & Beyond, which is a beautiful trade. I am looking right now at my AMD stuff here just to figure out what's going on. I'm not going to get that SI buy through 15. AMD, okay. So just looking at that. So here's Bed Bath & Beyond, man. It's a nice downside move. You can see definitely what's happened there. We just took some out. We only have 20% left as there's down 23% right now. Bed Bath & Beyond right there. As I hear Sharif getting all tested up. We're getting ready to go for the mics on the other side. So it's going to be Luca and Sharif, of course, on the midday show, 62.75 or so. I was looking at what that bottom was. So that bottom we already had it once here, 90s. It looks like we're right back in it again. Let's put some bids here. Not as many as maybe we should, but we are going to put a bid right now on AMD. Last time I wanted this and I missed it, if you guys remember. So hopefully we're able to catch it a little bit better here on the bottom. So I was actually just bidding 95s. I'm right there. Ooh, just bounced off me there, 95. So hit me at 95 now. Don't make me punch 97s. There it is. So we are now in that name as we go. So hopefully that'll come through now for us here at 95, and we'll be able to just move on from it. So long there, giving that to 75 bottom. We'll average in again. So that's my play right now, trying to get this name inside here a little bit, make that bottom, and then just get out. So that's what I'm looking for right now on AMD. Some bottom takes down here. My next bid right now is I'm getting out 75s, is 83. I'm going to put it at 85.
So I just wanted to get to Alibaba a second because it just pulled back. I said I wouldn't take the 105 clean break because I wanted to see how it traded up there. It rejected that 105, and now you're starting to dip back in. Doesn't mean it can't hold that previous breakout price. Let's go to the 15 so we can see a little better here. This is 104.5. That's yesterday's top. That's where it's trying to hold up. I know it broke out from about 103.80 or so, 1 to 104 earlier, but I look at yesterday's high, and if it can start to barcode and go sideways here, that's where I think support can be. I did go bottom picking on NVIDIA. It looks like it is not going to hold on. I'm giving it to just barely past that 142. I think, look, I'm going to get stopped out in a couple of pennies here. The next long would have to wait until that 140 area on NVIDIA. I'm holding on to Micron short, but NVIDIA looks like I'm going to have to give this one up. At least I waited for the absolute bottom on NVIDIA 142s. Didn't like anything but that price not going to work. My hands are off. I'm getting out. No need to fight it. As I look over, I do believe, Micron's NASDAQ, I do believe that we should at some point, if the market breaks these lows, I don't care how strong the stock is, if it's following the market, which Micron usually does, it should drift at least down toward the bottoms. But the way this is channeling, I want to pay myself out before it does. So scalps not recognizing strength. Market breaks lows and heads to like 2% down. Micron will get its way to the low of the day.
All right, so we are now averaging as we're getting ready to end the show right here, man. It's been a big one. Okay, maybe AMD. So our average price now is 62.90, 89, sorry. We did get a decent average in there. Obviously, we talked about where we'd take that. So it's a nice move. Hopefully, it can continue to go back up to the upside right here, and we'll be able to get some out. We just took a piece out at 94 there. Hopefully, it can go back up, and I'm sitting at 98 for more of this. And then if the market rallies, great. Back up to the 50 period. We know that this one can go. So just some targets here for AMD. Yeah, I mean, we at some point we got to wait for VWAP, but again, the 63s, 05s, 06s, 07 area right here, this bottom, would love to be able to get a chance to get these out there. So hopefully it will rip up, and then we'll address it after that. But right now, good. Good. I think we had a great show here again today. A lot of trading ideas, and I hope you guys are involved in some of them for sure as they've been working. See, my scalper mentality right here. I go to put an offer right now at 94 right there on AMD, but miss it. So, all right, this is going to be a good one, man. We're offering on the way up. The market's been pretty volatile here. Let's see if we did find a bottom. But without any further ado, it's midday madness, mayhem.
I hate you guys for what you did yesterday.
No,
yeah, I'm just messing with you. It's all love. It's all love.
They got it. Yeah, but now I've committed myself to this Reaper challenge. This one chip challenge is going to be disaster. I feel like I want Luca to do this chip. I want Sharif. Yo, Luca and Sharif, you guys are joining us. Okay, over to these guys.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone?
Nope.
There is absolutely 0% chance that I'm doing that chip because I am not a spice guy. I will probably die. I'll probably die. So no, thank you. If I do decide to ever do that, it'll be in a hospital because that's probably where I'll end up. But yeah, guys, hopefully you guys are having a great time, enjoying the show, making that money, staying profitable. I am currently long MEGL. And this is just going in my favor. Right away, I get long. It's sort of high a day. It's showing that it's holding. I'm like, this could go. And you know what, man? This is like sympathy play to HKD here. So here we are at 26. I have no idea where HKD can go, but I kind of feel like this one, you know, was at 2,500. So we have a general area of how far we can go. Luca, is your mic covered? You seem distanced. No, man, I'm right here. Yeah, I'll try to fix it for you guys so you guys can hear me nice and clear here. But yeah, long MEGL, long Amazon, which I'm willing to add into the 83 level. I think eventually a bounce comes, so I will continue to add to this trade. It's down 2.3%. I think we get a little bit of a bounce. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, no, MEGL sort of working, and I just want to find a way into a little bit more. Where is the top on this? I don't know, but I think we could get to 4, if not at least 3 to 350 area. So yeah, I'm gonna nurse that one. Gonna nurse the Amazon. We're gonna see where these two go, and for sure get a lot of other trades going here. Yeah, somebody's saying now my mic is fine. Yeah, guys. Hopefully you guys are having a great day. You know, how's it looking on your side, Shawn?
I feel like, I don't know how you feel, but I feel like very fortunate to have been involved in getting Neil and Shawn to eat that hot chip. I don't know. It's just like a sense of gratification. Call it what you will. I was involved. You were involved, and we get to watch it live. But guys, what a day it's been so far. Big caps, small caps, it's all running. Welcome to the midday show. You heard Luca talk about Megal, whatever you want to call it now, up over 100%. Let's have a look at some daily levels because we're just flying here. So we need to know where we're going. So right now, high of days, 275 on this bad boy. The last time we were up at these levels was back November 15th. We hide out at 325. So that's going to be a clear level for me right away. I'm looking at that 325 level. No questions asked. Let's mark that bad boy off. Where is it? Let's go, computer. 325. Then where's the next obvious level after that? Well, back probably October 10th, we're looking at 360. Now we're starting to look at increments of 10, 20 pennies. That's not what we want to look at. We want to look for major levels. So I'm going to say that whole dollar level at 4, after that 325. So right away, I'm looking at those two levels. Now, how's the best way to get into this guy? I mean, yeah, we could punch long here at high of day, 275. We're trading at 260 now. Or we could ID some levels. Well, that $0.50 is always interesting. I mean, it hasn't given us an opportunity to consolidate. So I'm going to say I'm hands off on this one until it retraces, possibly back to the 7 period on the 5-minute chart. That's how I'm going to play this. I mean, I may miss out on a whole bunch of the move, but just for mitigating risk and my trading strategy, I'm not going to punch in up here. So continuing to watch that. Obviously, you heard Luca talk about this one is moving in sympathy to HKD. HKD is obvious. You guys, anybody who's been trading the last year knows about HKD, but in case you don't know, it is a Chinese stock, and it went to almost $2,000 in the summer. Am I right? Was it $2,000?
$2,500.
$2,500. Thank you guys. 2,500. So we're at $28 now. So you do the math on that one, and yeah, see where this one can go. Obviously, you heard Luca say this one's going to $50. It's up 183%. I don't put it past them.
Yeah, man, guys, this is, guys, Amazon is right away working. I'm trying to offer it at the 50 period for the last portion. That was a sick dip buy. It's definitely working right away, so pretty happy with that one. Sold a little bit of MEGL at 270. I like the push into 3, but look, if this is going to hold trend, as the moving average comes up, as this consolidates, you know, I have a good price. I'll consider adding maybe, I think that 250 if we hold there, a little bit of a good base for the next move up. But yeah, you know, it's, this is one of those things, man, that, you know, like, it's like take the position, pay yourself, and then hold for the dream. I hold for the dream on MEGL, and I want to find a way into HKD. Somebody's like, yeah, this is going to 40. And I'm like, I think you're right. I think you're right. I just need to find a way to get into this trade because, like, you know, it could go down. Like, I could get long. Like, you know, imagine like long 23, you just get smoked instantly right there, right? So it's like, you know, the first time it was terrible, the second time it was awesome. You know, take your pick. So the first time this kind of feels like it's holding. Maybe the 30 break, maybe. But yeah, I mean, it's tough to gauge daily levels on this thing. It's you know, I mean, just to show everybody here, it's an animal. It's an animal. It's like, where is resistance? I don't know. Like, are we at resistance? Does it even matter? Like, are we gonna fly to 90? Like, where's the top on this thing? I have no idea. So I'm just gonna tell myself, look, buy the dip. So don't chase the highs, buy the dip. That kind of makes more sense. So yeah, if we get back down to whatever, 25, 24 area, I think I'm just gonna have a bid. I mean, this thing is holding. It's obviously up on the day. So that's the plan there. We're gonna see. I'm so tempted to just go long right now. Maybe I will go long right now. I'll consider this. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna give it like 2 minutes and decide where that one wants to go. Tesla is below 108 over here, and I kind of want to be long Tesla as well for some reason. So I am going to get long Tesla as well. This is kind of starter size here just because I'm just looking at this level. We are down 5%. They had the deliveries coming out from China. Obviously, like, negative catalyst because now we're down. But I do think easily we pop up 50 cents on this one. So I'm going for 50 cents. We'll see if that one wants to pay me. Looking back quickly at Amazon, is this stalling? Maybe I will just sell a little bit more of Amazon, man, because that is... yeah, maybe we consolidate and then pop there and go from there. Yeah, guys, feel free to throw names in the chat, what you're trading. Let us know. You know, maybe I'll just jump in and trade them, man. I don't know where Trader Gorno is. Hopefully he's doing well. I pull up Nike every time I think of him.
This guy.
And
he's
yeah,
been throwing
man,
you trades a lot lately.
yeah, we've been trading that 118 level, and now look at this. It's at 122. So I mean, Nike is Nike. Nike doing Nike things. Somebody's saying Meta short. Let's have a look here at Meta. Meta, the 124 level was resistance, and then now I feel like we're kind of like above that, so I'm not really too sure, but it is respecting VWAP. You know what? I think I'm convinced on this one. There's going to be small, yeah, there's going to be small size for myself. There's a V, like, just looking at this, my gut feeling is we're rejecting VWAP every single time. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth time's a charm, why not? My cover area is into that 25. I'll take 20 cents. I'll take 20 cents, man, over and over again. Just give me that 20 cents. So, yeah, we got 3 longs on board, 1 short. Everything seems to be working for me for the time being. And now we look for exits and go from there.
All right, guys, we'll just review my trades real quick. I know HKD's making the move. I'm not going to trade it. Not at these levels. I need a pullback. I'm not willing to punch in here. So I'll show you what I've done so far on the day. Tesla short, you heard Luca say he's getting long. I'm already out of this trade. Went short. The reason I went short here was something that I saw in the futures market. So I'm like, okay, we're basically trending to the low side. We have consistently lower highs. I'm going to short the pop. That was basically the play here, and it ended up working, and I played the range. That's all I did on Tesla, and I took it for almost a buck. Almost a buck, 80 pennies. So that short right there at 107.90-ish, and then the last piece out was near that 107.80-ish. So yeah, decent. I scalped out 6. I think I have 6 exits
we're
here.
Gonna go for 30,
it's
guys.
it was a nice little range, but as you see,
29.
it moved right back. So this is a range-bound trade. Now it's broken decisively on my chart anyway through the 50-period moving average. So I think that the long might be interesting going in, depending on what the futures did. The next trade was Apple. That was earlier at my desk. I'll show you this one real quick. This one was entirely based on where the futures levels were. I said to myself, here's the play on this one. I see a 38.20 bottom on the HKD's moving.
Yeah, guys, HKD to the moon. So you know what? I said I want to buy the dip, but for whatever reason, 29.20 was reserving on the bid. I'm like, okay, this is probably going for 30, so I can probably like get a trade going and then scalp out of it. Guys, I'm not going to lie. Because I'm at the highs here, this could reverse on me, so I am scalping this out.
Nice.
But I am going to hold a piece for the dream. I hold a piece MEGL. I hold a piece HKD for the dream. These things are going nuts. I don't know where the top is. Somebody said 40. I like that. So, yeah, if we get to 40, I'm going to try to hold the kind of last piece for that. But, yeah, man, I've been in these trades, and it's just like I've held, like, now this is like instantly $3 in the money. It's like, okay, just give me these wins, man. Give me these wins. But, again, holding a piece for the dream on these is, like, this went to 2,500. This went to 2,500.
I'm spending the money for this.
Yes,
guys.
okay,
I'll do it in a second. I know, it'll work in a second.
Guys, if this goes to 2,500 while I'm long this, I don't know. I think today is my last day. Like, to be honest, like this is
no, there's an issue with it. We'll get it fixed.
Okay, yeah, guys. 32.65 is this a halt level, or I don't even know what's going on, guys. Hopefully somebody behind me here is long this name as well, because this thing. If this goes to 2,500 on this show, this will be my last day, because that's retirement money, man. So gonna hold a piece for the dream. We'll see what happens there. Meta is sort of going up here, so I think I'm gonna have to cover this Meta, or maybe I should add to it. You know what?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
the
going to cover
market's
Meta. It was
making
like
a
small
bit
size
move.
anyways. I don't even care about that one. Tesla is moving to the north side here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go for 50s. But let me just, maybe it doesn't get there specifically. I'm just going to take the win as I get it here. Let me just get some out over there. Okay, perfect. And then cover a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, there's the Tesla move that I was looking for. I'll just get out of that one. Nice little scalp trade into the 108.50s area. Now nursing couple longs, man. Amazon, we are at the 50 period. I don't
And
know
basically, it comes down to this level, Luca, that we've been seeing over and over and over on the ES. This goes back to December 20th. We see that 3802 to the so 3800 and then 3820. That's that 20-point zone. So going back to December 23rd, you punched out. We haven't broken it. We haven't broken lower since the 30th. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so the 30th is the last time we were at that 3820 low, and we really haven't been able to break really below it. Just kind of a couple of wicks there, but nothing closes below that level. So I think anytime I'm around that 3820 level, I may be looking long until it decisively breaks. So that's what I'm looking at here, and that's why I think some of these these big cappers are starting to curl up. You're seeing a nice curl up here on Tesla, breaking that old high, so it's created new highs now, higher lows, higher highs, so nice little trend change. It could reclaim VWAP here into that 109 area. So let's watch to see what the market does. I think this might be an interesting area that we could bottom out at, Luca.
Yeah, guys, this is, I see Elizabeth Goodyear. Hopefully you're doing well. Haven't seen you in the chat for a while. Luca, your joy with HKD helped ride it up. Do it again. I don't think I have that power, to be honest. I'm just kind of now in the long, and I am so happy that I didn't wait for the dip because, yeah, what a move. In at 29, kind of out like 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Next target, 69.
Let's go. Yesterday we wanted 69.
I don't know, guys.
Yeah.
This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Yeah, no, this is definitely exciting. But again, guys, this thing. Remember Kala from yesterday? Kala was like, it was up, things were
crashing,
things were going, and yeah, man. Then it just kind of like reverses on you, right? So just expect there is a potential for the dump. That's why you need to take the trade. You need to pay yourself. You need to scale out, and then you hold some for the dream. Hopefully, you're holding enough to make good money, right? So this is the thing. Look at this. As fast as it goes up, it comes right back down. Still holding. I will be sad if this goes down. My stop is probably at this point should be 27. Probably 27, 20. Like we shouldn't break the 50 period. If we get there, that's sad. I'll like lose a lot on that. But yeah, hopefully all is well. I know Shawn is saying, let's go AMD. Let's have a look where AMD is. We're moving up. Somebody's like Russian ceasefire. I feel like that's not a thing.
What's like? Isn't it the Christmas thing?
There was a holiday tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a holiday.
That's my Christmas tomorrow.
Oh, okay. They're doing a ceasefire for the holiday. That's, well, yeah, okay, yeah. No comment.
Exactly.
Tesla is continuing to go to the north side there. And, yeah, what a good cover there on Amazon. Nice little pop. I'm going back to MEGL to look at this.
It's flushing.
This thing flushed hard, and I missed the 90s. Yeah, these things are going to move together. It's obviously sympathy plays. I missed the 90s fill at the top, but I kind of got a little bit more out at 80s. I am still holding. But I have a good average, man. I have a really good average. Like, what is the odds that this goes back to 210? And even if it does, I lose like 14 cents on the last piece. So I'm comfortable with the last piece. I think there's a chance that it does hold trend there. So we are going to see. We're going to see what happens there. And somebody's saying, Merry Christmas, Sharif.
Oh,
Merry
thank you.
early
Yeah,
Christmas.
so my Christmas is on the 7th. My Christmas Eve is tomorrow, kind of in line with the Russian schedule there. So I kind of know what that's about. Kind of, whatever it is, what it is, this ceasefire. Anyway, let's get back to some stocks. You see Meagle here, around that 250 mark. It kind of moved down with HKD. The move down on Meagle was way more aggressive than the HKD move, though. So let's see what this one does. VWAP's at $2, and I want to say 11 cents. So that's a level to look at. There's also a nice little top here at $2.05. So that's a ways away from where we're at, but let's see how this one does. I'm not gonna punch in quite yet. To HKD, you're getting that consolidation sideways a little bit. Now let's see if this one gives up something. I think the shares to short were like a penny, Luca. So I know shorting this one may be the end of your account.
Yeah, I'm not
seeing as that this one can go to an unlimited amount of money, and it has $2,500. We mentioned that to you earlier. But yeah, keep in mind that that is available if that's something you're interested in. Now, this 3820 level, I mean, I don't know how to play this Tesla thing. It's just reclaim VWAP here. I'm not sure what I'm going to get into at the moment. No real trades on I can continue to look at some of these on my side chart. Basically, all I'm looking at is as follows. Let's bring in the side chart here. I saw NVCR. This was moving earlier. It's up 60% on the day. It's really expensive to trade, though. It's a $112 stock now. High of days at 118 area. Super spready as well, so careful with this one. HKD, obviously, Amigo. ATNF, this showed up on my scanner as well this morning, 12%. It made a move and then it kind of retraced, and it's been doing nothing since, so I've been ignoring it. Data, you heard Neil trading that one earlier. It since, topped out 1165. VWAP's at 1110 level, so I could be interested in retracing. What's up?
Yeah, thank you, HKD. We're now at 3650, and all I'm going to say is HODL, hold on for dear life here, because somebody's like, yeah, we're going to 100. I don't know where we're going, honestly. I have no idea where we're going. It's going to be hard if this thing goes to 50. Like, it's going to be hard to not sell it. It's going to be hard to not sell it. But, big picture in mind here. Big picture, 2,500 is the top. We could probably retest that. Anything is possible, man. Anything is possible. So yeah, we're gonna see. And guys, for the record, I'm not pumping this thing. It has a brain of its own. It's 16, 20 million shares traded here. You could lose everything. Expect this to go into a down halt and open at 0, and you lose 100% of what you put in. That is what I'm prepared to do. It is what it is, man. Just know what you're getting yourself into. This is not Apple, man. This is not Apple. Speaking of Apple, let's have a look at Apple, see where we are here. We kind of bottomed out at close to 125 there. I like that level, that 125 level. Not sure if we get there again, but it's sort of, in the middle here. Now it's, now it's kind of doing its thing there. So yeah, who knows what happens there. But yeah, I'm just kind of with these positions now. I feel like I had a couple good dip buys there, and now I just I should have loaded up on a few other things. AMD running to VWAP, kind of, you know what? Maybe I'll try a short here. Let's try to get 27 fills. See if this wants to fill over here for a move back down. Where's the market? I mean, the market's kind of, down over here, sort of a little bit of a bottoming out. Maybe we bounce, maybe we retest the lows. I almost want to say that 38.30 to 38.20 area kind of feels like the general level of support that's been for the past few days there. Yeah, if we break down and we really sell off and probably get a 3800 test. So yeah, I don't know, anything's possible. We could easily go back up. So I'm not loving the shorts. If I take the shorts, it'll be a little bit smaller size. If we get closer to the bottoms and then hold the bottoms, I think I'm gonna recycle that and go from there. What's up, Trader Gorno? Lucas short Nike. Short Nike, that's it. Eh? You're just like short Nike every single day of the week. This is actually like a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern on the 1 minute, but it is. We're kind of, you know what it is? We're like right over here. So if we can get back up, I think I'll try that there. I like that little kind of pop and drop there, but I mean, not up that much, only up 50 basis points there. So we're gonna see what happens. Somebody's saying that's the top for HKD. I don't know, man. As long as it's holding trend, I don't know. I don't know what to think, man. We'll see what happens. Yeah, Meta. I'm kind of glad that I covered that show. What a good cover, man. Sometimes you lose and you're like, that was a great cover. That was an awesome cover. I dig that, man. I dig that. That was pretty good.
So I just took a nice little scalp trade on Tesla. The whole idea here was to take the rejection of VWAP. I think I waited a little too long to get into this one. I would have liked to get in the mid 70s. I ended up getting in low 50s. Sucks to be me. Took it for a 20 penny winner down into the low 30s, but nothing really to write home about, just playing that range. Looking at the market here, looks like we're maybe coming down closer to that 20 level. Now 38.29. Look at that ugly topping tail candle, and that rejection of VWAP earlier. It looks like this one is setting up possibly to take out that 38.20 later in the afternoon. Who knows what this one, but does not look good from a chart pattern perspective. The look right now on the 3 minute on the future. So I'm just going to continue to play these ranges. I probably won't give into FOMO and punch into HKD, although it's just printed a new high, 37.30. That's crazy.
I am $8 in the money on this thing.
That's crazy.
That is, yeah, guys. Someone's like, where are you covering this? I don't know. Like, hopefully 2,500. Like, give me 2,500 one time, and that's it, man. That's it. Somebody's saying HKD lockup expiration is in 6 days. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that we were just up today for whatever reason. I just don't know. I just don't know. Somebody's saying you should have just punched in.
Me?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh,
maybe
I'm not
they're
going to
afraid
do
of
that.
you.
I mean, if I do that this time, I got to do it next time, and I got to do it the time after that. And that's just not my style. I have like certain things that I look for, time after time. Yeah, so I can't. That's just not my.
Yeah, somebody's saying I have to mark out profit targets. It's, you know what, I've already kind of scalped the win, pretty happy with it. You know, you just kind of ride. These are the things you ride, man. These are the things that you hold a piece for, and if you're wrong, like, who cares? Because the upside is there. Like, guys, $7 in the money. Like, I mean, this could, you know, I don't know what's gonna happen. What I want to see is an up halt, and then it just opens at like 70. Like, that would be great. Do it one time. Jay Williams, was that you from yesterday saying, take your $8, bro? And you literally said it yesterday, and it was $4. And if at first you don't succeed, try again tomorrow. That's what I'm gonna say to that one. So yeah, man, we're gonna see where this one goes.
Imagine buying one share and then holding it to 2,500 and like profiting 2,200 off one share. That'd
Can
be a
you
nice
buy
little,
one share?
on IBKR you can.
Oh,
Obviously
yeah,
not
if you
on
do,
our
like, the
platform.
splits or whatever. Yeah,
No, you don't even need to do the splits. You can literally hit one share into the order amount.
Isn't there like a broker that you can buy like half a share?
Yeah, there's partial shares that
That's
you'll
so
get
weird,
like
man.
10%.
Yeah, give me like half a share.
Yeah, I know. No, not even. I'll take one full share. What are you risking?
Bill said he
37
bought
bucks?
2 shares. Listen, Bill.
You're risking 36 bucks.
Yeah, you're
it
risking
goes to zero.
36 bucks. It goes to 2,500. You're up 5K. That sounds like a great trade-off. You know how many times you go to the bar and spend that in 2 seconds?
In a minute. And a double costs more than that at any nice place anyway. So HKD, Luca, good on you. You had the cojones to punch in, and there it is, man, $8 in the money. Let's have a look at Tesla. Looks like I paper-handed yet another trade, as this one really does reject VWAP and head all the way down, now testing 108. Sadly, I got out into the low 30s, but there's another 30 cents on the table I could have had there. You know, looking at this one's a little tricky. I feel like it needs to print a newer low below that 107.66 area. Otherwise, it looks like it may be uptrending. Like if you're looking here, you need to break this neckline. But the market continues to head to the downside. Now 38.25, we're really inching in closer on that 38.20. So I'm going to be looking at these big caps a lot more now as we come down near that 38.20 level. And by the way, Microsoft looks to be like setting up for a nice flat bottom breakdown. It seems like the cleanest of the patterns here. Have a look at this. This might be something that goes on my radar right now. That 22.67 is the low of day, right? That was made right at that 950 time slot. You break that 223.65, I think, low, and the market cooperates through that 38.20 low. I think that may be a very interesting trade, Luca. I might set that up now.
Yeah, man, do you. And with that being said, I will also say to everybody watching, trade your own book, man. Do you. You guys got to figure out how to feed yourselves. You cannot, you know, it's, you need to feed yourselves, man. You need to feed yourselves. You need to figure it out for yourself. That is the main thing. We are here to provide entertainment and education and show you a couple funny things here and there. But yeah, man, at the end of the day, you gotta kind of roll with what you go with here. So yeah, anyway, speaking of that, Tesla's now back down below 108. I don't necessarily love the long again, but I kind of want to find a way into this. So maybe 107.50, kind of a little bit of a bounce play there. So I'm gonna have a bid out 107.60, 107.50 area. The market is now breaking lows. And you know what? I actually want to try like a SPY long here.
Looking for a bounce, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go long. This is weird. This is probably weird, but I'm going long the market here. I'm going long. It's low of day. Break the low of day. I want to see a little bit of a pop for a scalp trade back to the north side. Gonna go for a quick 30 cents on that one. I think I'll easily get that fill. It just feels like every time SPY breaks an even dollar level, it breaks it and then it instantly pops 19 cents. So let's see if it wants to do it right now. It's already working for me. Let's just see if I can get an additional 10 cents out of this. My offers are already stacked there to get the fill. And MEGL, this is, you know what? This volume's the tell. The volume on the way up, that was great. That flush doesn't look good for the longs. I'm still gonna hold it. I'm still in the money, but this should not be breaking $2.25. Like, we should not even get a VWAP test. Like, this should be like the trap low of day and then like back to the north side. So gonna nurse that one for a little bit longer, but definitely watching it. It's on kind of, I'm just watching that there to see what happens. Same thing, man. Look at this. It's like, oh, the short is good. Trap the shorts, back to the upside. Shorts get squeezed. They punch. That is the move. That is kind of the, you know, from a long perspective, that's what you want. You want people shorting So so they get squeezed, and then that's kind of your thing there. So yeah, this thing actually stopped right at 109. I'm not ready to hand it off just yet, and I think I actually want to add to it back down here. But yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna add a little bit more right here, see if I get the fill. And okay, I'll give you that par fill, I guess. And we'll see, man. I'm still kind of thinking the 20s will be tested to the north side. Just a little bit of the idea on that one. I do want to get out everything. If we do get that pop there, we'll see what happens. Somebody's saying, Luca, congrats on HKD. Listen, congratulate me when it's at $2,500. That's what I'll say there.
That's not the only measure of a win, man. That's a dub. Take the $8.
This is a little bit of a scalp dub, but yeah, no, I'm not kidding. Congratulate me when it's at 2,500. That's the deal there. I think Netflix may have flushed from just a heads up, 313 now down to 310 for anybody eyeing that VWAP. You know, obviously very strong off the open, coming back down, holding VWAP the first time. I wonder if there's a chance that this actually wants to hold VWAP the second time. Maybe 309.50 buy. I'm going to try this 309.50 buy. This was on my radar from before, but it is, I'm not sure if I get the fill, and it's super, super small size on that one. Okay, so I got the fill on SPY there. That was solid, man. This is like pretty textbook. You know, you break the even dollar, it pops. It just so happened to go back down. Unfortunately, didn't get the full fill on the secondary punch, but it's all good. We go back up. What is that? That was like a nice 30-cent win. I'll take those time and time again, man. In and out, that's the deal. I didn't get the bid, unfortunately, on Tesla. Didn't really dip down. Now going back to the north side. Oh. So, yeah, 2 longs on board, waiting for Netflix. Tesla I'm canceling because the bounce already kind of happened. And I almost want to say that I should cancel AMD there as well. Yeah, AMD, I'm done with this. I should be going long. I'm going to go long AMD here.
All right, guys, nothing on board for me. Tried a couple of punches into Microsoft for like a 5-penny loss on each one. I'm trying to time this short through that 38.20 break. So I'm going to keep probably retrying this one. But Microsoft seems to me like it wants to head to the downside. At least that's how I see it. I see it as the most prone. Down, what is it? Down 2.25% on the day. So it is, yeah, except for Tesla, which is down 4.8. Microsoft is right behind there, I guess, 2.29%. So that's my play. Waiting for it to materialize, but the market really holding that 38.20 level so far, and so holding back Microsoft from flushing. A couple of things I want to mention that got sent in our group chat here. Brendo letting us know with respect to Hood that the FTX shares were officially seized by the government regulator, seizing I think 460 million FTX-related Robinhood stake. So that may affect Hood. Let's have a look at Hood real quick. I'm just going to look at my watch list here to see if it's even bother talking about it. Yeah, it's down 3.23%. Is there an aggressive move here? Let's have a look. No, not really. Nothing really to speak of price action wise, so I won't bother with that. But yeah, so that one happening, and earlier Micron, about 15 minutes ago, Micron CEO was on CNBC, but that's no longer an issue now. Yeah, there we go. We're still near day's lows. I mean, on the ES, 38.25, 38, where we're at now, 38.22 is where the low of day is, and it's just, I don't know. I know you punched long SPY. Did you punch long SPY? What did you do?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
long SPY. Took it out already.
You took it out? Okay,
yeah,
so I'm thinking, yeah, to be honest with you, the market's not really cooperating at the moment. It's holding these levels. Microsoft's flirting with low of day. So I'm going to keep my eye on this trade. This is where I want to go. If it ends up going to the sell side, I'll take it. Otherwise, you know, I'm not going to force a trade. Let's look at some of these other ones. Tesla, look at this one, trying to make a VWAP reclaim here like it did on this occasion. This is where we shorted it last time around. VWAP's at that 108 3/4. So let's see what this one does. They're all just, it looks like to be a topsy-turvy market today, Luca.
Someone's saying coin respecting VWAP. Yeah, let's take a look here at coin very quickly. I feel like, this is, I don't know. This is in the middle. I'm gonna leave it be. So I got the fill here on AMD, just bidding in front of 63.20s. This probably does go back to VWAP if I had to guess, but I'm gonna take the wins as they come. It's kind of just, you know, my style. For anybody that, you know, hasn't watched the show before, I am scalp demon mode. I just like to scalp over and over again. And that is the plan, man. That is the plan. Somebody made me laugh. Who was it? Brad. Luca, I keep thinking I'm listening to an old replay from months ago. I think I'll hold for the dream. No, wait. Maybe I'll sell. That's the thing, man. I'm like, I'm holding for the dream. And then I'm like, I don't know, though. Maybe the dream could turn into a nightmare real quick. So maybe I should.
Are you scalping? Are you taking some out?
I've already scalped, man. I've already
Yeah, so,
taken
I mean,
it out. So
you're
now I'm just
golden.
holding.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
feel
so
like
you're not
this is
even
the
worried.
50-period test. Like, things can't go up
Absolutely.
forever. And, if this thing, it kind of bounces, guys, this is the move, right? This is a crazy move. And then it comes back down, if it holds here, maybe it goes back to the highs. I have no idea what to expect. I have no idea. All I know is that these are the things that kind of go crazy and, who knows where the top is. So, yeah, man, I am definitely not even considering the short on this thing. 0% chance of that. MEGL is still holding for the time being, but I sort of feel like I should have a stop on this one. So if we break below, I think if we break below 20s, I'm gonna stop myself out there because I feel like that should not happen. Like if we break 20s, then we're probably gonna flush lower. So I'll take the small L on the rest of that position, and then if it bounces, I could always just get back in. So I'm just gonna keep that one on watch. But yeah, guys, keep that in mind. MEGL, HKD, is basically moving in sympathy with each other.
Yeah.
And there's the other one, AMTD, if I'm not mistaken, on New York. AMTD. We can have a look here at this one very quickly, and then I'll pass it back to Sharif. This kind of the same thing, sort of giving that sort of sympathy move. They all look the same, right? At the end of the day, volume is the tell. That is the main thing. Yep. So just keep that in mind. I think Neil said just a heads up, SI is going to 11 as well there. So yeah, I gotta see take a look at this one and see if there's. Yeah, this is like 47%.
Yeah, look at this.
Down
Jeez,
47%.
Bringing down the watch list here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, crypto's been beat. I mean, it had a crazy move yesterday, so I mean, it's only right we give back up some. Nothing really changed fundamentally. Obviously, some more headlines coming in here with respect to the seizing of coins. Just let you have that. But coin down 10.25%, 2.75% after the bell. SI down with all that liquidation issues and selling at a loss, down 47.5%, almost 14% since the bell. 18.9 million shares done on the day. Guys, this one's relative volume is like, I think the RVol here is, where are we? 4.5, because 19 million shares and the average volume is 4.1. So Mara also taking it on the chin, 5.2%. But there are a couple of green names here, ironically. GBTC BITO, BITO obviously being the futures ETF. Riot, for some reason, up 1.68%, despite the fact that, its competitors are down anyway. I'm short Microsoft here, so I'm going to have to start covering. I'm short 78s. We'll take out some there in the low 60s. There we go. We get some 50 prints there. So nice little short. The idea here is, again, we're going to keep testing that 38.20 bottom. There we go. We're getting some more 50s. I'd really like for this to break the $half dollar level, and I'd really like for the futures to really break that 38.20. I think it'll send this one parabolic to the downside because we are really setting up for a nice flat bottom break here. We'll see. Anyway, short 78 and like 10 pennies in the money. We'll see where this one goes. Nothing else really on my radar. Let's have a look quickly here at Tesla. Tesla now really at that VWAP level. It's above it at the moment. Can it hold it? That 109 level is interesting as well. We are seeing consistently higher lows, and now we're seeing higher highs. So Tesla could be a move to the upside. Ironically enough, now moving against the market is Tesla. And we're still stuck in, not stuck, but we're still into this Microsoft short. What's up? Are we sending it somewhere proudly?
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you a quick update here on the European session as we wrap things up for a Thursday over in Europe. A little bit mixed as far as the way we're closing here. It's basically flat, but just waiting for a few more final prints to come through here. But up or down a little bit, really, across the entire board. England standing out there relatively strong, 0.8 to the upside, 0.28 for Germany, France, about flat. Same story for Italy. Positive for Spain and Sweden. But back and forth we go as the U.S. continues to look for some footing as well, guys.
Brendo, yeah, it looks like a mixed board there. All right, still in this Microsoft short, still not able to break these bottoms. So it looks like it's going to be a range-bound trade. That kind of changes my calculus on this whole thing. So I don't really like it, to be honest with you. I see too many green candles here materializing on the 3-minute chart on the ES. Here's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's still in the range, but it's not showing me weakness. I don't need to be in the trade now. I can wait till the weakness comes in. So I'll take this one for a profit. So can't complain about that, but I'm not gonna hold this one while it's range bound. I have a different strategy for a range bound trade, and it's definitely not this. So Microsoft out for a winner, but looking to definitely get back in if we can break that that low day on futures, Luca.
Yeah, Microsoft 226. I just want to say very quickly, the Microsoft 226 level, obviously we're well below that, but this is a good look for anybody that missed it. It's a good example of kind of what you guys should look for. Not even sure, I don't know if Shawn was talking about this or not, but I know he's always all over Microsoft. It bounced the first time very cleanly off 226. It bounced the second time, then kind of, made that little bit of a higher low and then went to the north side. Obviously, kind of negative catalyst from over here yesterday, down on the day, second day down, breaking 226, and then just flushing to 223. So, the real good look on Microsoft today, I think, was the short through 226 if you had that, and sort of kind of nurse it until it sort of shows you that it wants to pop back up, and you just manage the trade and scalp it out, right? It gave you $1, $2 winners, like really, really clean, really, really good there. I don't know, flat bottom break, kind of feels like that's the case. It's kind of holding there now, but I don't know. I'm going to put that one on ice. I was actually thinking the long there off the lows, but
you
then
might get the long, especially if the market holds above this level. You could find it popping long.
And I'm like long maybe, but then I'm like, you know what? There's so many better longs to be had in my opinion.
That's
like
true.
AMD is like actually giving you the long there. Let's have a look at Amazon, back at Amazon here. Yeah, this was a nice scalp trade, but I was hoping that we would get back down so I could buy some more. But yeah, now here we are back to the upside. I don't know if 84 maybe potential resistance. If we get back to VWAP, I'm shorting Amazon. That's my play there. So I'm going to have an order in front of 84 to short that and see if I get the fill.
Oh my God. No. Microsoft now testing that $0.50 level. So yeah, it popped up before it popped down. So this would have definitely shaken me out. And that's what these algos do, guys. We're, again, like Luca said, we're trading against Terminators. 223.98 is where it popped up to right before flushing into that $0.50 level. Again, I think it's a range-bound trade until this low of day on the futures is broken. I'm going to stay out of it. Meta, though. Meta seems to be all the hype right now, and that's nothing new, though, guys. I mean, we've been seeing this one relatively strong. Today it was down 2%, which surprised me a little bit because Apple had been looking more relatively strong than Meta. We haven't seen that lately. But Meta, man, I mean, let me bring in the side chart here to have a look at this. I've talked about this ad nauseum with respect to a swing, especially with the tailwind, the TikTok tailwind, I like to call it. All these bans coming in, this and that, and Meta stands to benefit from all that. But look at this. I mean, we have a nice little curling pattern here. It's sort of a double bottom forms, and all of a sudden we're above VWAP and we're going near high of days. 126.46 is high of day. We made that a little earlier. That was off the market pump. We had some higher pre-market action, obviously. Let's look at this one's daily. Yeah, there we go. Stair stepping up, isn't it? Stair stepping up. Higher highs consistently. Higher lows consistently. Yeah, this one, I think if we break through this peak here, it's going to be this 140 peak. I think the next level we're looking at is at 170, but that could be later into the new year, into this year. But I like Meta. I think I might pick up some Meta for my own long-term portfolio. That's just how I feel about this one. I want to buy the rumor and sell the news on Meta, Luca.
Yeah, somebody in the chat saying MetaMan, and I'm like, MetaMan,
That
MetaMan.
sounds like a superhero.
Yeah, superhero MetaMan. What was that poll? We said, what name is going to do better, Tesla or Meta? We need to remember this because we need to actually remember which one actually did better and kind of went there.
They both got pooped on in 2022.
Yeah, man.
Meta earlier in the year, Tesla later into the year. But
my money is on Meta for the better
pooper?
performance for this year. I think Meta is going to do better because Tesla is going to do bad. So by default, I am choosing Meta. Guys, this is a classic example of abort the short. The long can't be wrong. Should have flipped long on Meta. I didn't. I am like I should have just went long there, but it's all good. Mega Man, yeah, Mega Man was was the one. Mega Man was the superhero, but Meta Man is in the virtual world of stocks over here. Let's look back at Tesla to see where we are on this. We're actually back up. Maybe the long is actually a good. You know what? Yeah, maybe a 109 dip buy. I'm gonna try this. This is kind of like super small size because 109 dip buy is like. We're diddling in the middle here, so I do understand what I'm getting myself into. I'm going long 109
breaking out
for the move through 109.50 and the 110 test. That is what I'm doing there. So like maybe I get this fill right now, and then hopefully run to 110. I'm offering 110. I want to offer out 110.
All right,
guys,
Luca, I just want to mention data real quick because it is breaking out at day's highs. Now it's up 14%. This was the one that Neil was trading earlier. It's a small capper data. Yeah, it's just breaking this top here, 1166, but you got to say that 1170 is probably the better level. What's the volume on data? I don't even know what the volume is. I have to look real quick here because it's going to be important. All right, volume on data today, guys, is 4.09 million shares. The average is 1.4, so we're way above our vol. The volume right now, though, a little suspect. We definitely need a lot more to break through these highs. I don't feel comfortable until the real volume comes in. Even though we're printing higher now. 1172 is the high. This one keeps going higher and higher. We're almost up 15% on the day. I don't know whether to punch in here or not. I hate punching in high of day. I'm going to stay away from it, Luca.
Yeah, guys. Another heads. It's kind
Call
of
me
funny because
Dada.
I want to go long, but
We're just different, but that's why it's good. You're gonna punch in long and make these big winners.
Yeah, well, this one doesn't feel like this one doesn't feel like that.
It's too
That's what I
slow.
should do with
Where's
it.
the volume at?
Yeah, it doesn't
volume is a
feel
tell.
it doesn't feel the same. Just know, guys, you got to know like which kind of names have the juice and then which ones don't. That's how you kind of decide your size and your stops and everything else. Guys, I have a stop on HKD at 28. So if we go to 28, like I'm out of this trade, I'm out of the full rest of the position. I will be taking what is that? $1, like basically like $1.50 loss. I'm assuming there's going to be slippage. So yeah, guys, if we go to 28 on this, I'm out of the rest of the position. We should not break the 50 period. Technically, you could justify that the stop should be at 30, but I'm going to give it 28 because I paid myself, because there's a chance we go to 30. I mean, Kala yesterday, we thought 40 was going to break or whatever the level was. It broke, and then it held the 90s, and then it went back, right? So I don't want these games to stop me out. I really want to kind of try to hold on, so I'm willing to take a bigger loss on it, but I just feel like I want to kind of mention, that's my stop. That's kind of my idea on that one. So I'm basically an autopilot. Stop is in place for MEGL, so on autopilot on that one as well. Tesla is moving to the north side.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm loving this, man. This is awesome. You know what? I wanted 89s, but let me just get 77s. Basically the same thing on Tesla. That's awesome, man. Nice little bit of a 110. You know what? I'm not patient because now we're at 89s. Whatever. I'll take the win. It's Tesla. You know the deal. It just jumps around and does its thing. Guys, I went long BLPH as well. And this is what I'm seeing here. How many times do we have positive catalysts that run up, sell off the open? This is a 9 mil float. There's a lot of people that are interested in this. It is SSR. It kind of dips down. It holds 2, and then so before it's like flushing, what I saw is I'm like, oh, are we gonna curl back and then run to 3? Like that would be crazy. So I basically took a little position and then kind of added to it. And we're down again, so I think the right thing to do here is to add a little bit more. I'm basically playing off of the 2 level. I think we could easily flush the 2 and break. We did not though, right? So for myself, I'm gonna have 2 stop on that one, so risk 25 cents. We're gonna see if it has the steam to get back to the upside, break that 250, test VWAP, and then go to the north side. It's if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Yeah, guys. Okay, HKD now back through 30 to the downside. Jay Williams, where are you, man? Why didn't I listen to you? I should have covered everything. Maybe. I mean, I'm not stopped out yet, but I'm probably getting stopped out. And guys, yeah, 29.20 was where the buyer was before. So the reason I bought it was because 29.20 on the bid is where the buyer was. And so for whatever reason, maybe 29. Yeah, I'm giving it the wider stop, but 29.20. If that holds again, then there's some type of buyer here. And for whatever, I mean, look where it stopped. It stopped literally right at 29.20. So why is it stopping there? What is that level? It's a huge iceberg. What's going on there? Now we're bouncing back above 30. So, I mean, yeah, guys, if we go back up through 32, through 34, we still go from there, man. We still go from there. So, yeah, pretty happy that I didn't put the stop at 30. 29.20 is the level. It's kind of going below and then popping back. So, I wouldn't say 29.19 is maybe the correct stop to have. Not too sure. But, yeah, still in that trade. Pretty happy. So, we're going to see where that one goes. Sean saying, let's go. I'm assuming he's talking about AMD.
I got Google 86.
Oh, Google 86. Ooh. Oh, AMD. Come on, man. Now
AMD. I gave you that trade.
I took it, and I took it for 20 cents. And I was like, great trade, Luca. But yeah, here we are flying to the highs. Okay, yeah, I guess. And I'm also short Amazon as well in front of VWAP here. I'm going to add to this one as well because this was kind of like a reminder order to take the short and then build the position for the VWAP test and reject, guys. The market is now pushing back to the upside.
It's meta. Are you looking
Is
at
Meta
this
still
Meta?
going?
This Meta is flying. We're printing days highs constantly. 127.16 is this day's high. I think it's single-handedly keeping the market up. Looking at some other notables here, Tesla was moving up quite nicely until, you know, it wasn't. So now it's pulling back a little bit. Meta seems to be the strongest of the bunch, yet it's still half a point down on the day. Ooh, look at that ugly topping tail candle it just made on Meta. I wonder if this is an interesting short area, but that is not what you want to see if you're long-minded on Meta. Look at that. That's a reversal candle if I've ever seen one. It is on the 3-minute chart in case you're wondering. Yeah, what a move down. Wow, look at that. Look at that big move down on Meta. Maybe some exhaustion selling here, but for the moment, it's coming down. You're not seeing much of a move on the market either. Still in that 33 levels. Oof, should have been ready for that short. Definitely was not expecting that. Tesla now and Meta both moving down. They were both the strongest of the bunch. Now not so much. Data though, this one headed to the high side, printing newer highs. 1190 now is the high. We're at 1189. This one looks poised to test 12, up 16% on the day. Tradable, to be honest, 2-penny spread. What was the float on Data? Let's look real quick. I know somebody mentioned it earlier. I got a lot. This is a big float, 900 million share float on Data. So yeah, that's why it's probably a little slow to move, if we could call it that. Closing in on 12, printing newer highs, 1192. Every time I look back at this thing, it's a new high. Brendo in our chat saying that HUDI just made a move. This one's up 30.5% on the day, $6.66. The almost 666 number, Luca. High of day, now trading at 633, but I won't participate in this one. This one looks a little too range-bound for my blood.
Yeah, just to quickly comment, Bob W. in the chat, what's going on? Hopefully you're enjoying the show. Luca, unless the U.S. government subsidizes Meta in exchange for censorship, it will have a terrible outlook. Ads being pulled, metaverse isn't taking off, especially with Nintendo graphics. What do I see? So I think you're referring to when I was mentioning Meta will outperform Tesla. I am literally choosing Meta because I think Tesla will go to 50. So like I think like by default we had a poll and it was Meta versus Tesla. And I was like, well, I mean, I can't choose Tesla. I don't think I can. So I mean, I have to choose Meta, right? So that was the reason there. But yeah, no, I'm not. If if there's other options out there, I'm not picking Meta. I'm just not. But for whatever reason, Meta is going to the upside today. And yeah, looking at the daily, this thing, it's got a lot of levels that it needs to clear to the upside. It obviously got beat up. This thing was like a $400 stock before. Every single earnings, it just kind of down, sideways, down, like bottoming out at 90, now sort of bouncing back. It's not out of the woodwork. I think, this has to really get going. I kind of see like a lot of resistance levels. Like just based on this alone, it's like you could draw like a line. Okay, not a vertical line. Why is that a vertical line? You could draw a line. Oh man, thank you so much. Brankel's coming in. Woo! Brankel's coming in. There you go. Brankel's coming in with the coffee. What a legend.
Oh, Tesla's moving up.
What a legend. Thank you so much, man. You're the best. But yeah, anyways,
this is ugly. This is real ugly today. Breaks about 110 and then just plummets back down into that 109.70s area. This one, yeah, really like. Really testing your patience to see if you're along there. It looks good. I mean, it looked good. It created a new high. It's above that 200 period now on my 1-minute chart. And that 110 level seemed to be an important level, being 110 and all. Obviously, it's gone past that level a whole bunch of times lately, but just trying to play this intraday chart. Looks good, but it's just, you got to be really patient with this one. I'm not gonna punch in quite yet. Meta now retracing back to that 7-period moving average on my 1-minute chart here. Looks like this one doesn't look as strong, I would say, as Tesla at the moment. Tesla looking to print newer highs. This one not so much, looking to give back some of those highs. I think that 126 area for a dip may be interesting. Some price action around there, a little bit below 125.86. I can hear this guy sipping. He's enjoying his Spro.
Guys, I slept for like 3 hours last night. So, extra tired. And I was like, I'm just going to drink unlimited coffee until I'm wide awake. So, I thought I would need the coffee, but really all I needed was HKD, man. And now this thing back to the north side.
It's back, eh?
Oh yeah, let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go to 50, go to 70, go to 2,000. Let's see where this thing goes. Yeah, no, guys, if you couldn't tell, I'm just in a good mood, man. I'm having a time here. living life still in some of these positions. I'm scalping out of Amazon, rejecting off of the VWAP trade there. So it's kind of like scalp initially, take some off. I really wanted 81s, but we're just not flushing. We're not flushing. You know, the market is kind of giving a little bit of a pullback here. I mean, it sounds silly to speak in 1 minute intervals, but, you know, call it like I see it.
Yeah.
Kind of bouncing, maybe we dip, and then we actually get that final push there. So yeah, guys, don't mind this line. If I ever draw lines on ES charts, like, take them with a grain of salt, man, because I am drawing these mystery lines. I am not a futures trader. You know, I'm not a listen to Arun in the morning when he comes on and tells you the levels. I forget the levels, and then I look, I go, yeah, guys, this is like a level here, like, based on this like kind of line and what it's doing. But yeah, no, it's you know, take them with a grain of salt. Futures is not my forte, that's for sure. Somebody is like, Luca, add to BLPH. No, man, I think I have enough here. So now I wait. Now I wait for BLPH. MEGL still in the trade. Pretty happy with my stop there. So I'm going to keep that one in play. I'm going to hold for like a 3 break. I think I might add on a 3 break if that actually does come to fruition. But again, it's, you know, we would, like 3 to 350 is probably where I'd start considering shorts. I would not be shorting HKD. If anything, I would be shorting MEGL, or I would be shorting AMTD, which is on New York, because they're just lower price stocks. It's way easier to manage risk on them. Whereas HKD is like, HKD for myself is the one that you hold. You hold the long, you know, like punching in and out is a disaster. Like the spread sometimes opens up. So it's just way easier. It's way easier to manage the shorts on MEGL in my opinion there. So yeah, we're going to see what happens with MEGL. If we do get to 3, maybe I'll consider the long through 3. Then if we pop to like 330s, I'll consider the short. But yeah, I think it's SSR, so it may be a little more challenging. So for the time being, pretty happy with some of these positions. John Hassel in the chat saying Tesla, short Tesla all day. Amigo, I was long Tesla.
Amigo.
And, amigo, I was long Tesla and it was working. But yeah, now we are at 110, kind of stalling. You know what? Yeah, I kind of. Let's try a short. I'm going to try a small short.
I like that.
Starter position short. I like the 110 level. I took my profits. You know, jumping out of the long, it kind of pulled back, still holding trend, looking kind of weak. I think we can get a flush. I think we can. It is down 3.3%, so the down moves, I assume, will be easier to kind of hold your positions. Maybe the bids will be a little weaker. So yeah, we're going to see if this one wants to actually go back down. I'm going to tell myself that I'm going to hold for 109, but the reality is if we flush to 109.40, I'll probably take that win and just kind of look for it again. Every single time what Tesla tends to do, or at least what I see it do, is it runs into these levels, it gives you the flush, it pops back, it makes a new high, then the short is good. So it just wants to stop everybody out. So I say this every single day. Tesla will go to where it wants to be without everyone. It'll stop everybody out along the way. And yeah, so we're going to see if that one wants to work. Stop is very clear to me. If we like break, you know, 110.20, I'll just stop out and then reevaluate and then maybe take another short if it does fail. So yeah, Tesla short, Amazon short, and I think Amazon short is actually looking kind of failing here. You know what? Let me cover a little bit more of this one. It's just not failing as much as I could have. I mean, the dream cover would be 81, so I'm kind of sitting at 81s, waiting for 81s there for the rest of the position for the scalp trade. And yeah, man, seeing where the rest of these trades want to go there. 2 shorts, 3 longs on board, pretty good. The only thing kind of flat for me right now is BLPH. And yeah, I guess Tesla 9 cents, just getting started there.
Yeah, I'm scalping on Microsoft here. Nice position. Took the 75 short. 15 penny winner. Let's go 25 penny winner now. As this 35 penny winner as this one plummets. The future's cooperating. The reason I took this, guys, I looked for that 50 period retracement. Let me just get some more out of this. There we go. So I'm holding baby pieces now in Microsoft. The whole idea here is that this rejected off the 50 period initially, rejected off the 50 period here again, and so I just waited for the first red candle to make a new low on the 1 minute, and I just punched short. And I'm scalping 30 pennies at a time. I'm also long Dada. I'm looking for, I preempted that 12 break. I took 12.96. What's the high now on Dada? Let me look here real quick. 12.04. Yeah, 12.04 is the high. So, you know, I'm in the money. Nothing really to write home about. I'm looking for that 12.10 break. Pennies. The spread is 3 pennies at the moment, so you know you're not going to get cut up too much getting in and out. I'm going to look to take some profit here. Let's go ahead and cover this amount of shares at that 12.10 area, and we'll see what that one does. What's Microsoft up? Microsoft coming back into my area at 75 there, so I'll cover that one for a profit. Happy with that one, actually. All right, quick back to data here. There we go. Now we're moving up into the mid-12s, mid-12 single digits, looking for that 1210, Luca.
Yeah, guys, Tesla is doing the dance, man. It's doing the dance. It goes
no
down.
pants.
Yeah, doing the dance, and I'm like, okay, so I'm bidding like 41s, and then it stops at 51s. I go, well, what's going on here? Is this actually going to give me the fill? So I don't know what to think, but this is what I don't want to see, right? I don't want to see the flush down and then the quick move back up, because all the people that were short here, all the robots that were short here, when it goes back up, they just punch out for break even, and it adds fuel to break 110, trigger more stops, go for the high not high of day, but, or is it not a high of day, but you know what I mean, kind of break to the upside. So, yeah, Trader Gorno, M sure you're going to miss it. M is Macy's, for anybody that's wondering. And let's have a look here. Let's have a look at Macy's. You know, it's okay. It's, yeah, maybe goes back down. You know what? Yeah, sold. Okay, I'll take a little bit of small size on this one. You know what? Your trades have been working for me, so let's go with that. Let's see what happens.
Well, you said he had a hit rate of like over 60%, so I mean, that's not chump change.
That is a good hit rate, man. That is definitely a good hit rate there. And somebody's saying Apple. I'm going to put Apple on ice. It's just in the middle. I don't know what you see on Apple. Maybe you're seeing 127, but this is like very clear that like you should get close to 127, not 126.80. So, yeah, putting that one on ice. We'll see what happens. I didn't get the fill on Netflix. I'm so upset. I'm bidding 309.50, and it didn't give the flush through. I guess this was the little VWAP bounce, and then boom, back to the north side. Oh, that would have been what, like a $2 winner? Okay, I'm canceling my bid there because now it's a whole different trade. Tesla got a part of the fill still in. I'm bidding 109.11s for the rest of this. If I get that, great. If I get that, great. If we go back up on the rest of the position, so be it. That's sometimes the way that these things work, man. Amazon 85s now. It's, yeah, come on, fill me 81s, man. Maybe I'll just kind of punch out some more here. Yeah, okay, so let me just get out a little bit more. Whatever. I mean, if it doesn't go, it doesn't go, right? But yeah, I'm going to re-put that bid in, see what happens on that one. And yeah, man, HKD, little pop back to the north side. I think we need to clear 35. If we can get back over 35 on this thing, then like we probably have like another chance to get to the high. And then if we clear 38s, we probably go to 40s. And then if we break 40s, whoever called 40s in the chat, you know, great trade there. Somebody's saying, Luca, so many positions. I know normally I'm not in and I'm stressed out, but I'm really working on like where to be like big size on positions and then where to be smaller size on positions. So I guess it's you know, it's kind of the nature of the game. If you're smaller size on some positions, then you can ride them. You're not really too concerned, right? So I'm kind of watching all these things, and I'm like, yeah, I'll give this a try. So for example, Macy's, I just jump into the short, which is actually working right away, which is pretty awesome. So shout out to Trader Gorno for that one. But like this is like, I mean, I'm not like, you know, I'm not going crazy for this. Like it's like small size, you know. So I'm not concerned, even if it goes to like 2150, not a big deal. This is what helps me manage these things. So I don't know if it'll help you guys manage this. It's like, yeah, man, I'll take the win, even if it's a small win. Just kind of build good habits on that. So yeah, that's kind of the logic on that. But yeah, we're gonna pass it over to Big B for happening now.
I like that.
Hey guys, a negative afternoon shaping up here as we head into the lunch hour for North America. Here's a look at the board to give you an idea of what's going on. 1.19 right now for the S&P 500, 1.25 for the Dow. All three Russell, 1, 2, and 3,000 here in the red to the tune of 1%. It's the 2,000 leading. NASDAQ Composite down 1.17. The 100, the big ones, 1.25% right now, leading the way. Here in Toronto, 0.6 for the TSX. If you were with us early on this morning, we had you all up to date on what was happening in the pre-market as we do every day. Amazon, an interesting look. CEO Andy Jassy coming out late yesterday saying they're going to have to expand the layoffs coming up. More than 18,000 going to be laid off. I mean, I saw the total number of employees at that company is 300,000 plus right across the U.S. So not a huge percent number there, but still worth noting. December Chinese numbers, meanwhile, for Tesla missing estimates. So Tesla more downside as we've seen all day long. And yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond earnings, guys, BBBY earnings coming next week. Going concern.
Very interesting trade, Brendo. BBBY, we know what that one tends to do around earnings season or anytime it has a real catalyst that gets things going. I'll definitely be on the lookout for that. But quickly, just want to mention my 1196 long on data scalping here. This ad that you see on my chart here, this wasn't an ad. This was a fat finger mistake. I added to my position rather than taking some out. So I immediately got out of it for a 1 penny loss on that. Then I scalped out a little bit more here in the 1211s. So I was long 1196. I guess my average position now is 1201. Still in the money. Looking for this one to head to the north side, but I'm looking for an out here below. Anything that breaks kind of below that, I want to say 1195, I'm going to be out of, because this one's stair-stepping up. So if it flushes back down, that's going to be tricky for me. I'm holding 50% of the position remaining, and I'm looking to scalp some, hopefully, into the 1220s. It's really got to hold 12 here, guys. 12 is the level. Someone asked me to speak about the levels on this one, so I will. The first glaring level is this 1160, 1165-ish area. Looks like we had a bit of a double top here, and then you retraced. Didn't quite make it down to VWAP, but that level was eventually broken up here. And then you had a period of consolidation. This is a 1-minute chart, by the way. Period of consolidation between that I want to say 1185 and $12 level, that 15 penny range, and then you had the decided break of 12, and that's where I just decided to jump in and preempt it. We're printing newer highs, consistent highs now. I think the high of day on this one's 1217, so we're getting close to the area where I want to scalp for. That'll be a 20 penny winner. I'll take a third of a position, not even a third, no, like 15% out near these levels. Let's go ahead and put that. So we'll take that. Oh, retraces on me right as I come to put my out. That's so annoying. Anyway, we'll leave that there. We'll wait for that one to print. But yeah, it's not going to go straight up. Anything below 12, though, on this one, guys, I'm out.
Guys, Tesla's ripping up. So I had the position. It was small. It ripped up. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to add, because that was the plan. I thought, like, the short would be good. We would rip up, stop everybody out, and then go back down. That was kind of my logic. So add. I like these ads right now. I have the 110.20 average. So basically at break even, coming back down. All we need to do for this one, in my opinion, is break that 110, go back through 109.80, and that's it. We're going to test the 50 period, wherever that might be. So, yeah, I'm going to scale out below 110, like if we flush to the downside. Starting to work very, very slowly in my favor, but that was not genuine buying, in my opinion. That was like a kind of short squeeze buying, and then do we stall and go down, or do we maintain this trend and then go back to the north side? So, yeah, that's my logic on that trade. We'll see where this one wants to go. I don't really have a defined out per se, but I do have like okay, this could go to 111 very quickly. So that's kind of in the back of my head. Mark BTW. Mark, by the way, Tesla will rip your face off. Tesla, yeah, man, Tesla could definitely rip your face off. It's just make sure you guys are trading your own book with it. Make sure you're watching it. Make sure the things that you're trading make the most sense to you, man. That's the thing I'll say on that one.
Are a few of my favorite things. I don't know why you said things. That got me thinking.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Luca, watch your blood pressure. No, it's fine. I think
What do
I'm
you
good.
mean? He's having a day over here.
Well,
What is this?
Maybe because I'm, tired, drinking Spros. Guys, I don't know if I said this, but let me quickly tell you a story. So I got sick and I didn't drink espresso for 2 days, and I was like, you know what? Let me not drink espresso anymore. I'm done with espresso. No. And I went like 15 days without coffee, without caffeine. And then I went to the doctors for the, the physical, whatever. And I go and he takes my blood pressure and he goes, ooh. And I go, what do you mean, ooh, what?
Your blood pressure went up?
No, he goes, you have low blood pressure.
Oh.
He goes, have you thought about drinking coffee? I'm like, what do you mean? I quit coffee. He goes, don't do that. Never quit coffee. I was like, well, I heard it from the doctor. So went back home, had 3 Spros instantly. And life is good, man. So I'm never quitting Spros. It makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. Guys, Tesla's now actually flushing here. So I'm going to take the first fill. I'm going to bid also maybe 81s here, and then 61s if I can get it there. So yeah, 81s. Okay, there we go. There's the 81s, and then I want the flush back. You know what? Actually, I might as well just hold a little bit more for 21s. But yeah, I'm gonna actually scale. Let me just scale out of these kind of like put random bids at random prices. Let's bamboozle the bots a little bit. That's kind of my logic on this. Bamboozle these bots on the way back down. Throw out random prices, random shares.
Microsoft.
That's the plan on that.
Microsoft is printing. We're pretty much close to low of days. Where are we at low of days? Yeah, we are at low of days. 223.08. We're printing 11s. So we're 3 pennies off low of days. This one is just made me look foolish because it made me look like I paper-handed every single trade, every single short I covered too quickly. But the idea was there. We saw this one downgraded. It had a bad day yesterday on that downgrade. That's obviously a continuation. It's continuing south. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about Microsoft. I know that they're a behemoth, but you know, they seem to have been more resilient than some of these other ones, especially like Meta and Tesla. Anyway, Microsoft now, it looks like it's having a bad few days. Anyway, we're printing lower days. Now 223.02, that 223 level, it definitely is coming into play here. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. The other stock that I'm nursing is that data. I've got a profit taker, a resting profit taker sitting here, I believe at 15s. We haven't quite gotten up to 15 yet. I think high of day on data. No, it is. We got up to 17s, but that was earlier. So I'm looking to take out some at 15s, and then the next level after that will be 20s. As I mentioned earlier, my stop is below that 12. I don't want to, I have to, it has to hold that 12 for me. Otherwise, I'm out. A little bit of reprieve right now on Microsoft as it retraces off that low of day. That's bound to happen though, guys. I mean, you know, you're going to get some relief buying, especially if, in front of a whole dollar level like that. 223 now. Holding up the market though, definitely holding that 38.20 level, not breaking. And by 38.20, I mean 38.20-ish, okay? Like that area. We're seeing resilience right now in the market. It looks like we bottomed out at the moment. We're still down 1% on the day, 41 points here on the March contract for the ES, Luca.
Yeah, guys, just a heads up. So I'm seeing orders on the. I have no idea what's going on here, but I'm seeing orders on the book. Somebody shorts Tesla 10,000 shares around this level, then comes back down and bids 109.81s there. It's guys, you know, like this is like these scalps on this name. You got to be very careful with Teslas. Whoever said Tesla could rip your face off, like absolutely, man. There's unlimited liquidity on this name, but you have to understand where liquidity fills and where it's very smooth. So that's the only thing I'll say there. You know, it's definitely easable. Like the beauty of large caps is you kind of jump in and out, you get the fill, but it goes to a certain extent, right? So when I'm watching Tesla or Apple and I kind of see size hit the book, and I'm just like, hey, you would think like, you know, this isn't crazy size or anything, but yeah, man, price reacts like it's just auction markets. These bots react to these things. Somebody, and this is kind of me leaning into what somebody was asking. They're like, Luca, I wonder. Oh, first of all, Luca, can you bamboozle the Netflix bots? I don't think so, man. I honestly don't think bamboozling Netflix bots is possible because, yeah, it's just these are like you will get bamboozled from trying to bamboozle Netflix bots. I'll say that much. But yeah, you know, somebody was asking. I wonder what he means by small size, because that's what I was referring to, like, oh yeah, this position is small size. So for example, Macy's, I kind of covered right at the 50 period, you know, going into it, and then now I'm just holding like small size. So the way that I look at it is this, right? You have your defined out, yes, you have your defined outs exactly, but the way that I look at it is this. Size is based on the name that you're trading, really, right? It shouldn't be based on like you want to obviously build your own strategy around it, but size is based on the names that you're trading. This is like the objective technical way to look at it. So for example, if you're looking at Apple or if you're looking at Amazon and you pull up Amazon, you're like, well, okay, what is big size? So, you know, you pull up Amazon and you look at lit gateways, you look at the volume that's being done, you look at the prints of this thing, right? So let's pull this up. This thing is, you know, you're printing, you're saying, oh, okay, 1,000 shares just went off. Okay, 2,000 shares just went off. I think a good rule of thumb is if you're like, okay, I'm going to trade 1,000 shares of Amazon, right? You pull it up and you look and you're just like, wait a second, this is now very different. Like, look at the 1,000 share orders going off on Amazon. If I punch that, I'm going to be joining this, and there's not really that much over here, right? There's not really that much. Whereas if you pull this up and you see it, it's like, okay, you know, it's like printing like, you know, maybe 60, maybe 100. And so the thing I'll say with that is you want to gauge kind of the prints that are going off on the name as a day trader. You want to gauge the book and look at it. You know, there's 2,400 lots here. There's 35 over there. So if you now post 200 lots, 20,000 shares of Amazon, like you are technically a player on the book of Amazon because there's no other player there with 200 lots. So that's kind of the logic of how I approach size. You know, if you're taking the approach like, look, this business is scalable to whatever you want it to be, you know, you got to kind of, you don't want to be the biggest player as a day trader. You just don't. obviously you can take bets, but you want to be able to get in and out of these positions. That's kind of my take on it. So you base it off the technicals, you look at the levels, you take the trades. Okay, great. Where can I get filled? Where's liquidity? Where are prints going off? Which gateways do I need to use to get those fills? These are all the questions that you should be asking yourself, and then kind of building your strategy and remembering all the execution methods that are required for it to make sense. So that's kind of what I'll say there, because somebody was asking, you know, what's small size, what's big size. I, for the most part, look at it and I you know, pull up Tesla, and let me just pull it up again just to show this on Tesla. It's like Tesla, you look, it's like you see 1s and 6s, and like, I mean, we can you know, filter this out here. It's like, okay, there was 1,000 there, there's 800, but you know, let's pull up, if we do like, you know, like 11 per se, which would be like, okay, now all of a sudden, oh, there's nobody is posting, you know, 2,000, like 4,000 lots on Tesla, and then when it does come up, robots react to that trade. So they're not reacting to 100 shares, but they are reacting to 20,000 shares, right? So 20,000 would be a lot. 5,000 would be a lot because of this, because it's very empty right now. It's not showing that. So just kind of use that as a general rule of thumb, and then go from there and you know, kind of build your strategy and trade your book. That's kind of how I did it. That was my approach when I first started. I was just like, well, what can the market like handle? Like, what is it filling? How does price react to these certain shares and orders? And then you kind of just go from there, and then you build strategy. You look at levels, you trade, and then you try to kind of lean into your strengths and what you're good at, right? So yeah, that's basically what I'll say. What I'll say. Everybody's at a different stage in their career. There's obviously no problem with that. Just continue to you know, do the right thing. Get those reps in, and good things will happen eventually. That's kind of my take on the whole situation. Just a heads up, I did cover the rest of Amazon at 81, so I did get the fill, and back to the north side, so pretty happy with that trade.
Good move there. Like, that looks like bottom wick. Guys, I'm having myself a quiet little day here. It's no HKD Meagle punch long day, but you know, it's a decent little day brewing here. Getting these fills on data. I initially got long 1196, then I added again at 12, I want to say 1207, 1206. Been scalping out, took the top out here at 1220, now retracing into 16s. My out, again, will be that 12 level, but I'm going to give it to Hive Days. I'm holding 25% of the position left so far on this one. So still not really giving me a reason to get out of this trade. So I'm gonna keep watching. I'm looking for some obvious breaches of some of these moving averages that it hasn't breached here, or maybe some crossing downs of some moving averages. I'm looking for something really to tell me it might be time to take all your profit left. I may not necessarily wait until that $12 level, but that's where I'm at the moment with this one. We'll see what this does. Up 19% at one point, now 18.5%. So this one, a quiet mover, but printing to the high side. Let's see what else is going on. Wow, Microsoft continuing to make newer lows of the day. Where are we now? 223.02. That 223 level is holding though. Has it breached that 223 level on my chart here? Let me just look real quick. No, we haven't breached that 223 level. We've been above it by 3 pennies, 2 pennies, but never broke it. So that's obviously a level that's presenting itself here for a breakdown. I think we've had 3 tests at this level so far. One over here, here, and here. So this level's bound to break. Obviously going to be supported down if the market makes a move down. But so far, you know, the market's still hovering about 12 points above that 38.20 level that we've been talking about all morning. But Microsoft seems to have like legs down of its own though. The market not really moving all that down, but Microsoft really pushing here. Anybody looking at my tape, my book, I mean, looks like the bit screwed up a little bit here. Have a look at the one below it. So it's 02s and then 05. So the spread is like 3 pennies on this one. So not much to report else except I'm holding data and, you know, in the money. And I'm looking for a Microsoft break. That's basically where I stand at the moment. Luca, let's see what some of these. Do you have anything to report on?
Yeah, no. So you know, Tesla back up, still holding this. It's you know, you get the first flush. Okay, great cover on the flush. This is my logic. Cover on the flush, and then it kind of goes back up, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't believe the up move. I really don't. But the thing is over here. Let me drag this back a little bit. You know, just pretend we're over here actually. Like the 50 period was 30s. So it was a great trade and I'm bidding 30s because I think we get the 50 period test. Obviously as time passes, the moving average is following it up, just math, right? And now we go, so now I gotta take 50s, right? I gotta take 50s because I'm like, well, I'm trying to cover at the average. So it's just kind of like, it is what it is. You know, so again, before I'm like, let me just have my bids kind of stacked below here and maybe I get the fills. But like as we're sort of kind of riding this, it's just a product of trading. So now I just have to take what the market gives me if it wants to give me it. As much as I wanted to add, I'm like, nah, don't add to this. You already have the position. 110.45 on the last portion, pretty good. So yeah, I'm in the money on that one, 45 cents, can't complain. I really doubt this like rips my face off. But there's that potential. So yeah, if we do go to 110.80, then like, you know, I should be stopped out of that one. BLPH is not really doing anything. It's just kind of dead.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to lighten up on the position because I'm at break even. So I'm just going to take this off a little bit, but I'm going to hold some. I kind of added, and then it's not doing anything. So I'm going to take some off break even. If it goes, great. I have less. But if it goes down, I'm going to lose less. So I kind of like that. HKD is still actually holding, man. It is still holding. So, you know, for whatever reason, this is volume is the tell. It's done now. It's slow. I said 35. We really need to clear 35 for this to get going. But I almost want more shorts to pile in if we go down, fake them out. So this move, fake out the shorts, go to the north side, right? Fake out the shorts, go to the north side. That's your fuel for high day push. If that doesn't happen, then it'll just be like a slow move up and then break and then tank. So I would much rather it go down first, then go up. I feel like that's kind of how we would go. And yeah, so that's kind of my logic on that one. Just for anybody wondering, just kind of calling it like I see it. And Elizabeth Goodyear saying Luca has an Italian doctor. I think my doctor's Egyptian.
Is he really?
I think so. I actually think so.
No wonder he's telling you that. No, I'm kidding, of course. Shout out to the Egyptian doctors, not disrespecting them at all. All right, guys, I am out of my data position. Oh, I'm holding 5% because I got a partial fill. The reason I'm looking here is because I'm seeing that death cross at 7 EMA start to cross at 20 EMA. So I don't need to wait for that $12 level to break. There's no absolute requirement. So let's get out of that here and cancel all our remaining orders. We're making a move down on data. Let's see how this one does at 12. Does it hold 12? I mean, I don't mind punching back in again. I'm profitable on the name. I have nothing against it. If it holds 12, I'll punch in gladly. Yeah, Diamond Realty of Miami saying data back on the backside. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I punched out there, taking out my long. Quickly to update you guys, Brendo sending us in the chat here, Disney news. Avatar 2 has passed Top Gun as biggest 2022 film. Not much in the way of a response by the stock, still only down 0.47% on the day, but it's faring better than some of these other names, these other big cap names. 91.75 to the top and 90.50 to the bottom. We're closer to the top than we are at the bottom. A bit of a double top brewing here, but above VWAP. So if you're looking to trade Disney, that's a look on it. I'm not going to trade Disney today. There's just not enough range and volatility. We'll see if that headline ends up making any sort of moves. Yeah, you heard Luca talking about that HKD holding up. Yes, it is. It's forming one of these, like, you know, I like to call them compression patterns where you don't really know where it's going to end up because you're seeing higher highs in addition to lower highs. Sorry, you're seeing higher lows in addition to seeing lower highs. They're like compressing like this, like almost like an equilateral triangle. And then
that's beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. And so where it's going to explode to the high side or the low side. Who are you talking to?
You guys, yeah, no, sorry. I know it looks like I was answering Sharif, but I was actually like, that's beautiful. There's the Tesla move that I was actually looking for. You need to be patient sometimes. We are flushing to the downside. And yeah, man, now below the 50 period. Guys, like, you know, technicals are a language. You want to understand technicals. We are moving to the upside. Let me draw a quick channel, and then I'll pass it back to you to finish what you're saying. Just because this is happening in real time, it's like, look, it's popping, right?
Oh, the market's tanking.
You know, short, for me at least, short the strength, cover the weakness, cover the weakness, cover the weakness. Don't be greedy. Like, you can go for 108, but like, who knows, man? Who knows what happens? So for me, it's like it makes sense to just cover the weakness. That's how you get the fills very easily. So yeah, I just wanted to quickly call that out there. Tesla giving the flush now back down.
Yeah.
That was the plan, short into the 50 period. Great trade on that one. Holding now a little piece for the move down. Very not concerned with the rest of this piece.
Yeah, market making a move down. Before I get back to HKD, coming back close to that 38.20 level. 38.22.5 is a low of day. Look at that move on Microsoft. I made a mistake here. I got too caught up in looking at my data position, completely forgot that I was looking for that 223 break on Microsoft. Obviously, the break materializes. It makes its way down 40 pennies, and I'm not a part of it. So can't have them all, but the idea was right. Microsoft clearly relatively weak as compared to some of these other big names, some of the other big six. If you're looking short, Microsoft definitely looks to be the best of the bunch. Okay, let's see what data did. Did data break 12? Yes, it went to 11.99. And it popped right back up 10 pennies. All right, so this one, looking, for all intents and purposes, an 11.99 dip and then bounce is a hold of 12. Can it hold it though, or is that just a momentary relief rally where some stops get triggered there for some of these longs? We'll see. We'll see what this one does. I don't have a plan on it just yet. I mean, I said I'd punch in at that 12. I wasn't watching it. That's the tough part about doing the show and looking at multiple stocks. I missed the 253 break on Microsoft. I missed a 12 bounce on data, and then that's all she wrote, guys. So let's see what these chat people are saying. Sad mood. That data pullback looks algo driven. What's up, Luca?
Let me just quickly say, somebody's like, Luca seems like he's running hot on Yayo. Guys,
Why?
no. I'm running hot on espressos, courtesy of Brankles from the back. And that's about it, man. Don't do drugs, I'll say that much. Speak to your doctor. So Trader Gordon was saying XOM. I wanted to look at XOM, man. I wanted to look at XOM. I think, is the oil short going to be a banger? Like I said, I don't know what to think with oil. I was thinking long, I was thinking short. I think it's just easier to just react to these moves. You know what? Yeah, I like this short actually. So I'm gonna get a starter position here on XOM. It's at the high of day, so it's giving that little bit of a top here. Move into the 50 period would be great. That would be like a 25-cent move. So I'm not gonna add to this unless it goes higher. And I'm gonna try to cover at like the 50-cent mark. I think that would be like 20 cents. If it goes against me, I'll reevaluate that one. I'll have to just reevaluate that one. I punched out of the rest of Macy's, so I took the win, and then I'm taking the L. It's not like it's a good, the scalp was good. I should have scalped the rest out. I don't even know what I was thinking, to be honest there. But is this thing moving? No. Okay, I was just looking at Cala. I'm like, oh, is Cala moving?
Cala won't stop, man.
Yeah, Cala, where's like the 50? Did it stop at 50? Ooh.
That was yesterday?
Do I go long this right? No, this is like, the volume is not there. No,
is that orange line VWAP?
Yeah, this is VWAP, right?
So just reclaim VWAP. That's interesting.
I want to go long this. Okay, I'm going to go long. I feel like I'm going to lose on this trade, but I'm going long Cala right now. It's this is my stop on this is very simple. If we go, this is a small size. I feel like I'm going to lose on this trade. If we go down through 46.50, or even maybe what's this level here? 46. Where am I at? Yeah, I can risk 46. If we go down below 46, I'm out of this trade. I'm out of this trade. So yeah, I'm just gonna put my stop just to make sure, because these things, anything is possible. Anything is possible to the north side and the downside as well. This might be the worst punch of the day for me, honestly. It might be the worst punch of the day. It's small. There we go. Yeah. So okay. Yeah. Thank you, robots, for giving me the punch and then instantly getting smoked. Yeah. No, that's a terrible trade. It's okay though. That's small size. So I'm willing to try it. Parlay the kind of wins that I'm getting myself into a potentially other win. If not, then not the end of the world there. Yeah, XOM trade is also bad. So, yeah, now making high a day. I'm gonna get out of this one and reevaluate. That was like starter size anyway, so not really too concerned. This is digital warfare, guys. Expect to lose. It's digital warfare, and if you win, be surprised, because that's the nature of the beast, man. Nature of the beast. If right now Tesla, I feel like I want to put a stop on this. If we go back above 110.40, I'm out. So my average is 110.45. So I'm essentially risking break even on the rest, which sort of makes sense to me. So I'm putting 110.41 as the stop for the rest of the size there. And yeah, if we go back down, then my cover will be like VWAP. So what is that, 109? So I'm going to have the bids out close to 109 for the rest of that position. I'm actually surprised that I got into Cala at the high and I didn't get stopped out. Okay, Cala, what do you got here? Let's see what this thing wants to do. It's just, I don't even know, man.
I think that's probably the most crucial thing at the moment.
It's a bad entry, but it's small. This is my problem. With small size, I just take bad entries. I don't even care. But yeah, no, it's all good.
I just want to mention real quick.
Guys, heads up on HKD just very quickly.
Yeah.
We are now going to the south side. I just looking at my P&L. It is now negative, and I'm like, oh boy, this is a loss. I'm probably taking a loss here, but my stop is in place. I trust that the stop is going to trigger. My eyes are on it for now. But yeah, if we break through 28, then my trade is done. My trade is done. So I said we need the dip for the rip because the shorts maybe jump in, then we go back up, liquidity vacuum to the upside, and then maybe go through 35. So if it holds, it holds. But if I get stopped out, I'm gonna accept the money that I made on it. And Jay Williams, if you're still watching this, feel free to remind me that I should have taken the rest of the $8 winner when I had it. But man, I was going for 100. I was going for 100. So it's all good. It's all good. Someone's saying you didn't sell 38. Not too sure what you mean by 38.
Okay, well, just quickly, I need to get on. ON is spiking down here. Brendo sending a message, spiking down from that 63.77 high, all the way down to 60.26. Here's the headline causing that. On semi and amped collaboration increase efficiency for utility solar providers. Looks like the market did not like that deal, but that is basically the catalyst for that. So if you're in the utilities and energy business or solar, and this has any relevance to you, eye out for that. Yes, as you saw there, Luca was telling you that breakdown on HKD. So this is basically the compression pattern I'm talking about, and it can go any which way. It can go to the high side, it can be to the low side. So if you're waiting on these ones, you got to be quick with the keys, or you got to have some resting orders sitting there above these trend lines so you could trigger. I think that's the way I'd play this one, but this looks like it's setting up nicely. Now, here's the thing. There's an interesting area of support at that 27 to 28 level. I mean, have a look. This is the 3-minute chart. So we closed below that 27 initially, and we peaked up at that 28, that wick up. So let's see what happens here. Do we end up finding a little bit of a buying zone in between that 27 and 28 where we can take long? Or is this like the first in several waves of a flush down on HKD? I personally want to see it hit triple digits today, but we'll see what happens there. But that one materializing quite nicely on the retracement. All right, so what else we got? Do we have anything moving here? Let me just look quickly at our scanners. JZ showing up. That's doing poopy. ATNF. No, that one's not doing anything either, Luca.
It's just like we need the follow.
What do you need?
Well, no.
BLPH?
So BLPH is going, and we need the follow through. Like, so I will only add to this if we go and the volume's there. I'm not gonna add now. It doesn't make sense to me to add right now. Like, I already have the position that I have, so like it is what it is. And yeah, I love it in the chat, man. Everyone's like, come on, Luca, you didn't sell. Guys, keep in mind, like, look at this, man. I scalped it out, right? So like the piece that I want to hold, it's a part of my plan at least. I'm like, I need to hold this piece because if we do actually go and I'm not in it, like, that's it. I'm done. I'm just gonna scream. So I actually, like, I don't care to lose on the last piece. Like that's for me, just kind of a little insight. Somebody was saying, Luca, Netflix went to your level. I actually pulled the Netflix bid because I liked it the first time, then it gave the move, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe the second time it's actually gonna be bad. So I pulled the bid, but I guess that level is good, 309.50, and then actually popped back through VWAP. So yeah, sometimes I'm scratching my head thinking like, okay, what's going on over here? Some user saying, what's going on? Hopefully you're having a good day. I see you in the chat a couple times. Luca follows the Wall Street bets way. I'm just scalp demon, man. Scalp in and out. Now I only got longs on board, which I kind of want to find a short. I was in that Tesla, and I'm like, yeah, if this goes back to break even, I'm just going to get out. This thing literally rips back to break even, stops me out, and then back down. That is painful. I feel like I should try to short this one more time, though. So I'm going to get in a short here at 110 for the last try of the fail. This should not go up. I'm going to give it 60 cents. Reasonable, so I could probably do that. And then we'll see, man. If this thing goes up, then I guess we're getting a 111 test. And somebody was saying, yeah, Luca, the short should be at like 112 or something. Yeah, probably. You're probably right. Just based on like the fact that this is kind of where the low was from yesterday. Is that 111, or not the low, but like we're holding like 111.60 area. Maybe call it 114. For me, I just scalp. So I just scalp in and out. I'll just continue to scalp based on kind of what I'm seeing, taking the wins, taking the L's, continuing to trade my playbook, and yeah, going from there. Yeah, Luca, take more impulsive trades, bro. It's a part of the plan, the general idea of my plan. So it's been working. It's been working, just kind of scalping it out. You guys are seeing the deal there. And I want to pull up Amazon to see where we are here. Okay, I missed that one as well. So this is like short, cover. The trade is done. Look for another trade, right? So that's kind of the deal. Yeah, guys, so stopped out now on HKD for the last portion. It is unfortunate, but that is trading, man. If we do get back to the north side, I'll consider a long through 35 if we can get there. or I'll consider maybe if we hold around like, call it like 24, 25 for like the dip buy. I just want out of this trade now because I do think that we actually get to VWAP. And then if we're actually going to bounce, like maybe it's going to be like around this general
so I'll just get into that trade because that's where I'm in now. I'm short HKD 28.72. So dollar, almost, $2 in the money on this one now. Letting this one flush down, holding 10% of the position left. So let's just get out here. There we go. We're done. That's a big boy move. I missed that one here on the break of the compression pattern, and I was kicking myself for it. So consolidate a little bit. I'm like, this looks like a flat bottom breakdown. This is what I'm talking about. Let me move this chart real quick so you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about. This is the move down, sideways consolidation, and the flush down again. How many times have we seen that? We're going to continue to see it over and over and over, I think, for the next little while, as long as these small cappers keep coming in. So there it is. 20, where was it? Like 20, 28 something. Yeah. Anyway, it's a big boy move down, a couple of bucks. So puts me back into the very good territory on HKD. So happy with that one. Looks like it's stalling out here at that 200 period, that 2680-ish. Where did I go? Where's my last little out there? 26, when you hit these keys so quick, 2650 was my last little out on that one. So $2.20 winner, not bad. Definitely not $8, but nice little winner on that. All right, so where are we at with Microsoft now retracing? This one definitely weaker than the overall market. Look at the comparisons between the chart on here and the chart on here. We have a decided move down on Microsoft while we're basically lateral the entire time basically since after the bell. We've been within a range that I don't say 35 area to the high side and that 22 area to the low side. So not giving us much at all. But you have had trades. You've seen Luca and myself trading Tesla. I've traded Microsoft. It's presented us range-based trades, but nothing really happening for the moment on anything. I looked at data real quick because that one had been looking like it was going to create a bit of a double top. This is what I'm talking about, but now it is headed even higher to the high side now. I want to say 1230 is the high, 1228 is the high. Okay, so we're at high of days right now. This is what I meant by double top. It retraced, bounced off that 12. That was a classic, clean bounce off 12. And then you saw the top there at the 20 where it had topped out earlier. Couple of minute retracement, then the volume really kicked up there. And you're seeing that test of 30 come in. So data now up almost 20% of the day, 19.79%, giving you ample opportunities. Since basically earlier on, you saw Neil actually trade this much into the early morning show. And yeah, it's still giving you opportunities, Luca. All right, he's dealing with something at the moment, so let's continue on. What do we got going on? Yeah, data is still printing 5 days, just another penny higher. What is HKD up to? Because HKD had been plummeting. Let's see this one. Yeah, it's bouncing nicely, looks, off that 200 period moving average, at least for the moment. But it's in kind of like no man's land. There's really no price action around here that we could say, okay, well, this makes sense that it's stalling around here. So not sure what to make of it at the moment. I think it's just a flush down and maybe a consolidation sideways. We'll see if this one wants to head even further south. I see some interesting levels coming up at that 23, I want to say 23.5. We got a couple of peaks, some wick candles that make it all the way up there, but probably the better level is that 21, 25. Again, hard to read some of this price action on HKD because it's so volatile.
Yeah, guys. Tesla, I think, is eventually going to fail. That's why I'm short this name, and I do want to add to it. Have the general stop and play there, so things are good. Things are looking good. Somebody's saying, what is up with BLPH? I'll tell you what is up. The price up 170%. Absolutely insane.
It made that VWAP retracement. Nice.
Yeah, I'm long, man. I'm long. And you know what's funny? I'm like, yeah, let me punch out break even, take some size off. And I'm like, yeah, that's the right call. And then instantly just going back up, it's like, okay, yeah, like you couldn't just do that initially on this move. No, you have to do it right after I get out. These damn robots, digital warfare, damn it. Yeah, no, guys, if we should clear, I'm thinking 280. Like we break 280. Then I think we get the 3 test. So we're far away from that. I'm not adding to it. I have the position. I like it. I would love a high-a-day move. Like we can potentially go through 3, run to 350, do a little high-a-day clear out. That's where I'll consider the short on this thing. So yeah, just a heads up. That's kind of you know what I'm looking at. Somebody Kiffer's place saying HKD took like 6 days to get to 2,500. Calm down. I know. But a man can dream. A man can dream, man.
That is
Come
true,
on.
though,
Let me
yeah.
dream. Let me have my good
Do you remember the
times.
spreads
Don't
on that? It was
ruin
like
the vibe.
$100
Come
at a
on.
time.
Yeah.
Do you
well,
remember the
obviously.
spreads?
Obviously, it was insane.
No, but I mean, even $2,500 stocks don't have $100 spreads. Amazon was around that price. Tesla was around that price, and they were much less spready than that. The market made a move up there, Luca. I mean, it tried to retest VWAP here. Where do we top out on this wick? 38.40 to be exact. Coming back down now into the 36s, but looks like we're getting closer to that VWAP reclaim. We got rejected off that earlier when we tried it around that 10 o'clock period, but we'll see. The market's been very, very consolidating. Is that a word? Consolidating?
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 I don't know, man.
It's been consolidating, so it's
been
consolidating, right?
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
for the entire morning. I don't really have a trade on any of these big cappers, so I'll keep
You're
my eye on
missing out,
small
man.
cap.
You're missing out.
I know
Tesla's
you're
providing
killing it, but I'm
beautiful
not.
scalps right now, man. Beautiful scalps. I am just being very, very patient. I'm sizing accordingly. Getting a par fill. Why? Come on, fill the rest of that order there. Okay, whatever. It's all good. I got the majority. I just didn't get the last one share. That's kind of funny. Gives me a part fill, and it's like, nope, I'm not filling you on the last one share. Sometimes it'd be like that. But that's the thing, man. I think the fail is coming. Like, initially, I liked the short moving into the 50 period. We got it. That was trade number one. Stopped out of the last portion, no problem. Add it back. Now we fail. Now I think we can go to VWAP, I think. So if we actually fail, we should not go back through 110. Like, theoretically, looking at this, based on the way that these moves kind of tend to play out, you got the first 50 bounce, you rip everyone's face off. Now you go down, everyone is like, I'm not trading this anymore. I'm done with it. And I'm like, perfect. Nobody trade this anymore. Stay away from my trades. Don't overcrowd the position for me so that it can actually fail to where I want it to go. And then, yeah, man, covering VWAP if we actually get there. So, yeah, you know, I'm willing to continue to recycle this level. It feels like
team trading without even knowing.
Well, you know what,
Kidding.
guys? Stay away from my ideas. That's what I'll say. I like the shorts up here. I like the covers down over there. And, yeah, we'll see if that one wants to keep paying me over and over again. MEGL, surprised that I'm not stopped out of this. Oh, wow. This actually went to 220 in reverse, and my stop was 19s. Okay, MEGL. Imagine this goes now to 3, and I was like 1 cent away. That's the thing, man. You're 1 cent away from being right or being wrong in this business. That is kind of crazy, you know. I think I actually had a saying, Sharif. I said, you know, 1 cent away. What was the saying? Yeah, 1 cent away from unlimited potential.
Okay.
2 cents away from blowing your account.
Yeah,
and that's
yeah,
if you're like
exactly.
trading like a
I like
a
that
narrow,
because it actually has like some
there.
good folk wisdom there.
Yeah.
I want to mention ATNF. I mean, it's a slow mover. It's a continuation. Doesn't have its own catalyst today. But look at where we're at. 565 highs. We're up 28% on the day. And we're trading at 560. So we're 5 pennies off the highs. This one's giving you, I guess, a lot of opportunities. Look at this trend line. I mean, like, yeah, that's for you.
Oh,
I left
dude,
that
you're
there the
the
entire
best.
time. I thought you noticed it.
I just
Hey, bring it.
guys. Yeah, show this. Show my
Salud.
face. Yeah, guys. This is.
Bradley.
There we go, baby. Another one of these little protein bites. Thank you so much.
No problem,
man.
my
You're the
guy.
best.
Killed that. There we go. We just printed a new high of day now on ATNF 572. This one is, look, the volume's coming back into this one. And it's been holding trend. Have a look at this trend line here. It really hasn't really breached it by any measure here. I mean, by any reasonable measure anyway. It's been holding that entire time. It's not been a moving average stock. I think it's been more of a trend-based, price action-based stock. So have a, keep that in mind if you're looking at getting in. I've traded this one number of times over the past few weeks. I'll keep it on ice, as Luca likes to say, for now, and we'll see if any good trades develop, because we're at high of days. I mean, that's not where I want to get in. Well, you're eating. Let me keep going.
No, let me just say very quickly, Trader Gorno, that's a really good point. You were saying, I can't believe they didn't just go down, take your shares, and then go back up. I was like, I know. But then I realized there's a difference between stops. So understand where you are routing your orders. If you route them to like an area where everybody can see them, then they're taking your shares. They're taking your shares. If you route them in a different way, or you structure it in a different way, then they can't see them. And I think that's the reason, because I have it structured in a different way, so I don't think they can see them. Yeah, no, if I routed it to a different venue there, I'm pretty sure that it would have got stopped out 100%. I've seen it time and time again, man. And then another thing, Michael Lloyd, Luca, how much would you have made? Sorry, how much would you have made if HKD sold? If I sold at $38? How much would you have made if HKD sold at 38 and MAGL at 280? I don't even know, man. I don't think like that when I trade. I take the long, it goes up, I sell. I'm still holding some, but like I'm selling, like I'm paying myself, right? So it's like this is the scalp trade, and then the rest is like the dream trade because these things can go. Now it's obviously dead. I'm like overstaying my welcome. I should not be in these names. It's just showing that it's not moving, but I'm okay to just like, it's like, okay, I sell here, I sell here. It's like, it's the last piece. It doesn't really matter too much to myself. And going to HKD, it's like I get in, like sell all the way on the way up. It's like I'm paying myself on the scalp trade. That's like what I like doing, right? That is what I like doing. That is kind of how I like trading. I am paying myself. The last portion of the trade is a smaller piece of the trade. Somebody was like, "Oh, Luca, how much percentage do you have left?" I don't know because I like punch in and out of these like random prices. Sometimes it's part fill, so it's hard for me to say, like, I'm not using like even numbers for it to be easy for me to be like, yeah, this is the percentage. But what I can say, it's like I'm holding for the dream, but it's like a smaller piece. Like as you guys can see, I'm like taking it out because this is paying you, and then this is like, okay, home run. If you get it, you get it. But base hits are definitely the way to go in trading, man, for sure. Base hits over home runs every single day as a day trader. We're gonna go to Big B for volume leaders.
Hey guys, yeah, busy afternoon. Let's get you caught up on what is being traded the most throughout this lunch hour as we head towards 1 o'clock here in the Eastern Time Zone. This is a look at 10,660 U.S. listings currently, of which 6,604 are in negative territory, 3,040 positive on the day, about 1,000 as we typically see, basically flat. This, however, pretty good indication of what's happening right now. Basically tied as far as new highs versus new lows right now. 116 versus 128 only. Typically see a further imbalance one way or the other on that. Here's the list though. Mullen, top of it right now. 176 million shares traded so far today. TQ's on here as they usually are, 102,000. There's Tesla back towards the top end of this list, getting towards that 100 million mark. A couple of days last week, it was just crazy, 200 plus on that. SQ, SOXL, 2 more ETFs. BLPH, we talked about in depth all day long. There's Apple, SPY as well, and BBD, all on the volume list so far. AMTD, obviously HKD, having quite the day today in that BLPH, top of the percent gainers. Triple digit club for both, guys.
AMTD, Brendo, we go to ATNF. 586 now, the high of day. This one's just giving you that slow move up, man. I mean, and it's not really aggressively selling off, saving except for this part right here. I mean, we topped out at 565, retraced back into that $5 level, but most notably, it kept above 5 and it respected the trend line for the most part. So if you're gauging off whole dollar and trend lines, you know, you're doing okay with this one. I'm not punching in here. It's too high. It's too extended. I need a retracement. It's giving me multiple retracements all day, and so I'll either wait for this one short or I'll wait for it long, whatever it presents itself. But ATNF at high of days. I just want to mention the recipe for, because people keep asking me in the chat, and I don't want to keep copying and paste it, but the recipe for the protein treats, super simple. I make a double batch, but the recipe actually calls for 1 batch, which is 2, yeah, I do make them, Predley. 2 cups. I will. I have some. I'll give. Yeah, for sure. They're super good. 2 cups of ground up rolled oats. So you get rolled oats. You get them whole. You get them from your supermarket. Put them in the grinder. Make them powdery, so they're powdered. And so you need 2 cups of whole rolled oats. Then 2 scoops of protein, and then half a cup of peanut butter, half a cup of agave syrup, and then salt and cinnamon. And then mix with your hands, get real in there. Take off your watch and take off any bracelets you have because it gets super sticky and dirty. Grind that up, then Bradley, and then put them in a pan and then make them into cubes. You can make them into balls if you want. You can make them into cubes, whatever it is, but make sure to keep them in the fridge because they need to be kept cold. Otherwise, they start disintegrating. But super easy to make. And super tasty, to be honest with you, and very, very healthy. Especially if you get, like, I get some of the organic stuff. I get organic agave syrup. I get the proper whole rolled oats, et cetera, so you can make it as healthy or as less healthy as you want. And by the way, the agave syrup is kind of the sticking agent. It's what kind of keeps everything together. You can use honey, you can use any other type of syrup you want. All right, back to the market. ATNF now at $6. $6 high of day. We're printing 98s now. There we go, 609. So the volume starting to print on this one. Something tells me we may be in for a bit of a short squeeze at the moment on this because look at this, guys. We haven't seen volume this high since earlier on in the day, and it definitely wasn't sustained like this. We saw random bars here and there, but now we're getting some consistently green bars. What's up?
Let's go. Let's go. What a fill, guys, on Tesla. Look at this. I just stepped out to go to the washroom, and I'm like, you know what? I feel like Tesla's going down. It's going to, like, do one of those dips and then pop. So I'm like, let me just bid 31s here, and I'm going to pray that it doesn't rip my face off in the next 5 minutes. And, yeah, so got the cover on Tesla there. These are bangers, man. I'm loving this. These are banger trades. Short near the top, cover near the bottom. And before I walked away, somebody was like, yeah, Luca, I'm having trouble understanding your trading strategies. And I was like, I don't know how to, like, explain this, but it's like discretionary scalps. It's just kind of like we're running up, you know, it's kind of topping
working.
out. Yeah, it's topping out. You kind of like shorting the pops and then, you know, covering the weakness. So it's sort of like a mean reversion strategy. That's like the general idea. But it is like, these are like very, very short-term trades. Somebody was like, Luca, man, you gotta trade on
ATNF, brother. I think you're gonna like it.
Yeah, and I should actually put this back on my thing.
Ham, it's going haywire, Luca. 640 is the high. We're blowing through levels like it's nobody's business.
Is it
man.
really? Damn.
Yeah, ATNF.
I should have punched long before I went to the washroom there.
Look at this guy's punching long anytime he sees guts, no glory, baby. All right,
Yeah.
ATNF, guys, it's gonna pull back a little bit now. Obviously, a bit of a relief rally. I want to check the short float on this one, Luca. I mean, where can I see the short float? Do you have that trade ideas?
No, you can check Flow Checker though.
No, FinViz. Flow Checker doesn't have the short float, does it?
It does sometimes.
Oh,
I
okay.
usually take it with a grain. So which one, ATNF?
Yeah.
The thing is short data is always going to be delayed and it's never going to be
is the
super
there it
accurate.
is, okay.
So it's like
14
showing
days, right?
60%. Yeah, rolling 15 days and then yeah. So it's like it's showing 2.5, but I would take that with a grain of salt. It's really hard to know what the true.
This is going,
what
Luca,
the true
man.
short
It keeps
float
printing
is.
new highs now. 650 is the new high, I believe.
I'm not punching long on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I want to
this
punch
long would have
on
been
this
like
one.
580s for the 6.
Yeah.
The thing is this, guys. If
For the
you
break of that
think
top.
stops are at 6, if you're like, oh, 6 is like a level, we could probably run there. That's where stops are. Like I'm probably better off punching long at like 580, because then if it gets to 6, it triggers the stop. I'm long below the break. So like I'm not going to get chopped up at the level. If it breaks and it's a false break and it goes back down, I break even, right? If you take the 6 break and then it goes back down, you get rinsed. So keep that in mind. Yeah, this thing is going to the north side. I'm getting a little bit of FOMO, but I'm not touching it. Not touching this one, man. Yeah, definitely not touching this one, that's for sure.
All right, just quickly, I want to let you guys know ChargePoint coming in with a catalyst here. Mercedes deal for charging network. ChargePoint, remember this one from the pandemic? I was all over this one for a while. That's the reason for these huge spikes up here. 917 top, retracing below 9 now into 895. I'm not sure how this one's going to develop, whether the headline is enough, but obviously the bots were, or the algos, whatever you want to call them, were obviously reacting to this one. So ChargePoint down still 1 3/4%. But all the hype right now is this ATNF now. Where to get in? Do I just punch in like a quarter position, get in the money, add another quarter position, or 10% position, then add another, get in the money and then add another 10% position? I don't know how to play these, guys. You guys have any ideas? How do I hit high of day and not, get risk getting flushed? Of course you're going to get flushed. There's that risk, obviously. So I'm thinking maybe punch in smaller amount of shares and add to winner. Luca, what do you think?
I'm pretty much not thinking anymore. Just kind of chilling. I'm surprised I'm not stopped at a Kala, guys. I punched the top. I punched the, look at this. I punched the exact top. And then it instantly goes back down. I'm like, okay, I'm going to get stopped out. And then it just barcodes.
It's holding VWAP.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I guess.
And
thanks
it's holding
for
that
the motivation
level. Look
there.
at this level. No, I'm being serious.
Yeah.
Look at that level. It's holding that level. It's holding VWAP.
It's like, guys, volume is the tell. So like going back to like sizing on these trades, like this is like super, super light in comparison to yesterday. So, like super light on the position. It doesn't matter if I lose $2. Like it really doesn't matter. I don't want to lose. I want this to go to 50 so that I can add to it and then it can go. But Yeah, man, if it goes, it goes. Somebody's saying watch Tesla again, no problem. Let's look at Tesla here. The thing is again, guys, this is just another kind of example. The first time, it's great. The second time, it's good. The third time, it should go, right? Third time's a charm kind of thing. And then now that we go back up, it's like I do like it, but I really gotta size down. I gotta definitely size down now, and I'm just kind of telling myself this. If we go above 110, pop to like 110.50, I'll try it again, but I'm gonna size down. It's not the same time. It's not the same trade. So going back to that Netflix, for anybody that was wondering, I liked like the 309 the first time, but it didn't happen. The second time, I didn't even take it. So that's kind of like, I hope you guys can see kind of my process and what I'm doing, right? Sometimes you can recycle these levels, but other times, like you should just keep in mind, you should keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind. Somebody's saying NEO. Take a look at NEO, so I'll look at that as well. NEO is at 1085, and let this chart load here. Let's see where we're at. NEO is, the Chinese ADRs have been strong, man. The Chinese ADRs have been strong.
Saving grace.
I'm pretty sure China is in quantitative easing now. They're printing, and who knows what's happening over there. Obviously, they have like they had the whole COVID zero policy, and then they're saying like, yeah, people are just dying. There's a new virus variant, blah, 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 this and that. Things are not good. We need a print now. And so for whatever reason, these Chinese ADRs are now going up. They got algorithms of their own, doing their own thing.
And they got the Chinese regulator off their back, dude. Because basically they've been like stifling. Remember what they did with Ant? They're like, no, you can't get into payment processing. We don't want you in retail and in payment processing. You're too much of a monopoly, right? So, and then basically what you do that, you're hurting them against their competitor, American Tech, right? The American Tech's going to flourish because they don't have the same headwind. So I think the Chinese government had to get off the back a little bit of their own companies, let them compete. I think that's what the tailwind is a little bit here for some of these tech companies we've got. I don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, good look there. No, I didn't actually. That's actually a good point. I tend not like to stay away. I try to think of nothing when I'm trading.
Yeah,
and just like stick to like what I'm doing.
What's
you know?
happening in the world?
But
Interesting.
yeah, it's no good look there. I think Neil's shouting out Roblox almost got to 30 there. We could have a look at Roblox here.
People in the chat saying Ford at high of day. You guys saw Neil trading this one earlier. 12.28 is the high. We're at 27s now. So I mean. It's up 2.16%. You're not going to see crazy moves on Ford, guys. It's like how many share float? I was talking to Brendo about it this morning. Let me pull that up real quick. It's something ridiculous, like 400 million or 399 million. Billion, sorry, not million. 399 billion. Yeah, sorry, 3.9 billion. So 4 billion share float. So it's a monster, right? So to move this one, you got to have a lot of shares exchange hands, and so that's what the deal is on that one. Microsoft now continuing to make moves towards a low of day, 222.57. What are we printing? 60s here, so we're basically at low of days, and all the while the market's moving sideways. So Microsoft continuing its move downward. That started yesterday from the downgrade.
I am looking back at BLPH, and this is why I did an ad, because I was worried that we would come back down. So I'm now flat on the position. You never want to, this is the thing with trading. You get into the trade. It works for you. The last thing you want to see psychologically, because of pure pain, is it go against you. And it just reminds you that like all good things in life come to an end. And I'm just sitting here now at flat thinking to myself, damn, damn, like do I hold it now? What do I do? Maybe I should have taken some profits. But this is the thing. I have my plan. I'm sticking to it. I'm still in the trade. I still think there is potential. Volume is the tell. Volume is dead. Maybe I shouldn't be in this trade. But it's all good, man. I'm sticking to the original plan on it. I was okay to risk 20 cents. So that's the plan, risking 20 cents on that one. Risking $2 on Cala, that's the plan, sticking with it. MEGL, just, not doing anything. It should have went. This one I probably should just get out of. Well, I mean, what's the difference between 11 cents when it's a part of the plan? Yeah, I'm gonna stick to that one as well. Somebody was saying, can you look at NVIDIA and AMD from before? So I'll pull those two up. Didn't look at NVIDIA today. I think I had a trade on it yesterday, which didn't really go that well for me, if I'm remembering correctly. Kind of respecting that VWAP, but not really giving the range that you'd want to see. For me, it's like I don't want to trade NVIDIA for 50 cents the way that I would trade Tesla for 50 cents or $1. I just feel like it's more of a challenging trade. It's just less volume. There's going to be less follow through and dance around. So for myself, I'm not going to trade NVIDIA. But I think whoever referenced it was saying, AMD, NVIDIA, the chips, whatever. And I don't know if you were kind of leaning into potential supply chain issues, global macro kind of environment with China and the whole situation. I still think there's big uncertainty, man, on the geopolitical front there. So who knows what happens next? Things are sort of, moving around and doing their dance, but I really am waiting for things to go crazy, and that's when like things really get exciting there. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts there. I'll pull up AMD because I was actually looking for a trade on AMD to see if I can get. It's like holding. This is what I see. And hold on, I'm typing in mad. Like I'm not mad. I want AMD here. Yeah, it's holding this, like this kind of level right over here, right below VWAP. But I'm so reluctant to take the long here. Like the short was better, and then you move back to VWAP. That's kind of like. I mean, I see that as maybe like a little bit of a scalp trade. I don't know if it's like it kind of did this 3 times, then it moved, then it did 1, 2, 3, then it moved. Like I think if we break down, I would much rather be long closer to 63. So taking a long here doesn't make sense. I'm sort of speaking this out loud to myself here because I'm like, should I take the long? I'm like, no, stay away from the long. It's fine. And guys, feel free to throw out, names that you're trading and everything. And Sharif coming in hot with another one. Guys. Oh yeah, life is good, man. I'm getting my protein for the day. Less chicken for me later on in the evening, that's for sure. And somebody's saying Microsoft. We could have a look there as well. Microsoft. I didn't take a look at it after that kind of flat bottom break that it did give. It's the short is good, man. It is kind of riding to the downside. I wonder like what is like a daily level on Microsoft. Let's have a look there because that's pretty interesting. If I can just quickly pull this up. Where are we? Yeah, here we are. So maybe 220 could be interesting. We broke it before, then quickly reclaimed it. So I almost feel like, Oh yeah, okay, sorry. I thought somebody, maybe 220 if we get there. So maybe that happens tomorrow. Maybe it happens. Not really too sure when that happens. But yeah, no, that 220 area is good. I'm probably not gonna have a trade on Microsoft today. Like 11 to 12:30, 11 to 1, things still have the potential to move around and do their thing. It's 1 to 2 is like for myself at least, it's like the like scale back, relax. Don't you made your money, great. If you put on trades, just remind yourself that it's a different time. It's a different time. Expect different moves. This is chill time. This is a great time if you guys have questions. Feel free. And I'll actually ask, like, where are we at here? We got 1.9K likes, guys. We came on and we had like 1.8K, I think.
Yeah,
didn't ask for likes.
It was ridiculous. I can't believe we did that. I'm still out of shock.
Like, well, what I'm saying is we came on now. We had 1.8K likes. We got 100 likes. And I'm just like, guys, if you're enjoying the show, feel free to hit the like button, eh? Because yesterday we asked, and if you didn't watch the video, go watch it from yesterday.
Oh, you have to rewatch that.
In like 15 minutes.
It was ridiculous.
We went from 3,800 likes to 5,200 likes. I'm like, I can't believe this. Somebody was like, Luca, you sound like an auctioneer.
Yeah, it was great.
Sharif were just going back and forth. We're like, another 100, another 100.
There we go. We're getting up there. We're 2,100 now. You didn't really we didn't push too hard.
You know what? The reason we ask for likes is because we're trying to get the videos to the top of the YouTube because the algorithm and whatever and all that stuff. It's just kind of the way that it works. So
it's a two-way relationship, though. It's a two-way relationship. The more we grow, the more we can invest into the show, the more you benefit. I mean, it really is a two-way relationship.
Exactly.
So smash that like every single day if you can. It takes like 1 second, guys. Brendo sending in the midday chat here. CRM, more job cuts. Slack cutting 10%. Having a look at CRM. It's already down 3.5% on the day, and it's headed down even further. Not sure if this move right here was as a result of that big wick down, but this one we've seen. This one's been showing up on the headlines a lot, and have a look at the daily chart here. I'll give you an idea of where we've been. Yeah, look at that. Finding a bit of a balance, but I don't know what this new news headline is going to be. The market's been taking some of these cuts lately positively because they've been looking at them as cost-cutting measures, especially at a time where money becomes more expensive and scarcity increases. We'll see. CRM on my watch, definitely. But the big move right now, Luca's got it up already on his screen. HKD screaming to the high side,
Yeah,
Luca.
I'm not missing this one. Guys, I'm back in with way less size because it's kind of late to the party. I'm willing to add at 35 with this. So it's like small size. If we get to 35, I'm going to add for the 35 break. And then if we get to 38, like that's kind of my target for the scalp out for the high a day. I'm not missing it, man. This is the thing. I punch out, I just punch back in, right? So, but it's not the same as the first time. And the reason is because the first time it's like holds pre-market low, runs up, holds trend the whole time, very, very strong to the upside, never breaking the short-term trend. Once it finally breaks that, this is the chop zone, right? And then now we go back down and we're breaking the 50 period, but I'm very aware that this can like reverse back through 29 very quickly. So I'm long, we're gonna see how it goes. It's obviously smaller size for myself. I'm not as concerned as I was on the first one. I will not be scalping out of the moves. I'm gonna add at 35 if we get there. I'm gonna scalp out after the 38 break. That's kind of the plan that I think. And then yeah, stop on this one technically. I feel like 28s again. So yeah, if I lose on that, it'll basically be a paper cut. But yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go. The start of a hopefully good position if it wants to keep going, but I have no idea. I want to pull up the like a kind of like bigger picture trend here. You know, 15.
Nice, they're working again.
Awesome. Yeah.
So we're just gonna spin the money for your HKD earlier. You
Yeah,
okay with
spin
that?
it-
I'm
spin it
gonna
for the
spin
earlier
the
one,
money,
guys.
baby. There
For
we
the
go.
earlier trade,
That
there
was.
you go.
There we go. The
yeah,
crowd
yeah,
gets
man.
what they want. We get what we want.
Yeah. And guys, the 15-minute trend, like look at this, right? This is basically why I'm willing to like get back into this trade because we run up, we come back down, we hold trend on the 15, now we go back up. So I do think there's potential to go. That's kind of the reason for the trade. Like if we were down at 25, like I said dip buy, but we didn't even test VWAP. So it's out of the question. I'm not buying 27s. Then maybe it goes to 24.5. So I was really wanted to wait there. So we're gonna see what happens, man. We're gonna see what happens with this position. I feel like I should put a stop in. Yeah, I should probably put a stop in because this could easily just go against me and then.
Luca,
and then if I don't have a
Microsoft
stop
is
in-
down now over 3% on the day. I mean, this one, it's got a mind of its own. It's clearly more relatively weak than the market. The market's consolidating sideways and holding that 38.20 level while Microsoft is just continuing to print lower lows. Have a look at the ES chart here relative to Microsoft. I mean, like, look at that. It's just one, band. I don't know what to call this, what the adjective is here, but it's just a lot of red candles to the downside. CRM as well, making a nice move to the downside, continued. We talked about it when it was here. Look at that. Since we last mentioned CRM, it is now down another, I want to say, 80 pennies or so. So this one making a move down now over 3 3/4% down on the day on CRM. So keep your eye on that one in case it starts making some aggressive moves. Market looking like it's more downward based at the moment, coming back into that that support area that we talked about. 38.20, 38.22 technically is a low of day today. But I'm just feeling all sorts of silly for getting out of these Microsoft shorts. I just punched in and held like you did with HKD.
Well, you know, I mean, I say this all the time, right? Large caps, I scalp, and small caps, sometimes you want to not scalp. You know, sometimes it's lucrative not to scalp there. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on that one. I love how someone's like, Logan. Microsoft is overvalued. And I'm just like, maybe. I don't know. That's a good point. I have no idea. I've not done due diligence on Microsoft. I don't even understand their business. It's so hard to be like, yeah, they're overvalued, undervalued, because it's like, you could look at price to earnings, but like, who knows if they buy more companies and kind of go into other fields. It's like, it's very, very difficult, in my opinion. I think a lot of money managers that look at large caps, they just say, okay, this is where money probably flows. So this probably grows and like does its thing. I got stopped out of something, I'm pretty sure here. Kala? I think it was Kala. Yeah, guys, I'm stopped out of Kala. It's, I think it's Kala. Yeah, man, Kala is a dud. Kala's a dud. I lost on that one. It's I hate losing, but it's not too bad there. But we are gonna go to Big B at the big desk for energy update.
Hey guys, yeah, we've seen a very negative start to the brand new trading year for energy markets in general, but crude oil specifically. We'll have a look at what's happening so far today. This is a yearly chart on here showing energy in relation to the overall market. Crude oil actually in the middle right now, kind of flat overall after one positive day, but 2 big days to the downside. We did get, however, both natural gas and crude oil inventory numbers this morning that came out at 10:30 and 11. Those were both today because of the holiday earlier in the week, both coming in a little bit higher than expected. So we did get a nice move to the upside on that number at 11 for crude today, 1.7% right now. It's actually trying to get going once again, taking out that high as we speak here. But coming off what happened yesterday, gap to the downside and just ground its way lower the entire day. It was 5% when all was said and done for crude. So a bit of a bounce needed here for oil, guys.
Yeah, Brendo, a lot of these oil stocks, energy stocks in general, making a nice move up, as you mentioned. Oxy up, I want to say 2.1% of the day. Here's a chart for Oxy, and ZOM up 2.25%. MPC 2.81, FANG 2.9, Chevron 2. So they're all decidedly to the high side, except of course if your name is Range Resources Corporation, that's down 3.88%. Nat Gas, so not having a great day. Looks like some of these Nat Gas names continue to head to the downside. I'll look at some of these energy ETFs after, but I just want to mention real quick NVCR. This was a small capper that we were looking at this morning. A bit of an expensive one, mind you, so tread carefully here. It just reclaimed VWAP and some volume coming in. It just bounced from that 108 up to 110, but rejected off 110. This one will have to stay above VWAP and create a bit of some sort of discernible pattern above there for me to want to get in. Reclaiming it and volume dropping off immediately is definitely not what I'm looking for on NVCR. But that one is going HKD. And how similar do the HKD and the MEGL charts look like? I mean, they look very, very similar. So they have the same underwriter I'm getting from the background. Okay, so that definitely makes some sense there. It looks like they're moving together. Obviously, the bigger move on HKD. AMTD, okay. That's the underwriter. Okay, so let's look at AMTD here. I remember Brendo was mentioning that earlier. I typed in ATMD, AMTD. Let's have a look here quickly what this one is doing. Let's zoom out a bit, switch to the 3-minute chart so we can look. Yeah, definitely similarities there. It looks like the better move, though, obviously, is on that HKD and MEGL move. But look at that. A lot of similarities in between those two, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I took a little bit of a market long there, and I covered some at the 50 period. Logic is that we are holding 38.25s there on the ES, and that's kind of my area of like, I want to be long. I want to be long in case we like fly back to VWAP, and then if we go lower, whatever, it's I'll take the L there. So again, had one long there, took a little bit of a win, had another long, took a little bit of a win. I'm trying to get 380s on the last portion of the trade. So we'll see if that actually wants to come to fruition there. HKD is like slowly going back down. I have not crazy size, and I'm just like, don't add to it, Luca. Do not add to it. That was not a part of the plan.
AT&F's back.
I know. AT&F, guys.
It's back a high day, 675. They're retracing a little bit, Luca.
I almost punched in. We're at 75s, and I'm like, I need to punch in long. But the thing is, guys, just a heads up, there's 500 lots offered at 85s. And I think now 500 lots offering at 75. So potentially a little bit of size chasing it down there. If you want to have a look on that one, just that's just kind of like a little heads up that I'll give everyone there. I'm not gonna touch it. I was just thinking, maybe we go to 7, but at this point, no. People saying Tesla is taking off, so let's have a look here at Tesla. Not in a trade. I said I'm not even gonna. I will consider it if we get there. I think we're gonna get to 111. I think now look, if the short was, I was scalping it with the idea that the short would be good, but we're holding. So like clearly if we're holding, maybe we're gonna actually run to 111. So sometimes it's like, I don't care about being right or wrong. I just wanna like make money, right? So like it's, maybe we get to 111. Should I go long? Maybe I'll go long here. Well, I already am long the SPY, which is basically like a similar trade there.
You're long the SPY. You're still holding that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to hold for like 380 test there. I think 380 kind of makes sense. And maybe I will get long Tesla.
Luca has a lot more tickers on his board than I have on mine, guys. How many is that? That's quite a bit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
About 4 measly stocks.
11 things traded.
But I'm used to that with Pradley too. Pradley was trading all sorts of stuff there. His board was always way bigger than mine. Quickly, guys, AT&F, in case you're wondering, this one regained compliance with the minimum bid requirement vis-a-vis a reverse split done a little while ago on this one. So, you'll recall that basically biotech companies and reverse splits have been all the raves. I think reverse splits, for the moment anyway, seem to have cooled off. Not so much for these biotech stocks, and that's what Life Science Corporation is. It is a clinical stage biotech company. The company is focused on the development of therapeutics for unmet medical needs in chronic pain, inflammation, and fibrosis by research and combination therapy. So there you go. That's what this is. That's another biotech stock that we see trending, but I love it. As when you get a trend, go with it, man. Go with it. The trend is your friend. If biotech stocks are moving, then biotech small cappers is what you want to be trading until they're not. Why not, right?
Until they're not, man. Honey Badger with the question. Luca and Sharif, this HKD just started trading here and got in on the call out earlier, so huge thanks. But is this the best way to learn to trade these huge percentage moves? So I'm going to be blatantly honest. This is how you lose everything. This is how you lose everything. So if you're long, you can lose everything. So you can lose 100%. If you're short, you can lose unlimited amounts because it could just keep going, right? So if you shorted at 10 and it went to 2,000, do the math there. You got smoked. You lost everything. So you hear these kind of stories on Reddit and you read these things. So the thing is this, right? When personally, I'll speak towards my own experiences. When I get in these names, I like the long because I'm like, well, you know, I can only lose what I have invested here, which is 100%. But again, don't get it twisted. Like, I was long here, and at any moment, it could have flushed into a down halt and opened at $1. So I would lose like 99%. And then I would be like, okay, guys, that's it for me here, you know? But, you know, you want to just, the thing with trading is you want to find stuff that you can repeat. So, you know, you look at my trades, you look at what I'm doing, I'm discretionary, I'm jumping in and out. You know, I kind of look at the same thing over and over again, so I'm just kind of feeling it out and doing it and recycling levels, providing liquidity over and over again. That's like one way that you can approach it, but you want to build something that's repeatable for yourself because you want to be able to make money every single day, every single week, every single month to pay the bills, essentially. You know, you think of it in terms of that, that's the dream, right? So just keep in mind that you don't want to look for things that, you know, make sense to you, that are repeatable. From a general perspective, what people tend to look at is they'll be like, okay, ATNF is now up. What's it up? Oh, it's only up 55%.
That's it?
So even, well, yeah, exactly, only 55%. But, you know, so maybe, so for myself, I like to do mean reversion. I like to say, okay, it's super extended. It's this many standard deviations away.
That was a nice 6, though, eh?
Yeah, and like,
That's
so
a
let's say
decent
you're like
6.
drawing like a regression of like the data, and it's like now it's like this many standard deviations away. For myself, when I like to short these things, I like short them back to the mean. That's what a lot of different traders do.
Yeah.
That's what small cap traders look to do. And the reason they do it is because they're just like, well, look, we remember the one VVOS from yesterday, VVOS. And I'll give you this kind of example here. It's like, remember yesterday, this thing was like at 3. This thing was like halting. It was going crazy. Like it hit 3.
Is it the mean now? Yeah,
and then look where it is now.
Basically.
It's literally at $1.50.
Yeah.
So that's a 50% move if you shorted 3 and then covered $1.50. Like 50% in a day, like in an overnight.
excellent. That's
So again,
excellent.
this could have gapped up and smoked everyone. That's kind of the nature of these things. But this is why people like mean reversion. They look at the company, they say maybe they're going to do an offering, maybe they need to raise. So you can build your own strategy based on like, okay, I'm going to look at small caps with low institutional ownership. I'm going to short these. If they're easy to borrow, I'm going to size down or stay away. And you kind of compile a list of things of what you're going to do, and then you run with it and you trade your own book, right? You can't follow other people's trades. You got to trade for yourself and learn for yourself. You know, I call it like I see it, man. These names, HKD, like MEGL, like what are these, man? What are these? Like you could literally lose everything. Like I'm not kidding when I say that.
You want to know what HKD is?
Yeah.
It's like HKD, AMTD Digital, like ADR, like Hong Kong-based financial technology firm. Like if they're watching this show right now, and I'm like, I'm long, like they're laughing at me because they're probably like, what even? I mean, I don't know what the company is. If it's bad, they're laughing at me because they're like, this guy's long. This like it's like just a paper company with nothing there.
It
right?
is a paper company engaged in providing digital solutions platforms in Asia. I mean,
It's just. I feel like it's just manipulation at its finest.
course,
And but the thing
$2,500.
is I know. Like I approach this like I'm gonna just lose everything. So if you're making fun of me, just know that I could lose everything. So I feel like I am not the fool here. But that's what I want to tell. I call it like I see it, man. This is not Apple. This is not Meta. We're not short. There's not like shorting AMD or longing AMD. Like obviously we're trading shares of the kind of names that we're looking at, and we're playing off these key levels. But like AMD like has buyers and sellers. Like Apple has buyers and sellers. Like HKD, like I don't even know what this thing is. I don't know why it's doing its thing. It's going nuts. I just think like, yeah, like these are the manipulated names that like go all the way up and all the way down in the same day. Like again, this thing, like look, I'm gonna show you guys the daily. Like look at this. This is real. This went from like 20 to 2,500 to 2,500 and then all the way back down. Like that's insane. That's insane. So if you're wondering why I said 2,500, for anybody that's wondering, it's because that's where it went before. So I was like, yeah, maybe it could do it again, but probably not. I mean, the last pump went to 400. So I was like, this pump can at least go to 100. That's kind of why I was holding, because that would be a sick trade. But yeah, again, you know, you got to be very cautious. You got to do something that works for yourself. Just make sure you're building something that's repeatable. It's going to be stressful. It's not easy. Nobody ever said it was. There's a reason why 5 to 1% of day traders survive. It's all about survival, man, and then eventually things hopefully start to work. But the thing is this, it's like you could have the dream to go play in the NBA, but there's only one Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, exactly.
There's only one Kobe. So to think that you're going to be Kobe is ridiculous, honestly. It's you're living in a fantasy land.
Quickly, Luca, Edward Jones upgrading Tesla to buy from hold. So I think that was maybe why we had a bit of a move up there on Tesla. Let me just get the Tesla chart real quick. Wow, look at that move down on Microsoft. Unreal. We're going to have to come back to that one. But Microsoft continues to head to the downside. Yeah, it came on my blotter at around 110, but it looks like the move started around 106, and then we had a big move up from that 109.80 to 110.05. Nice dollar move, but right back down again. It's no surprise, right? You're going to get upgrades, you're going to get downgrades on Tesla. It depends on which way you see it. Right, is it overvalued, or is it, like Luca says, a $20 stock? What did you say, $40 or $20 for Tesla? $40 or $20
no,
price target?
17.
What do you got on there? 17? Okay, there you go. You heard it here first. $17 price target on Tesla. Having a look at Microsoft, geez Louise, this one starts to print to the downside, but this one's getting me excited that we actually may break that 38.22, 38.20 area that we've been talking about the majority of the morning. That level has held in the entire morning, and it has held going back 3 days. So definitely keeping my eye on that. We tried a VWAP retracement right over here on the ES March contract, but didn't quite pan out. Now we're going back down again. Microsoft definitely leading the way down there. Let's have a look at big tech. What all the big sixes up to at the moment. We talked about Microsoft leading the way now, down 3.17%. Amazon down near low of days, not quite. 83.49 is where we're at. 83.11 is low of day. Meta being the most relatively strong as usual, only down 0.79%. Google, Shawn's in that one in case anybody's wondering, still in it. 86.06 is a low of day, and we're trading at 86.14. So that's real close. Apple as well. Where are we at low of day on Apple? No, looks like we got to low of day here earlier on, Luca. 125.32. We're at 125.85. We're below VWAP, so everything's trending down. Everything's really pointing that, hey, maybe let's break that 38.20 level. But not quite yet. I want to get to something in the chat here. Make It Rain asking, did I miss Neil eating that chip? Oh, no, you most certainly did not. That will be coming up tomorrow. Do we have a time for that? Do we have a segment? It's afternoon segment, I'm assuming.
As long as it comes in.
It comes in, true, true.
Right at the close.
Okay, so we've ordered it. It was supposed to be a Friday ETA. So as things stand right now, it's going to happen. It's going to happen at the closing show. When that starts, that's 2 to 4. Neil, Shawn, and Brendan will be taking you through that. But I'm sure the entire firm will be looking and seeing what's going on there. I think Shawn might be participating. Am I right on that? He's in. So Shawn is in, guys. Shawn is in. It's going to be Neil and Shawn. Yesterday, Fahad was set to have been going up against Neil. I guess Fahad's not in it anymore. But that's what, you haven't missed anything. It's all coming up tomorrow, Luca.
Yeah, it's. I'm looking. I mean, it's gonna be funny. It's gonna
be
funny.
It.
And Neil is not gonna be eating it and trading. That would be ridiculous. I think. I mean, if you could do that, then you could do anything. Yeah, that somebody said it best, man. They're like, that moment will live on YouTube forever. It's what a time, man. What a time to be alive. It's
Luca,
it's so
AT&F
funny,
still printing higher days. Yeah, I know. I see you punching into that.
Yeah, we're at 7 now. Wow.
Yeah, this one just keeps printing and printing and
long?
printing. That six bounce, guys. I mean, that was the bounce right there. I mean, if you took 6 and risked 11 pennies, where'd it get down to? It got down to 95. You wouldn't even need to risk 11 pennies. 5 or 6 pennies is all you would have need to risk on that, as it doesn't break 6 by much, but it does make its way down there. Now over $1 in the money. This one's slower to the move up. Let me just have a look real quick to tell you what the float is on AT&F, because I look these up, but I forget them a lot of the time. So quickly here, AT&F, 1.4 million share float. Careful with this one, guys. This is what we call micro float, not even small float. This is micro float area, and that means it could head any which way. We looked at the short interest on it earlier. It was mixed, so not really sure exactly how to digest that information. But AT&F now up 55% of the day, but retracing off that 7 at least for the moment. Do we reject here, or what's the situation? We're going to have to let this one pan out.
Guys, just a heads up, somebody's saying Futu, please have a look. Looks like a relief bounce on this. This thing was getting destroyed. Bouncing off 40, now having a really nice day. Just kind of feels like, you know, a relief bounce. It was at 65, it went to 40. That's a huge down move. Now giving you a little bit of an up move here. I would not be thinking long this thing. That's a significant down move. If anything, I would say like retrace 50%, maybe to like 50, 55. Then that potentially becomes a level for the short. So obviously not today. It's already up 15%. I would not be shorting this now. I'm not going to get into this trade. Just I'm kind of seeing like a strong uptrend on a day like today. But yeah, if this gets to like 50, maybe tomorrow or the next day, 55, I would be watching that one. Just kind of my thoughts on that one over there. I tried to reload. Oh wow, market move up. Okay.
What is happening?
What is
the market is flying up, guys?
just
We're gonna
cover?
try to
I'm
find out
covering.
if there's a
Covering
catalyst for that. Okay, yeah, Bullard is talking. Let's go to Brendo.
Yeah, there's some comments coming through, guys, helping the market overall. Inflation likely to moderate in 2023. That's coming from Fed member Bullard. Fed policy not yet restrictive, but will soon be with more hikes to come. So, yeah, just be aware, Bullard talking right now.
Thank you for that, Brendo. And it's kind of funny. So I had the SPY long, and I was like, let me try to buy at 01s for that same kind of like break and then pop 20 cents. Didn't get the fill, but imagine I did. I would have been laughing off that up move. I was going for 380s, and I'm like, well, I guess like maybe I'll get the fill. It's pretty slow, nothing happening. Didn't even know he was talking. And what an up move, man. So I did cover the rest of the position on that. That was a gift. I was going for like 379, like 89-ish, 79, like one of those. And I got an extra 4 cents on that. So, you know, sometimes you get lucky. I'll pretty happy with that. Maybe like, yeah, see, like this is the thing. Like this is support. So I'm like, I need to find a reason to get long. I need to be long something, and then go figure. Like I'm on the right side, and it goes up there. So I don't know if this is helping the HKD. Yeah, it's not really doing anything.
It's not going to do anything. It marches to the beat of
I'm
its own
hoping
drum,
that like
man.
why can't this just like fly up? But yeah, no. So BLPH, this is
might
dead,
be a long
guys.
here. This is a
dead.
long, guys. Yeah.
I'm done with this trade. I'm done. I'm gonna
Okay.
take it now. It's just dead. Volume is the tell. You gotta kind of take the hints there. So I'm gonna get out of that one. And MEGL is still sort of in the money, so I kind of want to hold that. And HKD. So 2 longs on board, kind of chilling there. And Tesla. Let's have a look quickly back at Tesla. Now at 111. Ooh, maybe a long here. Okay, I'm gonna find a way into this long right now.
Yeah, I'm in a long on Microsoft, taking that bounce. There we go, baby. We're scalping big. Where am I long? 222.92, so like 30 pennies in the money. If it comes down to my my entry point, I'll be out. I'm just looking to scalp here. You guys know how. There you go. I'm out for the rest. So profitable trade on Microsoft. That's 3 profitable trades on Microsoft. 1 non-profitable. I'm green on it on the day. Happy about that. Just taking the the moves as they present to me. It's a slow time of day. It's 122. Yes. Fed President Bullard, by the way, St. Louis Fed President, and is an FOMC voting member, so really always important when voting members speak. I believe, actually, he may no longer be a voting member next year as those positions rotate. Don't quote me on that. I'll have a look. But for the moment, anything he says is very, very closely monitored by the market. Anyway, Microsoft really getting off the schneid here, as Neil likes to say, 221.80 kind of was the bottomish area, and then that news came in and we rocketed up. I caught the end of that move, but profitable nonetheless. Now retracing a little bit, but let's have a look at where the overall market is. This one, yeah, breaking through VWAP. We did that before. We broke through it at that 10 o'clock time slot, and then we retraced back down, but something tells me this may be more of a prolonged move up here as we see continuously higher highs and higher lows, Luca.
Yeah, guys, so I went long Tesla for like the little move up, and I was going for 50 cents. It kind of stalled. I got out of it. Then I'm like, I'm going to go short, much smaller size, right? Kind of willing to for this. I want this to go higher and then kind of take the short. I feel like 111.50 is like a decent level. And we could easily just come back through 111, and then, any longs that are chasing are like going to panic and sell it. So this is kind of the logic on these shorts. I did change my arrows to be purple and blue. So I don't know if this is better for you guys. Feel free to let me know. This is actually a great question. So it's not going to show if I'm short or long, but I guess you'll just see on the position board if I'm short or long.
Yeah.
But it's basically these are going to be sells and these are buys. So like it's confusing myself, to be honest. I'm not a fan of this.
I mean, I can see it on here. It looks decent on this monitor.
Yeah, I'm not. It's not. I think this is worse. But I mean, you guys be the judge of that. You let me know. You know, is it better? Is it worse? I can always change it back. Keep me posted on that. Working with this Tesla short right now, we're going to see if this wants to actually go down or if it wants to actually run to like 112 and just keep squeezing to the north side. So it is a strong up move. Be very careful. I'm going for like a 40-cent scalp on it. I'm willing to add to it. This is kind of my logic. It's filling just a lot of things are filling. There's a lot of volume. A big up move. Lots of volume. If the volume dies, the short probably is good. So these are kind of my thoughts in real time. We're going to see how that 111.50 reacts. If we get back through 111, I'm covering like 110.80s. Like I'll go for that win over there. So yeah, we're going to see if 111 wants to break back to the downside right now.
All right, so as he does that, Microsoft retracing a little bit here. You know, whether or not we get a bit of a relief rally or whether we're going to get rejected here off VWAP like we did at that 10-10 time slot, 10-10 to about 10-15. Wow, we're red right now, but we're still holding VWAP. Have you ever heard of Tintin?
Sorry, what?
Tintin?
No,
I kept saying
that?
10-10 and it kept reminding me of Tintin.
Tintin.
It was like some, I don't know, the cartoon Tintin. Okay, so the guys here know it. All right, I'm not on my own about that one. Yeah, I kept like feeling like I was saying that. Anyway, Microsoft making a move. Look at CRM though, getting off that bottom. We had a headline come in that they were going to cut more jobs than expected. Look at that flat bottom that it created at 134.24, flying back up now 135.60. This one getting a bit of a reprieve, still down 2.9%. Here we go with the move on Microsoft. Looks like there's continuation happening with this move. Are we going to have a long-based afternoon? I mean, for the moment, it looks like we are. Now only down 2.5%. This one was down 3% earlier. The market continuing to head to the high side, Luca.
Yeah, I don't believe the move.
You don't believe? He doesn't believe the move.
No, maybe I'm like, this is kind of like, I mean, maybe I'm gonna be smoked on
I'm
this Tesla
agnostic.
trade.
I mean, I can go either way.
I just feel like I'm gonna be good on this Tesla trade, so I'm not really too worried with it.
Are you short?
I'm short.
Okay.
I'm short. It's just there's so much buying, and it's not going up. So like I'm like I'm kind of convicted to like continue to add to the short. I mean, I could be wrong, guys. I could be wrong. And if I take the L, I take the L.
Meta.
Lots of wins today.
Meta's flying.
Meta's been super
Meta's
strong.
flying
So
right
Meta's
now.
like
High of days at Meta right now.
Wow. Well, high of days. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into this one.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think that the market might be taking this information. Now, here's my play on this, guys. You could choose to short the weaker names, thinking, okay, they're most beat up. Let me get in low. They have the most, you know, as Luca was saying, they have a larger mean reversion retracement. Or you could go the stronger names. To me, when I play something either to the long side or the short side, I go with the strongest name in either direction. So if it's the weakest name, then I'm going short, I'll take the weaker name. If it's the strongest name and I'm going long, I'm going to take the stronger name. To me, Meta looks to be the strongest of the bunch. At day's high, followed by Tesla. I mean, but Tesla is still down 1.7%, but the chart pattern on Tesla looks a lot better than some of these other anemic chart patterns forming here. Let me get Tesla up real quick. HKD, TSLA, there we go. On the NASDAQ, and we'll get Meta on the other chart here. We'll have to switch out of all these small cappers. We're going to have to look at these big cappers now. So have a look at this top breakout here. That 110.5 looks to be the level that got taken out, eaten up on Tesla. And that 127, I want to say 127.15-ish, that was what got taken out here on Meta. But you heard Luca say he doesn't think that this move to the upside is the real deal. So keep your eye out for that short, because we did this earlier on. I keep saying this. We did this at around 10 o'clock where we broke VWAP, and then we retraced aggressively down. That could be the move here. No bias. Let's see what it does.
Yeah, guys. You know, again, for anybody that
People
doesn't
saying
know,
bull trap.
I'm a scalper, man. I'm a scalper. So like we come back. I just think 111 is gonna test again. That's kind of my thesis. Like we test again, so I'm covering 111. We flush through 111. I cover the rest. And then I'm just done the trade. So it's like, that's kind of what I'm going for right now. And I'm giving myself room to like add as it goes to the north side. And I have like the general idea of like, okay, yeah, maybe this can go parabolic. I just don't think it has it in it to go parabolic. So yeah, it's actually starting to work now back to the downside.
Yeah.
So we're going to see if I get that 111 fill. I am so desperately trying to be patient and not punch out 10 cents higher. Come on, man. Just run to a 111. Don't do this to me, Tesla. Give me that fill at 111.01 is where I'm
close,
sitting.
Baby.
No, it's gonna print. It is. It's just gonna make it a little bit difficult, I should say. break 111, trigger those 111 stops that I know are there, and then flush to 110.81s.
Here it comes.
And that's where it is. So yeah, let me just not put my hands on the keyboard right now and try to exercise discipline and patience. No, this is killing me actually.
It's annoying.
It's fine. It's
It's
fine,
like,
man.
give me what I want already. Let me walk away.
It's fine.
Let's be friends.
It's fine.
You know, like what the hell?
It's not fine. It's now back up 40 cents.
Yeah, I mean, it can go either way. I mean, who knows, Luca, what the market's digesting with this. And I didn't even hear what Bullard has to say. I have no idea. Is it bullish? Is it bearish? How's the market taking it? Clearly, right now, it looks like the market's happy with what they've heard, at least from an equities perspective, because that's what we're trading here, guys. We're trading equities, live equities for you. Let's get back to Meta, because Meta, again, if I'm looking long here, I'm looking at the strongest name, and in my humble opinion, Meta's the strongest of the bunch and has been for a little while. 127.58 is the high. We're at 42.44, so we're near day's highs. Now, if we can see a sustained move up on the market, I'm going to take this one long. If we see a downturn on the market, I'm going to take Microsoft short. There you go. Luca gets the print. There we go, guys. But Meta coming down as well now.
Now I need 81s, baby.
There you go. So there you go, baby. Let's see what this market does.
Just one time. I covered half there, which is good, and I think I'm gonna get 81s right now. This is where I'm kind of like, okay, no, I'm getting out of this one. Let me just do my thing now, because I don't really care about the 81s. I cared more about the 01s, and yeah, covering below. And just slowly getting myself out, and now putting my order for, I'm actually going lower. If I can get like 66s on the rest, I like that better. So I'm removing the 81s. I changed my mind. Should have filled the first time, didn't. Now it's kind of dancing around, so I'm just kind of covering a little bit more just below that 111 there. It is the moving average, so if I'm shorting for mean reversion, like I should be covering at the mean. So whether it's 81s, 91s, 86, I feel like it's the same thing. And yeah, maybe we actually do get a flush to 60s. If we don't, and we go back up, like, okay, whatever, pain. You know, won't be the first time, won't be the last time. So yeah, holding a little bit of that position, but pretty light.
Sometimes maybe good.
Yeah, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good. Yeah, so that was pretty nice there. I'm pretty happy with that trade. It was like little long, scalping to the level. Short, held it against me. Didn't believe it, didn't add. Flush back down, cover. Taking the win on that one, basically 30, 40 cent win, give or take. Pretty happy with that, definitely can't complain. Yeah, hopefully you guys are doing doing well here. Great move, no brain money. Yeah, man, turn your brain off when you're trading, man. Turn your brain off when you're trading. There's no need to think. You're not a fundamental analyst here.
No.
There's no thought process. We need to react to
Just
these
know
moves.
what's moving, that's all.
Know what's moving,
Yeah.
React to the moves. That is the play. What time frames do you look at for entries? I am using the 1 minute, but I don't even know, like, I'm like so far past time frames, but like, I guess I'm using the 1 minute. I'm using the 1 minute. I'm using like levels that I see. I'm kind of saying like, okay, this is an extension. So like, I think it looks extended. Volume popped, now volume died. If volume kept rising, then I would not have been shorting. But because volume, I hope you guys can see this on the chart here, like volume like was dropping there. So it's like, okay, like volume is like dropping. So I think the fade is gonna be good. If volume was rising, then I would not be doing that, or at least I would not be doing that with the size that I was doing it, right? So yeah, I don't know, it's been working for me. So I'm just recycling areas over and over again. Pretty good. Now holding that last piece. Still in the money on this. But yeah, no, if we go back above like 111.60, then I think I just have to put a stop and then reevaluate that.
Here's what I mean, guys. If you're going long and you're basing your move on the market, go with the strongest name. I went with Meta. I took that 127.40 break, got out in the mid 50s, and then got top wick here at 72. So nice little 30 penny winner max there at 3 scalp outs. So I took a third, and a third on that one. So decent trade, decent little scalp trade here on Meta. Nothing really to write home about, but just playing the trend. I'm seeing we're holding view up, Luke. I got to tell you the truth right now, anyway. But we'll see. We'll see what this one does. Here, when I'm comparing it back to that 10:15 time slot, these were wicks, and when we headed back down, looks like we're closing above it here. At least for the moment, nothing too crazy market-wise to write home about. We could still flush down very aggressively. Who knows? We have more room now, quite frankly, because we're higher up. We're at that 38.50 to flush down to that 38.20 that we were flirting with all morning. So I'm going to continue to scalp. I haven't committed to any longs. I haven't committed to any shorts. Whatever presents itself my way, I'll take. Dan Emmons saying NQ rejected opening range. At Neil Roberts, should we go over Bears versus Bulls? Yeah, sure. I don't base my my moves on the futures on the NQ. Maybe I should probably get more versed with that, but I'm basically on the ES. I've been using the ES. At least for the moment, I'm going to be learning the levels and the tendencies of the ES, and maybe I'll upgrade and graduate to that NQ, Luca. But for the moment, keeping my eye on these ES levels and basing my big cap trades off those.
Yeah, man, it's having a time here. I'm just looking back at HKD. It's not really doing anything. I'm still in that position. It is what it is. MEGL is like holding. Volume is dead. I shouldn't be in this position. Maybe I'll just cover a little bit more here. Let me cover some of this. Just because it should be. Why is this not filling? Oh wait. Yeah, it should be doing its thing.
I like this comment. Justin Pilosowski, I hope I didn't butcher your name, says premium entertainment here, Luca. I like to hear that from the chat, saying we're premium entertainment.
Hey, primo entertainment for you guys. Any day of the week. You tune in 11 to 2 anytime. I'm here. I'll make you laugh. And we'll drink Spros live every single day, you know?
you drank a Spro live. You're drinking a Spro live.
Yeah.
Ashtush Vartak, again, I hope I didn't butcher your name, says, what was the news? Can you please repeat? Yeah, so the news here on the market was a pre-planned speech by St. Louis Fed President James Bullard. He's a voting member of the FOMC, so anytime he speaks, the market listens and it reacts to the move. So that's what, I haven't heard it myself, but it seems as if the market heard something that they liked that was bullish, and hence we bounced off that 38.25 that we were at basically all morning, and 25 points higher. It looks like we tested that 50 level here on the ES March contract, 38.50. Now retracing back a little bit, but I don't know if this move is done. We'll see, but that's what it is for now. Kevin Scores is saying ATNF balances play here at 630s. Let's have a look at ATNF. This is a small capper that we were all over, all over covering. Sadly, we didn't trade it, but ATNF, yeah, down now into that 630 area. I mean, the level for me, Kevin, would have been that 650. And the reason I say that, it's a $0.50 area, and you also had this peak, this consolidation peak.
Let's go Tesla.
Yeah, one sec. I'll send it to you in 1 second. This consolidation peak right here that I would have bounced off. It broke that level. It broke it decidedly, and it's going down. So the next level I'm looking at is that bounce off 6. That bounce off 6 was money here. You could have made $1.10 plus $1.14 off that level, but you know, second time around, it's usually not as good. So careful. But my next level that I'm looking at is 6. Luca, what's Tesla up to?
No, it was like coming back down. I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna like cover a little bit more, and then like size is like hitting it down, and I'm like, yes, and but for some reason it just didn't have the follow through. I thought I was gonna eventually get the 60s and the 40 fills. So yeah, now just kind of patiently waiting for those to come through. I added, just a heads up, added to the meta short here. Short a little bit, waiting for that kind of clear out there. Now sort of stalling, volume is dropping. Maybe we're going to break trend here and actually go back down to, you know, 20. I think 20s would be great. So if I can get like 20s over there, that'd be awesome. Yeah, that one's starting to work. So 1 long, 2 shorts on board. Long the HKD, which to be honest, it feels like I'm going to lose on this. That's kind of just my gut feeling, but it's okay with that. And then, yeah, I think meta's pretty good. And I'm actually willing to add to meta. I actually want to add a little bit more. Let me add a little bit.
You add to that meta.
Yeah, baby, let's go. Add a little bit more to this meta. And if it goes higher, I'll add more to that as well. And yeah, waiting for Tesla fills, just chilling now. And yeah, guys, feel free to ask questions. Let us know what else you're trading. Let us know how your day's going. Share your experiences in the chat. I'll say that much. People learn from each other. I learn from you guys. You learn from me. It's a win-win relationship.
What is this, Captain Gary? Kinda hope the market rips your face off, L. No offense, but pay me. Jeez.
I think because he's on the opposite side.
Yeah,
of the trade.
I know, but why rip your face off? You know, just be like,
I
yo,
like-
good.
I like my face.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't like my face?
Yeah,
Come
that's
on.
not
Hey,
nice.
teach their own. Yeah, it's
That's not
people,
nice.
Sometimes people like you, sometimes they hate you.
I don't like
it's
that comment.
whatever. It's life, right? Someone, daddy, chill.
I know. You saw that. We know exactly what meme that's from. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
oh my
that's
God,
so
that's
funny.
really bad. Anybody knows that meme knows exactly why we're laughing. Anyway, let's move on. Let's keep it professional. ATNF headed sell. Sorry, Kevin. That's 630. Yeah, I think you said 630. It broke And I don't know. I'm not very bullish on this one at the moment. At least not till I see something better. $6. Let's see what it does around there. Again, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but that $6 was a level the last time around. So I don't know if I really want to trade any of these small cappers now with all this news coming in and these big cappers making a move. Meta, I'm still looking bullish Meta. If this market can hold VWAP and then maybe 2 o'clock comes in and all this buying or this, the traders power hour, people start trading more and then we get volume to the high side, I think Meta definitely would be on the positive receiving end of that. But Apple now back positive on the day, 0.32%. So it's above VWAP and it's above the closing price from yesterday. So Apple also on watch, but hasn't moved as quite as aggressively as Meta, at least not for today. We saw some big moves on Apple going back yesterday and the day before. Data flying, data. Let's have a look at data. It is flying to the high side. New high day 12.48, just stopping shy of that $0.50 area. But this one, this one didn't really give me a reason to get out. I should have been waiting for that 12 break. 12 break did come in 11.99. So if I had my stop below 12, well, by 1 penny, I would have been shaking out. 98s, you wouldn't have been shaking out. It didn't quite make its way down there. Anyway, good trade on data, but it's going without us, Luca.
Data,
without
yeah.
me.
Data chill. Some small Ben saying data chill. Yeah, I wanted to say, Chris Spix, welcome to Trader TV Live family. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. Hopefully we're putting on an entertaining show for you guys. Ooh. And, sharing that perfect combination of entertainment and education.
Captain Harry trying to make amends with you, my dear.
Yeah, Captain Gary. I was gonna read what you were saying before. Yeah. I did see it there. So there's 2 things I'm gonna read. The first one, you're like using my language because I always say rip your face off.
Okay.
I see you. That's cool there. We get our faces ripped off all the time. It's much love, man. That's trading.
That's sick.
Just
appreciate that.
Keep the positive mindset, man. That's the main thing. That's the biggest thing that I'll say. And there was another person here, Ela Record Studio. Luca, how was your gym visit with the New Year's resolutioners? It was terrible. There's too many people who are just like New Year. Yeah, man, new year, new me. I just don't like.
It's ridiculous at the gym.
What do you mean? It's the same year. It's the same me. Time is constant. Never mind this time stuff. And stop. It's like whatever. I just have to wait 3 weeks. That's my play. Wait 3 weeks. Everything go back to kind of normal. And yeah, man, life will be good. If you guys are in the gym, I think you know what I mean there. So I'll just leave it at that. And yeah, somebody and Juan saying, Luke, I'm loading 10,000 shares of Tesla at 110. Best of luck, man. If you see something there, if you
How many shares?
10,000 shares at 110.
Okay.
That's best. All I'm gonna say is,
what's the buying power there?
Yeah. Okay. It's you know what I like again, guys. Best of luck. Trade your own book. Do what you got to do to make that money. I'm over here scalping like a scalp demon. You guys know the deal. Look at these scalps, man. Long, short, cover into the 50 period. I essentially covered the rest of this. I think my best out was 66. So yeah, took the final on the 66 there. If we go down, we go without me, it's fine. It's all about just kind of scalping that move for myself. And it's not about being right. It's just about doing something that's repeatable, that you can just repeat over and over and over again. Did pretty good on Tesla today. Long cover. I'm pretty sure I'm like 100%. I'm actually 100% on Tesla. That's like a rare occurrence, guys. You know how hard it is to be 100% on Tesla? And that's actually insane. I think I lost on this one. So I have 1L, and then I have like the rest. I don't even know how many trades on it. Yeah, that's
ATXG is moving like crazy. Luca, you want to have a look at that one?
ATXG, yeah, sure.
This might be right down your alley. Punch a high and make more money.
Punch a high and pray.
No, well, you got your 2 for 2 today, up 78% now.
Yeah, the thing is like there's like no.
I don't like these dollar stocks. They're not really my cup of tea.
I'm not gonna punch the high on this.
No.
There's a time to punch the high and there's a time to wait for the mean reversion play. I feel like if this gets to 250, the short is better. Like this is my gut feeling. Like we're gonna go all the way if we get to like 245 short.
Come to hit screen, guys.
All the way and then all the way back down. Yeah, man. I feel like 250 is like the short area. I'll show you guys what I'm seeing here. It's this level right here. So that's like 250. So I just feel like, and then keep in mind that this is like the high, right? The previous high. So if we can like get through 220, trigger the stops, run to 250, short, and then back down for the mean reversion. So you would cover 50% of the mean reversion, or at least I would. That's kind of my idea on that one. But I don't know, man. I might just let it go.
I don't know,
like,
man.
How much time do we have left? With 15 minutes left.
Yeah.
I had a great day. Guys, perfect on Tesla. Like I shouldn't be sitting here tooting my own horn, but guys, like that's like, It's Tesla, you know, like this is a one-time occurrence, guys. This is never going to happen again, ever. That's why I'm sitting here saying,
doubt
wow,
that.
look at that. No, it's never going to happen again.
I doubt that.
I'll bet everything that I have that that's
Don't
never
do
going to happen
that.
again. No, I guarantee it. There's no way. It's Tesla. The bots are savages. There's just absolutely no way. Yeah, no, lots of fun, man. Your Ferrari is driving off on Mullen. Is it going to hit 40? No way.
It's close.
Oh, it's going to hit 40.
It's close.
I should
Yeah,
get long.
I'm looking at
Isn't
that.
it
The
40
chat
is that
kept lighting it
level?
up. It's up 14%, guys. Nothing like too crazy.
Oh,
and
guys, I'm going, like, this is like.
in a punch? Where are we at here? What are the levels? I mean, I'm not
I
familiar
don't
with
like
any of these
trading these
levels.
cent stocks. It's so hard to trade.
I don't like
'cause you
these
can't,
stocks,
punch
man. I'll
easy.
tell you, they're quite. I don't like
key
these
set.
dollars, sub $1 stocks, but we are at very
Okay,
much
I'm
recent highs.
See if I get
The last time we were up here, guys, we barely broke 40, 40.05, and that was
If we break
on.
40, I mean, we could go.
That was on
is there
December
like,
15th.
There's like 12,000 lots,
12,000.
which is what? That's not that big because it is 40 cents, but there's like 12,000 lots, I think, at 40. So maybe worth like a long through 40. I might try that. Let me see.
It's that high of day. I mean, like it's not a bad trade. But
I'm
anyway,
gonna-
I'm not going to go into it.
I'm gonna take that
ATXG,
long.
guys, by the way, retracing aggressively off that
If we get
217 top. Now breaking 2 to the downside. Looks like we stopped here momentarily at 190, but I don't know if this is done giving up the goods. There is some support. It looks like here at that 190 level. This peak is evidence of that, but we'll see. VWAP 175, and then another possible area of resistance here where we consolidated for a little bit at that 180. So multiple levels to consider there. Where it stops, your guess is as good as mine. ATXG up 60% now after just being up 80% moments ago. Switching back to small caps, to big caps. I just want to mention this. Meta is looking strong and looking to take out day's highs. All the while, the ES is retracing. I've seen 2 red candles on my 3-minute chart. I don't see that on Meta as it tries to test day's highs. We're still holding VWAP though on the ES, guys. So haven't given up hope that this continue to the north side, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I am now long Mullen, and I am taking a 40 break long. That's what I'm going to do. That is the plan. I think I'm going to get stopped on HKD. My stop is below 28, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's below 28, I think. Yeah, no, it is there. Okay. And if we break 28 to the downside, I'll be stopped out, so I'll be taking the L there. It's, I don't know, I probably should have been out after seeing the volume drop. You know, sometimes, this is what happens with trading. Sometimes, like, you're doing well, and then you take like a dumb trade, and you're just like, I shouldn't have been in that, but it's okay. Live and learn, man. Even myself, trying to get better every single day. Meta is just not failing.
No.
So I am just gonna add a little bit more to that one.
Okay.
I like it. I like how this looks. I feel like eventually.
Are you shorting? Yeah.
I'm shorting. Yeah, I'm shorting. I changed my arrows, guys. Let me know what you think about the arrows. Do you like the purple as opposed to the red and the
I
yellow?
think it stands out better. I'm just telling you from my perspective.
Like somebody was like,
I've
oh,
been
I
trying to
can't
change
see
it. It hasn't been changing on mine.
Yeah.
I've been trying.
I'll show you that.
Yeah, no, I've done it. Proudly did it with me.
Oh,
It's
oh,
just
you
it's
got
glitching
it.
for some reason.
Oh,
Yeah, I know
yeah.
exactly how to do it.
Let me
Yeah.
see.
So right here.
That,
like-
no, the down one. Down.
This one. Okay,
Those
this
two,
one?
Yeah.
So it doesn't even come out. So
Those
watch.
two purple.
Okay. Those two.
Yeah, 2 of them, red and the
So then how do I know I'm selling as opposed to
Well,
shorting?
that's the problem.
Oh no, I don't want that. I want
See, that's
short
what I
to
don't
show
like.
something.
I don't want it either.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
want
God,
the
Meta's
short.
ripping Meta is like.
That's what I've got.
I
That's what I've got.
one more time here. Maybe it's a bad
Yeah,
idea.
but it doesn't-
I'm gonna
I'll
to
try.
do it. Actually,
It
I'm
doesn't
gonna
work.
wait for like 128.20 for the Meta short. If I can add to that, that would be great.
Meta's flying here. What is going on?
Yeah. I'm okay to add to this.
Okay, so we'll get back to that one.
don't fall
I'm
down.
looking here basically at the
my
ES.
God,
Yeah,
it's
holding the
gonna fail
VWAP.
now.
Let's see what it's gonna do, guys. Yeah, Meta looks like it might be headed to the sell side, so an ad there might be in play. What else do we got? We don't want to keep talking about the same stuff. I can talk about data a little bit, or I can talk about Microsoft, which is continuing to head to the high side, despite the fact that the market's consolidating and doing nothing at VWAP. 221.80 is the low. Now we're at 223.66, so a couple of dollar move. Look at this flat top breakout here. Move up, consolidate, move up again. It's the opposite of the flat bottom breakdown. I love these moves. Didn't see this one, but let's see where we might encounter some resistance. I'd say that 223.80, 224-ish area. That's going to be a bit of a resistance area that we had a long period of consolidation, and that you can see all my ins and outs on the short and long here. That was earlier in the day around 11:30. We haven't been to these prices since that time. So Microsoft looking interesting, even though it's down one of the most on the moment, 2.5%. only beat up by Tesla at 2.82%. So Microsoft, the second most weak of the big six. Data, 1250 now is the high of day. Luca, we're printing 1248. So we're essentially at high of day. This one looks like a flat top breakout as well. That move up, that consolidation sideways, and then what you would hope is a continued move up. Maybe into 13, maybe into 12 and a quarter. There it goes, breaks through that level. High of day now, 1255. This one's not done, Luca, up 22%.
Somebody's like, I knew you'd punch into Mullen eventually. Yeah, I guess you're not wrong there. And somebody's like, I sold Mullen as soon as Luca got in. And I'm just like, okay, man, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm still looking okay here. We just need to break that 39, run to 40s. If we break 40s, this is going, man. I think it's gonna go. Like it's looking strong. If we break 40s, we probably go to 45s. I'm like, maybe I'm dreaming here. I don't know. I'm okay. Like I have like the starter position, and then I'm gonna add on the 40 break. That's kind of what I structured. So yeah, if this goes down, like it doesn't even matter. But that 40 break is like way more interesting for myself. Yeah, there was a few comments here. Or what's Giovanni Gomez? Congratulations. Where's Giovanni Gomez? Why are we
Congratulations.
Oh, I put 3,500 3 weeks ago and Mullen up 1,200. Oh man, congratulations. That's amazing. Keep in mind, don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. Pay yourself. That's trading. Like you can hold for
Mullen is looking really good, by the way.
$3, but like what if it never comes, right? What if it never comes? So don't be greedy. It's easy for me to tell somebody
Mullen's
else.
gonna pop. I think Mullen's about to pop here.
Yeah, like just don't be greedy. Like do the right thing. You know what you have to do. Just continue to do the right thing. It's easy for me to tell you, but then when it's my own emotions, I kind of like sometimes mess up. But I will definitely tell you that is the right thing to do. Just do whatever makes sense to you. But yeah, don't be greedy, don't be fearful. There's no emotions have no business in trading, even though they come along every time. Yeah, exactly. Always secure profits. You never go broke taking profits, man. You never go broke taking profits. And yeah, Mullen is potentially going to break here.
Yeah,
so
it's breaking.
I'm all in focused on this Mullen. Yeah,
this
Facebook
is a fantastic long. Good for you, Luca. That looks really good.
I hope Meta goes to like 128.20. Like I'll add 128.20.
You're still not short?
I'm still in short, but I'm like, if it gets up here, I'm going to short a little bit more. Bring my average to like 128. That's kind of the plan.
Meta's a beast.
And then like if it keeps going higher, like whatever, I might take a 50-cent out on it.
All right, guys. I don't want to talk about Mullen because you just heard it from Luca. I don't want to talk about Meta because you heard it from Luca, but those are the ones that I'm looking at the moment. Yeah, there's Mullen again. Wow, Mullen is really flying to the high side there. 39, where are we at? 39.20 now. Now up 16% on the day. I don't know if there's a news catalyst for this one. I'm going to have to double check real quick here on my news blotter in case there is anything new. Probably just a technical breakout. Let's see. Yeah, the last news item I have on this is 10:57 a.m. and it is not actually anything news related. We're continuing to break new highs on this 39.27. This and the volume is really supporting this move. I know it's hard to see on the bottom of my chart here, but the volume bars on Mullen at the moment are some of the highest we have seen the entire day. And so Luca says, it's worth repeating. I know, right? It's worth repeating. Volume is the tell. And so in this case, it is a very clear tell. Up to, where is that? I think 5 million shares done in that 1 minute candle. And then obviously down to 2.5, but that's a lot of shares. Yeah, I get it, it's 40 cents, but that's a lot of eyes and a lot of shares going at this. 128 now coming into play here on Meta. This one's continuing to head to the high side, despite the market doing bupkis. Yes, you heard it, consolidating right above VWAP, 38.43, 38.42. Take your pick. They switch positions. Meta's not waiting. Meta's going. And we'll follow whatever they end up doing, Luca.
Yeah, I am like waiting for this 40-cent break, and then I'm like scalping. I'm gonna scalp this like a maniac. Like that's kind of my plan. Like we break 40, I just think like we break 40, down. We explode. I'm like gonna instantly scalp it out. That's gonna be my plan there. I don't know what's gonna happen. It's up a lot, but 40's the level, man. 40's the level from the daily, and I remember this all the way back when they released the news on December 15th. I was like, the next time we get to 40, I'm going long on the 40 break. So here we are today. We're doing it live. Let's see what happens. Please don't break and reverse and rip my face off to the downside. I'm just gonna be sad on that one, man. So, yeah, somebody's saying 42 cents. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna black out and do whatever happens here. So we're gonna see what happens. Already long, which is good. It's working for me. Gonna add on the 40 break and then see what happens.
Data rejecting off that 1255 high that it made there, and now tracing back into the 50-period moving average. 1236, it's rejected off. I mean, I wouldn't say that there's a decided trend change. I would say that there's a momentary rejection, but we're going to have to make newer lows on data in order to say, okay, you know what, we're headed to the downside on this one. We want to see newer lows and lower highs. So for me, it's going to have to break that 1220 and then maybe even test that 12. Before we can say, you know, this one's headed to the south side. Also, I have a general rule that I try to follow. I don't always follow, but I have a general rule that I don't want to short these small cappers. And I know it's not a small capper, but it's, you know, it's moving like one today, above VWAP. And I typically like to take these below VWAP, you know, then it becomes like more of a short than a long, et cetera, yada, yada. You guys know the drill. But sometimes I don't follow that rule and I try to jump them and try to get more out of it. But data now looks like it's giving up the goods, at least for the moment, guys. Off that high, 20 pennies off the high now on data.
Yeah, man. Somebody's saying
We got 5
38,
minutes, 4 minutes left. We don't have much time.
Oh, we got 4 minutes
4
left.
minutes left, man.
Huh.
Then we're sending it off
Yeah,
to
maybe
Big
this break's gonna happen right now. I feel like we're
Are you
gonna
talking about
break
Mullen?
and just like instantly go like 2 cents. So that's like if I can get like half a cent, I'll be happy. Or like a cent. That's kind of like, I know, guys, it sounds silly to say out loud, but literally, if I can get a cent or 2 cents.
Well, that's how you play these ones. I mean,
Yeah, I
they're
just
penny
feel like,
stocks.
yeah, I feel like
Penny
that's
stocks.
the move.
You gotta,
I don't have the correct key set up, which is bad. Don't do this. Do not go into a trade with the correct keys not set up.
What do you mean?
Or the correct execution methods. You just want to be able to like be fluid in your trading. I'll say
Okay.
that much. You want to
I
be
got
very fluid in your trading. So yeah, just make sure you guys are, you know what you're doing.
I think
That's,
HKD is also setting up for a potential short, guys.
Yeah, I'm out of that trade.
Yeah, let me just look at it real quick here.
Oh, no, I'm still in that trade.
Are
Never
you
mind.
really? Okay, so
Oh, yeah,
Luca's
stop.
still
I thought I was
holding
out.
a little bit. Did you stop out or no?
No, I thought it was stopped out. I'm still
Okay.
in. I'm still in.
So this is the 1 minute. Let's switch to the 3 minute here, so it gives you a better picture. This is what I'm looking at, and then a retesting of VWAP. You have consistently lower highs on here. Now we just want to see the lower lows. The lower lows for me is going to be below that 27. Thankfully, VWAP's at 26, so you have $1 in between the most recent low and VWAP. So that's already range that you can play. And to be quite honest with you, the volume is dropping off. We're seeing a lot more red. We're seeing a move to the downside, but we are getting to an interesting area of support. Again, 27 and 26 are going to be interesting areas. There we go. Now breaking down a little bit more. I think that this one, I think the short is in play, at least for the moment, on HKD, and we can see some parabolic movements to the downside. What's up?
Guys, TD Ameritrade turns off day trading buying power for Tesla stock.
Buying power.
Yeah.
So I think that does not mean margin?
Yeah.
That means margin, no?
Yeah.
It does. Okay, so it's 1 to 1, then not 1 to
Yeah,
3.
yeah,
So you don't have 3.
yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Interesting.
That's still like wow.
All right, here we go. I think we're heading more down here on HKD. It's just as I talked, we dropped
So it begins.
from 28.40. Now we're at 27.16. So we dropped $1.20
Yeah, I'm
in
not
the second that I turned my head to look at Luca. We dropped $1.20. So this one's looking like it's setting up. Let's see if we can decidedly break below 27. That's the low here, and that's what we want to see. We want to see lower lows, guys. That's the key. That's what I'm looking for. And then maybe take some profit into 26 there, VWAP. You know, you're likely going to get a bounce off there, even if it's momentary. The market also, by the way, breaking now below VWAP. Looks like we topped out at 38.50. Now we're down into the 30s, 38.39. So for the moment anyway, we're below VWAP. Looks like that bullard move to the high side. I don't know. Let's see if it gets sustained going into the closing show or not. Not for the moment anyway, guys. Meta coming down with that as well from that 128.10. Now 127.60 area. So a couple of candles to the downside there. To move with the market. Luca, I think we have all of 50 seconds left. Anything you want to leave us with?
I'll just wrap it up, guys. So I'm basically breaking even on this meta trade. It's not what I mean, I'll probably make a little bit of money, but I'm covering the majority at break even. It's just I didn't get the fills up top where I wanted them for like the nice average in. So yeah, this is essentially break even. I might try to hold for like 41s for the rest to just like make a little bit of money, but again, it's whatever. Sometimes it's gonna be like that. So yeah, break even on Meta. Still waiting for 40-cent break to the upside on Mullen. We'll see if this one wants to come through. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show, had a great time. Again, please hit the like button if you feel that you want to, if you feel that you enjoyed the show.
They did.
Yeah, man, hit that like button. We're at 2,400. Not too shabby. Tomorrow we got something
Let's
special
get
for you
one.
guys.
We got 5 seconds to get 100 more likes, guys. Let's get us up to 2,500 before we send you up to Brendo and the Big Show. Smash that like button and smash that like button again on the closing show, Luca.
Yeah, guys, that's it for us today. We will see you back tomorrow at the same time.
Yes, sir.
Ciao.
Have a good night.
Hey guys, welcome back in. 2 o'clock on a pretty busy afternoon here. We're back to the downside as far as the overall market is concerned. Just keeping my eye on these comments coming through still from Fed's Bullard now saying money supply data points to lower inflation. So surprisingly dovish, I guess, from Bullard this afternoon, but we did get that move back.